There we
Oh, there we
go.
go.
How you
Got
doing,
it.
Otto? How's life?
It's pretty good. Brother doesn't have COVID. That's always good.
Always a plus.
Um, no, but I only just wanted to come on and ask where the B-26 is.
Oh well, like it's one of those
They,
long-running
they
things,
keep they
right?
keep just they keep just not they keep just it makes me so mad. It's just it's something I'm very passionate about.
Yeah,
If anyone actually knows who I am in terms of what I do on the channel, you know,
yeah,
it's the running joke that I run, but it's also not a running joke because I actually want it in the game. Um, Not really because it really needed. France could use it because the MB, what is it? The MB 142. Sure, it's okay, but it's a 162.
yeah.
It's a longer high altitude bomber, and then the MB 157. Why is that? Why is that in the bomber line? It's not a bomber. It has HVARs. It has HVARs and a torpedo.
Yeah.
Why? I think it would fit as a complement to that, just because it's the fucking B-26. Um, but yeah, that's all I really wanted to come on. Also as a proof of concept to everyone else that
Well,
this is.
how much did France actually use the B-26?
I mean, look at Wikipedia, the best source for all of this. Um, Wikipedia. All right. Surviving aircraft. They have it in France. Um, how many did they use? Listed B-26 Marauder operators. So they had six squadrons under um, Free French command, under the 42nd Bombardment Wing of the U.S. 12th Air Force. They were still technically under the U.S., but manned by French people.
Yeah.
And then also South Africa used them, so that could be an interesting addition. Instead of just the UK getting one, it could be a South African plane. I
Yep.
just it would fill a gap in the tree. That's not really a gap, but just a nice addition, kind of like some of the stuff that they've been adding recently. Um, but yeah, so six squadrons. Wikipedia doesn't say how many. Um,
It's one of those weird aircraft, right, where it was so widely used by so many different nations. It's really
mhm.
odd to see that it hasn't actually come to the game yet.
Right.
Um, like I mean, obviously we have a lot of the B series of planes, but the fact that you could easily put it in so many different tech trees and it just hasn't made it's so weird. I just hope they don't do it as like an event thing. Like that would
Hmm.
suck massively.
Well, if they made a battle pass vehicle, I'd be the number one supporter. So, but yeah, I also want someone to make or maybe even I would finally get into the user skin business and make
Mm,
a flak bait skin because that's the one that the Smithsonian has. It's the highest surviving aircraft of World War II, or maybe it's the Allied. I'm not sure, but it's one of the most highest surviving aircraft because it took something like 1,000 hits over its career.
Jesus.
It's a big one. If you're ever in the Chantilly area uh, in Virginia, that's where Udvar Hazy is, and it's in the Restoration Center. It's been there for like gotta be coming near a decade at this point.
Yeah.
Um, but it's just one of those things that it would fit perfectly in the game, but it's not there, and they've been teasing. They teased it once back in like 2017 in a Thunder show, like so they obviously thought of it, but MiG 21s are more important.
It's one of those which it was on that like crazy list they did, didn't they? Like back
Right.
in the day, like for the
Yeah.
Americans. Oh,
Yeah.
there we go.
Other than that, yeah, that's all I wanted to come on and just complain that they haven't added it.
That's fair enough, but I'm sure they will eventually. It may take like 10
Eventually.
more years, but
Oh yeah,
they'll
yeah,
get
yeah,
there.
something like that.
Uh,
All right.
all right, brother. Well, I hope your grind goes well. And are you
French is
doing the
expensive.
event, by the way?
Oh, I wasn't able to do the event for the first couple days because I was on vacation. I missed
Yeah.
2 days, so I was kind of out of it. But now I've been grinding. I played in a four stack with I think it was Kaiser, Bryson, Conte.
Yeah.
We got both of our stars done in like 2 hours because we completely shredded at 6-3. Because there are so many king tigers out and about, like, oh, I'm a king tiger. I can just not have to worry about people, and then he says otherwise.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, that was probably the most fun I've had. Even though people say that you shouldn't squat up for the events, that was the most fun I've had in War Thunder in a few months. So if anyone is struggling with the event, squat up with some friends and just don't get too serious about it and just do that.
Yeah, pretty much. Just have a bit of fun. Like it's the way to go with these things. Like whatever works for you, you should do. Like doesn't really matter about anybody else. When it comes to that stuff. Like for me, like it's much easier for me to do it solo because I have like the stream stuff and all that. But I back in the day I used to like 3-stack, 4-stack, and
Right.
it was a lot of fun, and it definitely made them a lot easier.
hmm One more thing, I just want to shout out Orange Tail. I love your Aviere video. that was a good laugh. If you haven't, look it up. It's a great video. Other than that, I'm out.
All right, see
See
you
y'all.
later, brother. So there we go. There's the first guy on. Good old Otto. Always nice to have him. Always nice to have a chat. If any of you guys want to come on, all you have to do is send a request in the channel, and I accept it, and then you come on. So simple as that. We can talk about the event. We can talk about the new updates or anything like that. We'll see what people want to chat about. We have Flying Ostrich. So let's see what they want to chat about. Invited, and hopefully they can come on now. So I think the way it works is you send in a request, I invite, and then you have to accept it, and then you're able to come on. It's pretty much as simple as that. All right, let's try that again. It's a new piece of tech that we're trying on the Tech Hub, so hopefully it goes okay. Like it's a little bit up and down, but you know how these things work. Hello, are you there?
So can you hear me?
I can. How are you?
Yeah, good. Can't complain. Just suffering in Operation Suffer.
How are you finding the event then? Is it a bit rough, or what's going on with it?
I mean, I've had worse really events. Mainly that crafting event with the futuristic thing on April Fools. That was a yeah, that didn't go well.
Oh, the Build-A-Bear stuff? Yeah, I really
Yeah.
struggle with those ones. Like they're for me, they're the worst events, because of the fact that you can't get everything out of them. So yeah, while I'm doing the event, I just get annoyed at it, just because of that fact. So with this one, like, are you focusing on all three things, or what are you
Nah, it's
focusing on?
it's mainly just that Buccaneer because I've got the Canberra. It's a fun bomber, don't get me wrong, but it's just not got like the boom you expect from anything. It's not on the Wikipedia article because I don't really have many historic documents, and by any I mean I have none. But I was reading how it had like a radar warning receiver and a thing, so that would be fun. I mean,
Buccaneer?
neither does the Buccaneer. No, not the Buccaneer. The Canberra. I mean, I've gone into a different subject because I've a really weird train of thought. But
That's
yeah.
all right. Have you played the S2 in game?
No, I've not got the second Canberra, the BI6.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, for me,
I mean,
the S2 is actually really fun, and it does have like the RWR, it has flares, has like bombs and obviously the missiles. That second Canberra with like the guns, like I feel like with it, you'd think it would be as good as the first one, but I actually think it's a bit worse because you're limited on the bomb load, which isn't
yeah,
too fun.
because I read on Wikipedia that it was removable, but it isn't.
Well, it's not in game, no. But do you think they could add something like that? Because I remember back in the day that the P61, right, in the American tech tree, one of the things that they were talking about they would add to it was the ability to fix the guns forward, the like turret on the top, but they still haven't done it, like after many years. So I'm
Yeah,
not too hopeful about stuff like that.
Yeah, I've been playing the Mosquito recently,
Mm.
and I've noticed a bug on it. And when I use the £5,000 bombs, I open the bomb bay, but one of the doors open, and it's weird.
Well, only one of the doors open, so it's only like
Yeah,
half open.
yeah, only one of the doors open, and the bombs clip through the thing.
Oh God, I remember the wheels used to do that on the Mosquito too. And yeah, now I'm gonna mention it. You're gonna look for it, and it's gonna annoy you, because it's annoyed me for years. So on the Mosquito, the model from the cockpit is different to the model outside of it. So if you look down on the top of the cockpit roof of the Mosquito, there's like it's like clear glass, right? Or whatever it is. If you look inside the cockpit and you look upwards, there's like a circle, which is there, and it's not there on the outside model, and it has annoyed me for years at this point. And it's just one of those little things that like gets on your mind,
Another thing that annoys me is that with the £5,000, no, 5,000, no, 500
500, yeah.
pounders, yeah, is that when I use them, the 20 millimeters that it has in the bottom of it,
Yes.
they're actually still on the thing, even though that's where the front 500 is. So.
Oh right, yeah. So you think you should lose the 20s for the bombs, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Or at least only have one of them for the 20s.
Yeah, that's fair.
And speaking of the Mosquito as well, I'm thinking about more bomber variants of the Mosquito because I
Yeah.
mean, in terms of British aircraft, you got the biplane, then you got a two pontoon boats, then you got the Wellington fun plane, then you got the Halifax, and then you get to the Sterling, and there's not really much. I mean, it is pretty good, but I mean, I wouldn't mind something in between the Wellington and the Halifax because it's at 2.7 the first Wellington. I mean, you could get the rest of the Wellingtons and then get the Halifax.
Yeah.
But I mean, for people who don't really care about that, I mean, it would be a fun, because the Germans they get the 217, the Russians they get the AR-2. What is it they get? Get like
The
twin
AR2,
engine.
the DB3B, those things, stuff like
Yeah,
that.
they get their like
BO2s.
things, and the Americans they get their Mitchells. The Japanese, I don't know.
They get
Yeah,
stuff, Key 49s.
Yeah, I mean Britain. I wouldn't mind some twin-engine British aircraft. Light vehicles like the Blenheim and the Beaufort. Those were fun. I played those, but I wouldn't mind if they had working radar.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, they have to expand that stuff. I feel like they added a bit of radar in for different things, and then they just kind of left it,
Yeah,
instead
I mean,
of going
great.
in.
I mean, the same thing with the the Lincoln. That has a radar in the back, so that would be pretty nice.
Yeah. So, what do you think about something like the Manchester then for like a twin-engine bomber? Is that the kind of thing you're thinking of, instead
No,
of
I'm
just
thinking
like
more.
the Mosquito with the cookie?
I mean, the Mosquito with the cookie would be nice, and the Manchester would also be nice. But also the what was the pre thingy for the Halifax? Wasn't there like another one for that or something?
Oh, I'm sure there was. Yeah, I mean the one that always comes to my mind is the Whitworth Whitley, but that's just because I find that vehicle hilarious, and it has a wonderful history behind it, especially when it comes to Yorkshire.
Yeah. What I wouldn't mind would be the Washingtons. That, I mean, not the Washingtons, but the Washington. That would, I mean, you British tank players. Oh, you haven't seen anything about bankruptcy till you played a British B-29.
That's very true. But I mean, the great thing is there's a lot of expansion there that they could do for Britain, right? So I really hope that we see some in the near future.
I mean, just out of spite, I wouldn't mind more Centurion variants.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, they could folder them, so if people don't want to play them, then they could just go past them. But yeah, I mean, there's this talk constantly when it comes to War Thunder that War Thunder's going to run out of vehicles,
Well, they
and
just can't.
yeah, it's going to take them a very long time before that happens. There's so many different things they could add. Right. Is there anything else you want to chat about, like like, would you like to see different British fighters, or is it just more based around the whole bomber angle for you?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't. You know how in the devlog they had that new longer winged, not devlog, the
leak.
The leak thing. They had the longer winged spit and the longer winged, thingy.
Yeah.
No, that would be nice. I mean, more spits wouldn't really be game breaking or game changing, but I mean, more maneuverability. Hey, in a Spitfire, the Germans were gonna love this.
Yeah, the Spitfire Mark 7 is a really interesting one because it was actually a Spitfire designed to be a high altitude fighter, which
for the Ju-86 or something along the lines of that.
I think it was the 88 and the 188 maybe, and maybe the 86. I just remember reading a lot about, because there was that, and then there was stuff like the Welkin, which is another thing that has been in the files for like years, and that was precisely made to be like, oh god, they're going to go real high altitude. How are we going to deal with this kind of thing?
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. I'm sure that Britain will get some stuff, and especially with the addition of the South African things, like it definitely seems like, it's going to be a lot of nice stuff.
Yeah, because the bloke on the other thing, he was on about that French and South African
the B-26, yeah.
Yeah, that is. Hold on, is that the Mitchell? I don't really.
The Marauder. It's in British service. It's called the Marauder. The Mitchell is the B-25.
Ah, right.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool plane though, and as we talked about before, iconic and just not seen. It's kind of as simple as that. Maybe one day. Anyway, thank you for coming on, man. Like, it's been a pleasure, and we're going to be doing these like every few weeks, so it would be nice to see you again.
All right, that sounds fun.
All right, thank you, brother.
All right, you too.
Let's see. So, thank you to Ostrich for coming on, and next is Kay. So we'll send an invite to Kay and see if they join. Remember the way that this works? Oh, there we go, straight away. The way that this works is I send out the invite and then you guys come along. How are you doing, Kay? How's life?
It is an honour to meet you, sir.
Well, it's an honour to meet you. Why not? How are you feeling today?
Good, actually.
Yeah?
So, I was wondering, do we think that we might get the Vulcan in-game?
Oh, now that's a hot button topic. Well, they made that user model ages ago, didn't they?
Yes.
Those few people. So I think nowadays, with like the advent of like all the missiles and stuff, I think there's definitely more of a chance of it being in game, right? What do you think? Like, what's your opinion on it?
if I was part of Gaijin and I added the Vulcan, we would need more like bombing bases because the ones we have in game at the moment, the Vulcan would be able to destroy all of them.
Yeah.
And the field in one run. But it was a pretty amazing bomber myself. Really good. I really like it.
Have you got any thoughts about the other V series bombers?
Yeah,
just
I really like the Lancasters. I'm really fond of the Lancasters actually.
Yeah.
And I spotted a video from Gaijin saying that the Tirpitz is coming in game apparently.
Oh really?
Yep, apparently Tirpitz is coming in.
It was
so
in
I
the
was wondering.
It was in the leak list a while ago.
Yeah, I was seeing if they were gonna add the the earthquake bombs.
Oh god, the tall boys?
Yeah, the tall boy and the Grand Slam.
Can you imagine that in ground realistic?
Jesus, £24,000 and the £12,000.
Yeah, I feel like the P8 has lost its use.
Also, apparently the Challenger 2 Black Knight is coming in game.
Yeah, that one was that was in a promotional video actually a while back. That looked pretty cool.
Yeah, it's as I've got all the Challenger 2s now, and I'm very happy to have all of them. It's just seeing that thing in game would be extremely scary. Because I did some information on it about the hardpoint system it has.
The APS, yeah.
Yes, and apparently it was a prototype system that would be able to destroy missiles from helicopters before it hit the tank.
Yeah, it's a hard kill system. So
yeah, and that would be extremely scary.
Yeah, and it's not just even missiles. It was actually designed to stop everything. So even like APF SDS rounds.
ETFS, those kind of chemical and kinetic rounds.
I feel like that would be a bit broken in game though.
Also,
if it could do that.
Remember when people found the Guns of Hood in game? Like the files.
Oh right, yeah.
Guns of HMS Hood. Apparently there's actually a model of HMS Hood.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, there's a model of HMS Hood, Tirpitz, Scharnhorst, Arizona, and some other Soviet battle cruisers and an American battle cruiser as well.
Oh, that's pretty cool. So have you played the battleships in game?
No, I'm not even near battleships.
But if they add these...
I'm only at the Summoner in America. I haven't really been playing naval much. I've been mostly trying to get my Challenger 2s and the Stormer.
Oh, that's fair. So if they add these vehicles, do you think you would go for them? Like,
what, the Tirpitz? Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Oh yeah?
I'd go for the Tirpitz any day. Go get Eugen. Come here, Tirpitz, you'll be... But
that'll be pretty cool. Like I've heard that a lot from people, right? Like where they're waiting for specific vehicles.
Because as I remember, I think on one of your videos, I think you or some other YouTuber, you went into the naval garage, whatever the hell it's called, I can't remember. And in the background, you see 3 big battleships.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah.
The Yamato, my friend, who's obsessed with naval and that.
Yeah.
He said one of them's Yamato, the other one's Tirpitz, and apparently he said the third one was a North Carolina class. Apparently.
That's pretty cool.
So the thing is, what I'm scared about, if we're getting Tirpitz and Hood in game, what other battleships will we be getting?
Oh yeah, I mean it's gonna be like naval's one of those weird things where there's still a ton of vehicles to add, and at least for me, like the beauty of the models is something that I really like.
When the Wyoming came in game, and I was just like, oh, I really want the Wyoming.
Yeah.
And then I found out how much pain it was to try and get up to battleships. And I was just like, yeah, no, never mind.
Yeah.
But I was going to ask another question. What was it? I can't remember. Something to do with British ground. Do you think they'll add the Roy Cat with the SAMs?
Well, that was another thing. Yeah. That was in that leak. The whole leak thing
as well.
Yeah, so I don't know because Esmin made like a statement, and Esmin's obviously the community manager, right, or one of them,
Mm.
and he was talking about how the system might not have fully functioned, but at the same time, I'm like, I can't remember if I'm misremembering a statement or not. So, I mean, we'll have to see. I'd be fine with seeing it.
Yeah.
Another Sam thing would be fun.
But my question is, if we're gonna get Turpitz, how far is it away from getting Bismarck?
True. Yeah. Like and
It's gonna be
that's kind of
Bismarck
the end
versus
goal,
Hood all
right?
over again.
Oh, true. Yeah, I've seen so many memes in the last year of people just waiting for it.
Detonation of ammunition.
Yeah, exactly.
But one of my friends wanted to ask you this question because he just messaged me. He said, "Do you think they'll add playable aircraft carriers?"
So I think if that's gonna happen, it's gonna be way down the line.
Yeah.
But and also, I don't know how you make it enjoyable to play them, and everything that's like using World of Warships as a reference, right? Everything we've seen.
Another game I play.
Yeah, well, everything we've seen, at least I've been keeping up with like the CCs and looking at videos. It seems like they're not really great at balancing those things.
Yes.
And I feel like eventually we will see something similar to that, or maybe like you know how in an arcade you have like the what you call them, like the thingy bonuses, like if you get a kill you can bring in a plane, you know.
Yep.
I'm wondering if in ships, if it's like, hey, if you get enough points or something like that, then
go in an aircraft carrier.
Yeah, or like maybe you bring in an AI squadron or something, you know, and maybe they can do spotting or something like that, or bombing or torpedoing.
I haven't. This is one I've been wanting to ask someone for ages. What, you know how we have the 4005 in game?
Yes.
What about the one before that? The one the barn, as everybody calls it, the barn with the autoloader.
Now, did that thing have a turret?
5-round autoloader. It was a 5-round autoloader.
Well, did that thing have a turret? Because every picture I've looked at,
no, it did not.
Yeah, it was just like a gun by itself.
It was a gun with an autoloader, and all the crew was in the hull.
That'd be a pretty fun event vehicle, wouldn't it? I think.
Yeah. Or a premium.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, well, I suppose nowadays even a battle pass vehicle, like maybe throw that in.
But do you think they'll add like another Abrams in game? Because
definitely, yeah.
Yeah, maybe the set V2 package for the M1A2, maybe.
Yeah, probably. I mean they've got to find some way of going with top tier stuff, right? Like, you know, there's still a bunch of leopards
trying
to add.
balance against the 2A6 because of that pen.
I know, it's not very fun, is it?
No, especially during the Challenger 2 getting absolutely stock Challenger 2 getting absolutely ball touched by them. Not fun.
But the I personally think when it comes to stuff like that, yeah, we're probably going to get like variants and stuff. Like, you know, we talked about the Black Knight, you know, the M1A2 SEP.
Black Knight, the M1A2,
the Leclerc, like
maybe
the more
another
Leclerc.
maybe another Stritzwagen. Oh, that reminds me, there is another Leclerc in game. The files.
Yeah.
It's called the Leclerc XX1, I believe. Apparently, it's one with commander thermals. Apparently.
Oh, that's nice. But
the Black Knight can get the same armor package as the 2F.
Oh well, hopefully that won't make it too chunky then. But it should be all right.
No, even though the Challenger 2s are already a big chunky enough.
But what do you think about the prototypes that they ran during like the 90s and the 2000s, where they just took like the MBTs and just gave them huge guns? So like the M1 Thumper, and then like the Object. I can't remember what it is.
The Leopard 2A4 140mm.
Yeah, and then there's a T80 with a 152 on it. Like
what?
Yeah, it was built in the 90s. Yeah.
Okay.
And it was actually designed so it would just go in the standard T80 turret, so you just kind of slot it in.
I've seen people on past the developers a Stormer with the same rockets as the Stormer, and I'm just like, why?
The Stormer with the same rockets as the Stormer?
The Warrior with
Oh,
the
the
same
Warrior.
method as the Stormer.
That makes a bit
Sorry.
more sense. No, it's all good.
Yeah, words, man.
Yeah, the
Oh.
I believe the T80 is called the Object 292 with the
Yeah.
152, something like that. But yeah,
Yeah.
those would be really fun. Just like massive donkey guns.
Yes. You know
Yeah.
the Warrior that we have in game with the armor package?
Yes.
That's supposed to get its 2-plane stabilizer, but Gaijin haven't put it in.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the Warrior was fitted with a stabilizer.
Oh, that sucks.
Because I've seen one face-to-face, and I've used one face-to-face.
Do you think it would actually improve it that much, though, giving it the stabilizer?
Yes and no. Yes, but it would also make the little thing a little bit overpowered because of the APDS. Because
Right.
it was also fitted with APFSDS, but that would just be a whole different conversation.
Maybe
Just
we'll
the
get
tiny
more modern variants of the Warrior with stuff like that.
Yeah, because there is a Warrior with the same package as the Charlie 2F, just without the table.
Oh god, I
Big
can't even
thing
imagine
on the
how
top.
heavy that is.
But that big table on the back of the 2F is a laser warning system, but Gaijin haven't put it in for the Charlies.
Oh, fair. Well, I'm sure
I
they will
think-
at some point.
I think the Charlies are like one of the only country that don't get laser warnings, I think.
Have you
I'm not 100.
have you played the South African vehicles then in the British troops?
Not yet. I'm planning to. I've got the Roy Cat 1D, but I can buy it. I'm planning to try and get the TTD. So apparently that thing's cheek armor is pretty trolley, apparently. I've heard. Because apparently you can take in a stock Heat FS round from a 2A6 and survive, but it's
Right.
Heat FS. But in my own opinion, the tanks I enjoy the most is probably the Charlies at the moment. Because that 564 round, what Gaijin did with the first Charlie was actually really helpful for me. Because with that 493, I was sort of struggling. So I tried to do whatever the hell I tried to do with it, and it didn't really work.
Yeah.
But I watched the video, and I was just like, "Oh look, it's the Black Knight." Oh wait a minute, apparently we're getting it in game now. Because it showed that the model of it with all the system on it. So it had the extra smoke launchers, the hard point kill system, the little ball on the top, and I was just like, what the hell's this? And then I saw that, and then after that I saw the turpits, and I was just like, no way, we're actually getting the turpits in game.
Yeah.
Also, I have many questions. I'm probably gonna ask like.
How about we do a quick fire round then? Because we're gonna be doing this every fortnight, right? So
the CV9120 with the active camouflage. One of my friends who's played Sweden and got everything in Sweden.
Right.
He really wants that in game, and I went no because it won't be fair.
Does it protect against thermals?
Yes. It's the active camouflage, like we had in that event with the space.
Oh, right. I see what you mean. I'd probably say no. At least for now.
Yes, no.
Maybe in the future.
Apparently we're getting the Vigan as well.
Yeah, we definitely.
And also we might want. In my own opinion, I would like something new for Britain's top tier in air. Because in my own opinion, the Phantoms are sort of struggling.
They might be. What would you add though?
Yeah, maybe like because I was about to say the Typhoon, but that's how do we put that? It's a bit
too modern right now.
Yeah, bit too modern. But as Ostrich said, I would like to see, as you and Ostrich had a conversation about, I'd like to see more Spitfires in game. I'd like it.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
It would be nice to see more Spitfires.
All right, well, thank you for coming on, man. And
no
as I said, we'll be doing this every few weeks, so You know, it'd be nice to
Okay.
see you come again, and we
Yeah.
can have more chat about British vehicles and stuff. So.
Yes, I'm a massive British player. I'm planning to go in Italy, France, Sweden, and all the other countries, but that's it.
Fair enough. I'm sure you'll get
Thank
to
you.
them. See you later,
nice
Kay.
to meet
Thank
you.
you for coming on. Oh, it's lovely to talk to you
problem.
too.
Yeah. See you in a bit.
See ya. All right. So next we have Lone Wolf. So let's see if we can get Lone Wolf on. There we go. How are you, Lone Wolf? How are you doing on this fine day?
Oh, you know, just living the dream.
Good stuff. What do you want to... Are you doing the event right now, or what's going on?
I'm actually at work right now, but I snuck out the back door, and we'll see if they notice.
Fair enough.
Hey, but guys, seriously, that's what this community means to me. So, you know, lose your job, that's fine.
That was,
So I've got a couple of talking points. First thing is a little bit of a speed round for Gay Jiggles to put in the game.
right.
First of all, give us the Sherman DD so we can play Normandy the way it was meant to be played. Okay? That's number one. Give us the DD. Secondly, give us the Sherman Skink. I don't know why we don't have the Skink in game.
Yeah.
I would like to just troll the Whirlwind guys rolling around with their solid shot. And also, I would really love to see the consolidated B-34 or B-32 rather enter the game as well.
The
it's kind of like...
What's the B-34 again? I can't remember, actually.
So the B-34 really is an Air Force version of the PBY-1.
Right.
It's a little bit shorter. Still got that massive dorsal on it. But it's just kind of a fun plane. I've got some family ties to it. Had an uncle who used it in the Pacific.
Yeah.
So just something cool, unique. Is it going to be good? Probably not, but unique to say the least.
Yeah. No, I would, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, like, for me, it's kind of similar with the Buccaneer S1, because, you know, like, I have, like, personal ties to it, and I definitely understand, like, when you've got those ties, you really want to see something, you know, represented, and it's a really good feeling when it comes.
For sure. The next thing, and this topic kind of... I know I've said it about 1 million times, and I apologize for how many times I bring it up, but Xbox really needs to get access to the Gaijin store.
Yes,
PS, PlayStation finally let people get out of their PlayStation accounts and have an actual Gaijin account they can use, but Xbox is still putting our balls in the vice and letting it hang there. And it really sucks because, Tech, I'm about 3 days away from putting on red lipstick, high heels, walking out in the street and see who's going to give me a KB220. I want the damn KB220. And I'm prepared to lubricate anything I get at this point.
Oh, that's fair. Oh, God.
I'm going to lose my mind, man.
I mean, were you affected by what happened yesterday with the Xbox stuff? Like,
yeah.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, dude.
That just seems like
blast.
a mess.
My first day in the actual event was great. I was killing it. I got my first stars done for naval tanks, planes.
Yeah.
Brilliantly. And I was playing so much better than I normally do. It was awesome.
Yeah.
And then on day 2, I'm doing the same thing. I'm kicking butt, taking names. And then the servers go down. Like,
yeah.
You have got to be shitting me. And then every time after that, it seems like I get on right at the time of the bad servers. So
yeah, for me, it seems like around like 5 p.m. PST, like stuff just starts to go haywire. I don't know.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yep. So you know me, man. Pull out the old debit card, get them golden birdies. Damn it. You're not going to let me play. I'm just going to buy my way through it. And I'm almost wondering if that's why they do it.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's always a thought, right? Like, especially when it comes to like the World War mode stuff. That's what was going through my head at the time. But I don't know. I feel it'd be a little bit crass for them to do. And if they actually get caught doing it maliciously, can you imagine, like,
Oh,
what would happen?
They'd be
God
giving me
damn.
10 KV220s at that point.
Yeah.
That or it's either that or my lawsuit goes through. One of the two.
What if they bring in a system? Because this is something that I'd always like to see, where you're able to like trade in new event vehicles for old ones.
Oh God, that would be awesome.
I think
because
that
there's
would
some
be
that
a way of sorting it out.
Yeah, because there's some that I just don't use. I get them, they look good in my shop, but then that's it.
Yeah.
You know, and of course I can't sell them, so I'm not saving the blueprints for the Gaijin market because I don't have it.
Yeah.
So I just use them.
Yeah.
And I think I played the Merkava 2B one time.
Yeah.
Completely stocked, and I got absolutely ass raped by the entire Russian team and never touched it again.
Fair enough.
So, yeah.
Yeah, because they did it was during the IS7 event, the event after the good old summer event, where you could actually trade in some vehicles for like older ones. Like they did it with the STKFC 234s, and it's really sad to see they didn't bring that back because I thought it was a really really good system.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, other than that, I'm decently happy with War Thunder.
Oh, that's cool.
I think we're going the right direction. You know, I'm loving the new sound effects when they work.
Yes.
And I wish the 50 cals didn't sound like moths farting in the distance in a quiet forest. But other than that, I can't really complain too much.
Yeah, I made the comment a few months ago. I'm pretty sure the sound guy at this point is just trying to justify his job. Like, he just keeps changing things just so he gets a paycheck. Like, I have no idea, like, what's going on with, like, the 50 cows just sound odd. Like, I don't know how else to put it. Like,
yeah.
They're just not good right now.
I have a photo of me just straight hoofing a 50 cal, holding it in my arms, which hurt really bad, but it was sweet. And I'll have to send that to you in DM. But again, the sound that those make is not the sound that you hear, at least in air battles. It is not. No, it's not good.
Yeah,
I'm just waiting for my bombs to squeak when they hit the ground. Like a little, and then just blows up. That'd be kind of fun.
I mean, that might be soon. They added it to the toes, right? Like when you fire them now, they give them a little squeak.
Yep. So, you know, the tiger's sitting there going to B, and all of a sudden he just hears a P-41 fly over and bink, you know, and just a little squeaky toy noise, and then he just gets erased.
Yeah, true.
It'd be fun. But yeah, other than that, man, glad to see your content's doing well. To everybody who's in the Fireside chat, enjoy this time. Chat with the Grandmaster here. And hope to see you all out on the battlefield.
Yeah, have a good day at work, man, and thanks for coming on.
You as well. Bye-bye.
All right, so there's Lone Wolf. Always nice to have him on and have a good chat about things. He's always a fantastic individual to chat to. So next, I've hit the wrong button. There we go. Next we have Red Arrow. So there's the invite to speak. Let's see what goes on. And
sorry, I got myself.
Hello, how are you, Red Arrow? How are you doing?
TEC, I am doing fine, thank you.
Lovely.
I actually made a little note because I thought that by the time I'd actually get added to this chat, I was probably going to forget half of the things I was saying and then be start wielding around going, what was this? Oh, that was it. And then afterwards be like, oh, that was what I wanted to tell you, so I have to wait 2 weeks' time. So my first sort of issue is that, okay, so I've got like the list, so it's like, I'll probably go with I've got to win a certain messy order and see what I can think of.
Yeah.
The first one is the event.
Right.
I feel that the event has been very much, it's been very too grindy, and this will lead into the second issue I have, because especially when it comes to naval.
Right.
Now, when it comes to capping the points in order to make kills,
hey Sean Ramsey,
you're always caught up in this dilemma, because the problem is that you can sit on a cap point and try and fire at the enemy vehicles, but the only problem it's going to get you is that you're going to get long ranged by some idiot from a mile away or things like that, and it really is frustrating. So my tactic has only been in this event to essentially go from what is it called? To go from to just like not capture the points exactly, but just to get the wins and the assists and the kills.
Yeah.
And this has made it more grindy because I can't go to my old strategy of capturing points because, well, I understand that people were upset and complaining and whining about the fact that, oh, people are spamming R3. I think this is the thing, it's been a long time with the R3 BS that people really are getting annoyed. Like, it's like people constantly complaining, R3 spam, R3 spam. It's like, you don't, Gaijin could just move it up a tier, so it's not a problem. But and they can. It is a long time coming, and it needs to happen. But the fact that they end up basically bending in an event in around the fact of basically making it harder for people to try and play the event, more frustrating.
Yeah.
And this is what now leads me into Naval.
Hmm.
Naval, they've done exactly the same thing. But the reason why Naval is even worse with that is the problem is Gaijin's reliance on having OP guns and glass cannon hulls. Effectively, every boat in that in your game, including destroyers, including including destroyers, including cruisers, including torpedo boats, they're all glass cannons. Effectively, you try and get on a cap point with a torpedo boat, and I've tried doing this, right? You're gonna just get raked by some German flak barge from the other side of the map, and he's gonna sit there while you're just literally. I've been literally forced to just have to GE the naval event because I know for a fact that I ain't gonna survive more than 1 second sitting on the cap point before I get raked over by multiple rounds from all directions, and I can't hardly fight back because glass cannon hulls. The other thing was in the process of them nerfing Russia, which was the country I originally used to grind that.
Yeah.
They basically have just made Russia too soft, so it's like you can just go out. I'm not joking, right? I literally go out into a crossfire. All my crew are dead. I'm just decrewed. I can't do F. Sorry, I'm not trying to swear or anything, but it's like I can't do F all, and it's just it frustrates me. So this actually will lead into naval issues. Now,
Right.
the naval issues with naval, right? It's too high cost, as I said, combined with too high repair costs, combined with glass cannon antics and dreadnoughts, right?
Yes.
This is the thing. Dreadnoughts need to be their own battle thing. They need to be in their own sort of sandpit to fight because this is the thing. You fire at a dreadnought, it goes beep, and nothing happens. It's like you just hit it, and the dreadnought looks at you, and you're dead. And it drives me up the wall because I was actually trying to. It wasn't this event. It was before this event. They had the thing where you had to grind out Russian naval in order to get some achievement. I was playing with that. It was during the battle pass. During the battle pass. You had to get. I was out with my 2 Russian cruisers, losing about 20k in Silver Lions because I'd fire out a couple of shots in the general direction of a dreadnought. Dreadnought looks at me and I'm gone out the water. And not even that, just the level of spawn camping BS from dreadnoughts is. I think Gaijin really need to go back and look at balance, especially when it comes to nail. Like I had some guy explain to me how it's supposed to work, but unfortunately, it just doesn't work like that. And what was it? One of the guys coming here talking about all the new ships they're adding. With them adding all the new ships, they need to really figure out like how they're going to balance out how they're going to balance out naval more because. It's like, there needs to be this whole ecosystem of how everything is going to exist.
Yes.
And they're not really, they've just honestly made it's like you go out with you can't get a decent haul of Silver Lions if you're playing it you're barely able to do it realistically, but you got an arcade on a naval boat. I play realistic on naval anyway because I like doing that, and also I find it easy to do than in arcade, honestly. But just saying, it's like the thing is like realistically, destroyers were like not destroyers, sorry, dreadnoughts actually weren't meant to take a harder beating as it was, and I think if you actually look at it, there is historical examples of dreadnoughts when they ended up in the Second World War. Like there were, like Hood's example isn't actually a dreadnought. Well, she is technically a dreadnought in theory. She isn't actually a dreadnought, but she was a dreadnought in terms of that she was built in the time of the First World War.
Yeah.
Now, dreadnoughts basically were very weak, and this is actually exampled by Jutland, where one of the battleships in BT's row basically got its turret blown off, like the whole outside of the turret was blown off because the magazine blew up, and that's the guns that are now sitting outside. That's actually a fun fact for anyone who goes to if anyone ever visits the IWM in London. That's the gun that is sitting outside of the IWM. That big large dreadnought gun is from that ship that got its shell blown off of its gun. And so I think they need to basically allow for cruisers to hit the guns to basically cause damage, and they also need to allow for general damage in general. Not have dreadnoughts just sit there soaking up damage while they look at you and you die, because it just becomes frustrating and really agonizing. So yeah, and then now economy issues. This now leads into economy. Free-to-play players are getting, well, I'm borderline free-to-play, pay-to-play, are really starting to now feel, and I think it is getting noticeable, now we're really starting to notice the encroachment of basically having, and this is what I saw from this event, from reading the comments, they are really starting to feel the encroachment of Gaijin upping repair costs on planes that are doing well. Because at the end of the day, Gaijin look at the stats, and the stats are outshined by professional players who play vehicles professionally, not by the person who comes on casually and goes, "Oh, I'm going to grind up the tree because I just want to grind up the tree." No, instead, they're looking at people who are trying to get into the next esports event. And so as a result, it's just driving up the prices of vehicles that, like Sweden, they've gone overboard, in my opinion, when it comes, like the price of the J21A. Like Sweden used to get a decent haul of Silver Lions in the J20As. Now in the J20As, the J21 C variant or free variant, it's -3. That is just too expensive to run. I've had to stop using that plane because the 8,000 Silver Lions used to fix it is not worth it. And especially it's like, what is it called? It's loss. What is it called? They call it a loss. You put too much cost in and then you lose more. Lost cost fallacy. That's it. Lost cost fallacy. So I've had to stop using that plane. J21A2. That plane has become incredibly hard as well. So I've been borderline using it if I'm really desperate in a match and I need a plane. Well, besides that, I'm primarily playing my J21, which they've kept the original repair cost, which is the only thing they've kept the original repair cost. Now, the other thing as well was, let me see, what's that? PAR? No, PA Caro stuff?
Do you think, going on to this topic, do you think that they only balance vehicles off the top, like, 1% of players, or do you think they use everyone's statistics?
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? It's the outliers and the averages, and if you've got one guy really pushing up an average, it's going to affect everyone, and it makes it frustrating because it is the 1% of players basically saying to the Gaijin has the ability already to look at records of players and go, well, this is like, okay, is this guy a professional? Is this guy just a casual? And they already have like the stats and the information to them to do that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they don't. Unfortunately, they just rely on stats as a whole and go, okay, this vehicle needs to be that and this vehicle needs to be that. And I also have a funny feeling that they have lowered the prices. They've lowered like the amount of money you get per kill. Like, I'm pretty sure I used to remember in battles, like you get a 1,000, like for tanks. It's the same as tanks. You get like at least 1,000 for killing an aircraft. depending on type, and maybe 2,000 on certain bombers. They've reduced that into the hundreds as well, which is
Right.
making it even more of a problem in even more piling even more of a problem onto the existing problem.
So you
It's an
think they've changed the
exacerbation.
SL modifiers? Or is it? Or do you think something else? Because they do
I
publicize the SL modifier changes.
Yeah, but then when they do that, they don't as much. Like there are people who go, "Oh, this." People are like looking at the wrong. There has to be some. It's silver SLs getting SL in this game, right?
Hmm.
Like I've noticed a huge difference. Like normally I'd be getting it. Normally, in theory, I should be getting high amounts of money in tanks and aircraft, which I'm good at.
Right.
What I've only instead been noticing is that tanks, like you kill one tank, you're getting 1,000 SL, at least getting 1,000 SL. So that doesn't matter if like you've got your Panzer, what is it called? You got your Panzer 4 out. Well, I've been using Panzer 4s regularly throughout the event. But when I go into aircraft and I'm using Sweden, then it just becomes a kick in the face because it's like you just get yourself you have to at least shoot down 5 aircraft to make to get in the black,
Yeah.
to at least have a black in the game on your first aircraft. And then if you get shot down and then you take out your second one, but then you get shot down in that, you're going to soon be finding yourself on in a position where you're like, oh no, yeah, I think Gaijin needs to really look at the economy, and they need to look at the stats and actually not sit on their hands and look as they kill off, essentially as they have started to kill off the free-to-play market, not free-to-play market, but free-to-play players, because they're driving them into debt and forcing them into debt for the game, and this is just becoming the beginning of it, because it's an exacerbating problem, and as I said, a lot of more people are starting to notice it become exactly an exacerbating problem.
Maybe, well, they said that they're doing stuff with jets, didn't they? At the end of this month. Maybe we'll see some other stuff with that, which could be a bit more positive for players like you.
Yeah, hopefully. The other one was vehicle. The other thing was I think, like for vehicle, what I think would be not good for Gaijin as well is, I know they seem to do all this nice stuff whenever they have like for pre-orders, but then after the pre-order thing ends, you can't like get, when you can't get the pre-order stuff anymore, or you're like late to the game that you don't get the pre-order stuff from the vehicle anyway.
Yeah.
I was thinking what Gaijin could do, and it would actually benefit them in the long run, considering that people are actually going to pay money for these packs.
Yeah.
Is I think that Gaijin should every now and then do a pack reissue whether they tweak a vehicle that is in the pack, or that they have an opportunity to put the vehicle out and or do something with that pack or something like that. I think what Gaijin need to do is, like, I don't know if you've ever brought like Corgi models. I imagine you have brought Corgi models, haven't you, TEC, or model trains?
I bought similar stuff, but not those specific
Have you
ones.
ever
But
seen
I know
like
what you mean.
Yeah, but have you ever seen like stickers like saying new tooling and stuff like that?
Yeah, exactly.
I think Gaijin need to do something like retooling sales, where what they'll do is for a limited time period they'll reintroduce the pack, and they'll reintroduce it as like a pre-order, so you can buy everything that was in the original pre-order, so that you're not feeling left out of not having the pre-order stuff, because it's something that as I said would benefit Gaijin long run, because they could just charge essentially double, or not double, but they could charge a little bit more to justify it, and it would, people would, or put it into a sale, whatever, they would still at least be able to, people could get the stuff that was in pre-order that they I'm just trying to think what the last thing I was trying to bring up, because I did have some stuff about Finnish and Yugoslavia. P P P Piso. I don't know actually what I've written down, because it might come to my head afterwards.
That's all good.
But they Yeah, I think it's. I think I know if I've been a bit like I'm a bit rushy. It's like
Oh,
it's
don't
just.
worry about it. You're doing great.
It's,
Like
yeah, it's
the
just.
one thing I would say about the bringing back old packs thing, I actually kind of like that idea. Like they obviously do like the sales and stuff where they like bring back vehicles every so often. But if they could do like a pre-order thing again, but then maybe they could like add a skin to it, or like maybe
Yeah,
add like a decal or something, and then
yeah,
the people who bought it beforehand, maybe they get like a huge discount, and it's like, okay, well, you can get like a 95% discount, and basically you just buy it for the decal, but everyone else gets access to the pre-order stuff again, right?
yeah, and I
Like that
think
could
that
work.
that would actually be a nice thing for Gaijin to do. And there's so much opportunity for Gaijin to improve. They don't need to. Like people like to say, "Oh, Gaijin are resorting to things to try and get money and stuff like that."
Mm.
Gaijin could resort to doing multiple things to get money, like what
Right.
they already have to do that. And as I said, that's one example of that. And then other thing as well is also, I think overall is I think Gaijin need to overhaul all of their maps. Like, for example, Poland and all the older maps, they all need to be like overhauled and given like the new physics and stuff with the new things that you can destroy the buildings and stuff like that, because that would be neat to see in the game in general, because they haven't really, like, you go on like an older map and you haven't really got the older, you haven't really got like the stuff of the newer maps where you've got the physics where if you hit a building with a high powered gun it collapses or stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I think them going back and maybe retooling the maps would be a nice thing. Overall, there are loads of ways Gaijin could improve the game, and I feel like that they can do that, and that's well in their capability. It's just that they've seemed to have, I don't know. I think they're in a bit of a situation where they are just looking to try and get the next vehicles out all the time, and that they're too focused on doing vehicles all the time that they are getting. And I'm probably being a bit hypocritical. Oh, I think that was what I think that was one I misplaced, was as the other thing was, as I think would be nice, would be adjustable bomb loads instead of having preset bomb loads. I think there should be like the maximum carry weight of that aircraft, and then like same as the shells on the battleships or the shells on tanks. For bombers, you should have a slider for the bombs, like how many bombs you carry up to that weight, or for that sort of thing. Example, that would be a brilliant addition as well in the future. And but did you have anything to say about the naval issues I brought up, like about the glass cannon stuff and OP guns and glass cannons?
Personally, I agree with you when it comes to PT boats. With destroyers, with the DM changes, I don't think they're glass cannons. I think it's more RNG. And what I mean by this is like the only way I really die in a destroyer, which is like glass cannon, is when they just pop my ammo rack and I explode.
Yeah,
and that's kind of annoying.
the
What I
other
would
thing is
try and
crewing.
do is I would suggest maybe trying the Soviet armored boats, because I feel like
Yeah.
they're a lot less glass cannon.
Well, that's the thing. Are you talking about the river battleships? Because I
Yeah,
think I referenced that earlier. As I said, they get their crews mowed down. Like, you step out into crossfire, and their crews just they're gone. And this is the same thing that's happened with the dreadnoughts, is when they hit a superstructure. All the crew, all you have to do is aim at a superstructure, and all your crew is gone. It's like there, as I said, it is a balance issue, and they have a lot to balance. And I think the Gaijin have to look at it, or something. They need to definitely sort it out.
I mean, we saw a pretty drastic change, especially with like Destroyer's last update. So maybe they're gonna look at that, see if it's works, see if it's not, adjust as they go. Like they've changed naval so much over like the last few years. Like they're really trying to make it work, right?
I mean, faster torpedoes would be nice as well. I mean, that's something that definitely would be nice. I'm just, it's like, do you have set time limit for these Fireside things, or?
Not really. Like, I mean, I'm going to be streaming for like 5 or 6 hours. So.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I would say we are going to do this every fortnight. So if you can't think of things now, you know, you can make a list for
Yeah,
later on.
I understand it, but there's this. So the other thing was, never for the life of me have I never understood why Gaijin are hesitant to make a Balklands or at least a. Now I know that they may have some stuff to do, maybe with their staff probably being from the Balklands, probably something like that. But at
Right.
least a Yugoslav tech tree would be a nice addition in the game.
Hmm.
And the reason I say this is that Yugoslavia has a lot of like it would have been much better alternative than having China, for example, because China is essentially a ton of copy paste vehicles. Yugoslavia is a ton of copy paste vehicles, but Yugoslavia also has a lot of original vehicles, or they have a lot of like mishmashed vehicles that they've done rebuilding American vehicles, or even rebuilding the vehicles that they had.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that would be decent in the game to do as well. And it's as I said, it's just something I think is what is a Yugoslav faction being added eventually to War Thunder in general would be a nice idea. It's just that there is a feeling of every time somebody brings it up, there's this feeling in the I think there is a lot of tension, mostly that it brings because of the war and the civil war and and that sort of thing, and how bad it all ended. And I think people want to try and forget about how bad it ended. But the thing is, it's like but then it's like there is like this is looking at the good time, this is looking at the time when you had that sort of thing, when it was kind of better and stuff like that. You have all the different military vehicles for that era as well. And then
do you think they could add it as a subtree then, or do you think it should be an independent thing?
I think it would be nice as its own tree, because China's already proved it can be its own tree.
Yeah.
And that China's already done exactly that. And also when it comes down to like I think what we're certainly now seeing is that they are going to subtree Finland, and it looks like they're putting Finland and Sweden together to more. And that's something I like seeing, and I hope they do add more Finnish vehicles, because I want to see now I've got to quickly look it up. What is it called? That it was in. I only remember. Nobody here judge me. It was in Girls and Panzer. It's the the Finnish tank.
The BT-42.
The BT-42, where they basically modified they modified chassis, wasn't they? Took like the gun off the KV and put it on a Finnish tank or something like that. It was on an American chassis or something like that. That was what it was. It was like, wasn't it the BT-42 or something like that? No, that was. Sure
the BT series started off as an American tank, and then it was basically built by the Soviets, and then it became the BT. And the BT-42 is obviously the BT chassis with a different turret with a howitzer on it.
Yeah, that was it. So I'd like them to see that being added, maybe as a premium, because it certainly lines up with it being I think, I know how I remembered what it was. Yeah, I actually looked at my note, and it was the pre-order thing where I was earlier referencing. So that's actually so I actually have covered that. So yeah, there's a lot of decent things they can do, but I think the major issues right now are economy, the fact of the events being really screwy this time, being just
with the kills on the cap.
Yeah, because it's like, I know why they did it, and everyone knows why they did it. It's to prevent R3 spam, but R3 spam is just to change, like it's like moving a tree to. It feels like they've deliberately gone out of the way to try and avoid fixing a problem that has been a long.
It's like taking a sledgehammer to a nail, right? Like, is that what you're trying to
I,
think
w- I
of?
would I would say moving the wood. I would say moving the woods to moving a tree to moving the woods to build not what is it called? It's like moving the roads to build a path or something like that.
Right. Yeah, I know what you
They
mean. Yeah.
they've basically they're trying their hardest to skew the fact that they have to admit that they are free should have never been where it was. And the thing is maybe hopefully they might find an alternative to put in its place. I mean, if they do find an alternative to put in its place, I'd be open for that. And as somebody who has played Italy in the R3, the only reason, like, that's the thing. It's like I feel like there is a lot of overhype when it comes to people complaining about OP vehicles because I'm an pretty
I'll be
average
back
player in
in
War
2
Thunder.
seconds, but keep going. I'm still
Yeah.
listening.
I'm a pretty average player in War Thunder. Like I don't play to be professional. I play to just do what I want to do, which is grind out the trees. When you get an OP vehicle, okay, I will say for J21s, they're not OP. They are OP, yes, and so is the P-47s. In fact, a lot of aircraft are good at certain tiers. They're like Spitfires are good in as well. They're OP in their own sense. That they're good at their own way. The problem is as I said, it's going to skills, and I think I'm repeating myself again, but it's I've forgotten what I was gonna say, but yeah, the R3. I took out the R3 in one event, and the only thing I could do was cap. I couldn't have done any more than cap. I could only just go out there and desperately shoot my gun, hoping that I try and perforate the armor. And
Yeah.
I was like, after shooting the armor, I was like, this was just after they had also moved it up one. Yeah, they need to move it up the R3 again and put it into its place where it should be, which is on tier 4, borderline tier 5.
Mm.
And I think what they need to do, Gaijin have, like, I would love to, honestly, if I worked for Gaijin, like, I think if I actually went to work for Gaijin, I'd probably be fired after a month for finding all their problems because for giving them too much work to fix on stuff because there's a lot of frustrating errors and it is really something else. And I think like I've enjoyed playing. The thing is that I hope this is the other thing as well with naval actually.
Yeah.
What are they going to do when it comes to modern naval boats? Because are they going to leave? Because this is the thing I've already noticed. We have modern ships with auto guns in the game. And they already will basically, even at tier 3, if you've got tier 3 boats, they will just wipe you out because they, as I said, this is the thing. They have this is the thing. They have OP guns that are like dung 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 dung. Your machine gun's only going to pelt them lightly anyway. I think are they going to? What they should do is, I think, when they gain enough. Because then this is the thing as well. It's like it's going back to would a modern destroyer be able to slug it out with a? Would a modern destroyer be able to slug it out with a battleship? I mean, we never got the closest we got was the Falklands, and in that case, it was before we got even a chance to test that theory. The only big battleship that they had there was sunk by a submarine. Which I think would be another nice addition to War Thunder would be submarines. That hopefully that like they do keep teasing it, and they need to like be at this point like they need to just throw it in there. But are they going to separate them out? Are they gonna maybe do a modern naval and an old naval or something like that? Because I think rather than trying to fit all the naval in one area, it's like trying to compare apples to bananas. It's apples and oranges. It's like trying to compare two separate things. Modern naval warfare is fought at long range with missiles and autocannons and things like that.
Yeah.
Old naval warfare is with AA and just full turrets, it's like just full on brawl turrets, things like that. So when it comes to then being the scenario that it is, they need to basically separate them out. They need to Because this is the thing, like I noticed with the Bussard, especially then adding the Bussard now.
Yeah.
That thing is going to wreck like no tomorrow. That thing off the bat, like this is the thing, like people say, oh, why are you GEing the naval event? I'm GEing the naval event because I want to get the Bussard, because I know for a fact that thing is going to get down tiered into a tier 3 and is going to wreck everything in tier 3. So I actually might have a decent chance of cost recovery. So this is the thing. It's a balance issue again, and
well, we'll have to see with the next update what they do with it. Like I think, as I said, like with the with the jet stuff, and the Bussard already is kind of in game, right? So like with that vehicle, I wonder how well it does. But we'll have to see. But we've been chatting for a decent amount of time.
Yeah,
and also
I think better
at the
to
same
wrap it
time.
up as well.
Well,
Yeah.
but also, you can come on next time and we can have a talk about some other stuff.
You were so anyway. You were saying you wanted to say something, didn't you?
Well, just more about like we'll have to see when it comes to the next update.
Yeah.
Like what they do, right? Because that's when you get the majority of the big changes, especially when it seems to come to naval. So we'll have to see.
When is the next Fireside chat? Because
it'll be in
2
a
weeks.
fortnight, basically. Yeah.
So it'll be
every
the next
Wednesday.
One
Every fortnight, Wednesday. Every other
so the
Wednesday.
next one will be the 1st of September. So it'll be after the event. So
it will be. Yeah.
So I'll just put what times like
about the same.
It's about from when did you start? Just looking.
Noon PST, so it'll be around your 7 or 8 p.m.
Yeah, I think so noon. Actually, would it be? I think that would be a nice thing instead of it being crept up. Maybe if you maybe in advance, just advertise the dates in general or something like that, and then if you.
Well, I put it in news and announcement. So.
Yeah, but it's like today's like your first one from what I've heard. So.
Yeah. Well, we'll standardize it as we go.
That's essentially it. The last thing is that would it be possible if we could have just a general clan chat for like combining all three squadrons? Because everyone likes to go to their own little like Tech ES, Tech FS, and Tech WS things, and it would be nice if we could just have a room to throw everyone together. So.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah,
it like keeps the numbers.
Like the tech squadrons, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll bring it up with the guys and see what they think.
All right. Thanks.
As always, Red Arrow. It's lovely chatting to you, and thank you. Thank you for coming on, man.
Yeah, and I'll see you in another 2 weeks. I'll probably see you in this Discord chats as if you hang around in them at some point.
Oh, definitely, man.
Yeah. Later.
See you later, brother. So there's Red Arrow, having a bit of fun. Talking about many things, and now it is time for our boy Vario. So let's get Vario in. How are you, Vario? How are you doing today?
I'm doing fine. Right now I'm doing my getting assists.
You're doing assists? What are you doing it with?
So, yeah. Well, for the Buster, I had luck with the T3457 because I got the premium in the Warbond shop, and so I had 2. And because they have they pen well and they don't do a lot of post pen, so I'm lucky and I can shoot people and then purposefully not kill them because that's being a good teammate.
Yeah, true.
And the problem I found is that they lack angled pen. So I went and I thought that I need something that can tank shots to get my assist. So I get the KV1 ZIS-5. I got rid of all my HE and APHE, and I just go full AP.
I mean that's dangerous, but I suppose if it works, it works. So, what did you want to chat about today? Or was there anything you wanted to talk about?
So I also made a list. One of my thing was about taking in account the level of the players when they for their stats and balancing. Because like for stuff like the sur BC, no, sur blindé.
Yes.
like the premium one, I don't care what BR it is at because I'm not gonna get it because I don't have like $300 to spend on it.
Yeah.
But for stuff like the Super Corsair,
Hmm.
which is like $5 on the Gaijin store and is really strong, I think like they should kind of take it into account because right now it's 6-0 and I'm doing better than ever in it, and I was already doing really good.
Yeah.
Like I think it's my best performing plane in the game.
So when you talk about taking into account level, do you mean like, let's say you have like a bunch of level 100s playing like a really low tier vehicle, and then it bumps up its BR, but then, or do you mean in a different way?
I was more thinking about their general win rate and stuff like that.
Right.
Like if someone has a higher win rate than the average War Thunder player, like he's probably doing something right, and he's probably gonna skew results up. And that's what I mean. Like, and I think for some nations, I play a lot of France, and when I see stuff like the 7-7 jets, I'm not sure like that they would also be 7-7 where in a country like America, where more people play it, and it's less the players that are really involved.
Yeah. Yeah, I've played those things, and they're not very fun. You know,
they're not
fun. Great.
There was also the Sagittario thing that I saw, and I saw it like while the Sagittario was added at 8.0, at the same time France got the Mystère 4.
Yeah.
Which I'm really happy they finally got it. But they got it at the same rank as the G91. That is pretty much better in every way. And on top of that, it gets 4 M9Bs. And so I'm like, well, the Mystère 4 is nice because at least you can do some ground striking. Not as good as the G91 because the G91 is also better than it at ground striking. But you can get some snabs. And then it's still at 8.7. And I haven't seen really anyone play it and do well in it. And it's still at 8.7. And like either it's because people don't play it, which no one has a reason to play it because 8.7 for Jet isn't is kind of dominated by G91s and you get a lot of up tiers.
Yes, true.
And also, well, you could kind of say I'm gonna play it with the Brennus, but now I'm not up tiering my Brennus with like I'm not taking my 8.3 to 8.7 just for a jet that is barely average or below average.
Yes, I agree.
So it's like one plane that they added. I was happy they added, but like if it was added at 8.3, I don't think anyone would have said anything about it. Because it's still like, it's worse in flying, it's worse than the Sagittario, and it gets some ground pounding, so it kind of averages out.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's one of the problems you bring up, actually. And this, so if you have a vehicle that's used a lot, then generally its statistics are going to be a little bit more varied, right? So like a meta vehicle, so they might seem more balanced than they actually are. Whereas if you get a vehicle like the Mystère, then it's you know, it's gonna seem like it's doing okay, but that's because there's a lot less people playing it, right? Like that would be the idea.
Your Mr. player isn't your average War Thunder player. Like you have to be dedicated to the game to play that.
Yeah.
One of the one of the other thing I was thinking is that you still have like that huge divide between mainline tech trees than the other ones. And I was thinking, what if you use the smaller tech trees to introduce new mechanics instead of just putting them all into America?
Yeah, I agree, actually. I'd like to see that more.
Like, well, I'm just going into France because, like, for France, they could add the Mirage 4, which is like you take a Mirage 3, you cut it in half, and or you cut one wing off and you stick two together, and you have a bomber. And it's pretty much in every way the same as the early F-105s. And so you could add stuff like anti-radiation missiles and stuff like that to it.
Yeah.
And if you add it and it's overpowered, well, it's in the French tech tree, so it's not gonna take over the game.
Yes.
So, because if you add stuff to America, like everyone has it, and it can kind of become obnoxious, because if only France has it and no one has a counter to it, well, only France has it, so it's not a big deal. But if it's America that gets it and no one has a counter, like, what are you supposed to do?
Yeah.
Like,
I
at
feel
least
like
that's
it's also a good way of testing it, right? Because technically you'll have like a smaller set of people who will be able to test it instead of, throwing it out to everybody and causing issues.
And there's also you'll probably have more dedicated players, and you'll see more the effect of it when it's used by people who kind of know what they're doing a bit more. You could also have the BRC, the Jaguar. It's not yet adopted. I mean, it's not yet in the army, but France already said, well, we're getting it, and they already built like 20 or so. And it gets the MMP, which is a fire and forget, but for ground.
Is that the IFV or APC thing that you're
It's
talking
the
about?
Jaguar. It's like a 6-wheeled vehicle with the 40mm telescopic. And like, I think adding like new stuff to smaller nation instead of to the big ones would be a better idea. Oh yeah, I've got also noted SPAAs. I found out most of the SPA they add are like stuff that is good against tanks and not really against planes.
Right.
And well, I was looking at stuff they could add to the French tech tree for SPA, and there's a ton of stuff where it's just like 450 cals or 420 millimeters. And that would really fill the gap, because France has the first one, which is at 413 millimeters.
Yeah.
And at rank 1, it's really good, but like you're not gonna tear it that much. Then you have the next one, which is 40 millimeters with only 3 crew members. So you have to hide from planes, but you can destroy tanks. Then you get a single 40 millimeter again. And once again, it's better at hitting tanks. And so I think they could add like a name X13 with like 420 millimeters. And you'd have an SPA that could fill the gap of like 4.7 to 8.0 or 8.3. And that would be an SPA that no one would complain against really if they're in tank, because, well, you can't really damage tanks with it. There are MG15 120mm, not the better ones. So you'd have something that's really effective against planes, and like not so effective against tanks. And like a lot of nations have those things with like 420 mils and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I think they should really focus on those, because like Germany right now and America kind of are the only nations with SPAs that are really good against airplanes. Like, even if you look at Russia, they have a bunch of stuff that throws a lot of lead. Then they get a 40 37 millimeter, and then you have the double 57 millimeters, and it's really not what you need to shoot down like 6-0 planes.
Yes, I agree. I think mid-tier SPAs in general across a lot of nations are really, they're in a rough place. And, you know, we saw like the last few BR changes, right? Like they kept putting them down. I think that's going to continue, unfortunately. And more additions would be really nice to see.
Because for France, for France, it looks sometimes like they go out of their way to add stuff that it's not really the one we want the most. Like there was some teasing for the Mars 15 that it was an experimental vehicle from the 90s.
Yeah.
And everyone was expecting the Vextra,
Yeah.
which is by every means an extra. I mean, a really great tank.
Yeah.
And we get the Mars 15, and all that was kind of building expectations to let
kind of
them
a
down.
letdown. Yeah.
But at least we might get the 105 Mars 15 with the 105 TML.
Yeah, that'd be fun to see.
And but that one won't be stabilized. It's an early. The TML torrents went through a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And so this one only has the stabilization of the B2, which is just tight stabilization. And well, on one side, it's the same stabilization as the AMX32 and AMX40. And so I think they should also like try to do something about stabilization or standardize, or maybe make it where it's there is something between nothing at all and fully stabilized. Oh yeah, did you play the T10A recently?
Not recently, but I have played it a while
Because
ago.
I played it a bit for the task, and what I found was that before it was like perfectly stabilized until 14 kilometers per hour, and then it was completely broken. Now it can work like up to like 17, but the 14 to 17 is kind of averaged or kind of stabilized, where it's mostly stabilized, but sometimes it moves a little bit. And I think they should do more of that, where early stabilizers and different type of stabilizers don't always like perfectly stabilize. And I don't think like the stabilizers on the early T55s were completely able to be stable at 40 kilometers per hour or when you go through rough terrain. And so they could also like tight stabilization, which like realistically you couldn't hit anything far away, but it's War Thunder and most of the engagements are like 300 meters or 400 meters.
Yeah.
And for that thing, it would be like very useful.
Yeah, I like the idea of kind of not really changing the way that stabilizers work, but just kind of adding more instances to them, so they react differently depending on speeds and all of that stuff. Like we saw it a little bit when it came to like the short-stop stabilizers that the Americans get and a few of the other vehicles. They could definitely expand it more.
Yeah, because right now they are like perfectly stable until 25 kilometers, where like they wouldn't be perfectly stable. Like it would still kind of work at 25, but it would be like you kind of get the gun in the good direction, and that's good enough at 25. So it was not like as good as it is right now. So I had this assist. Oh yeah. What would you think if instead of getting money in function of the reward multiplier of your tank, you got it instead with the price of the tank you destroy?
So instead of the SL multiplier being for the specific tank, depending on what you kill, you get more or less SL and RP, right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Like if I kill an expensive tank, I get a lot of it. Or just if I damage him also. But like if I'm a 6/7 and I manage to kill a mouse, I should get more.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I like that one. They kind of have it in game. Go ahead, sorry.
I think in game it's what class of tank is it and what's the BR difference.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
and you also get, let's say if you're in a 6/7 and you kill a mouse, you'll get rank doesn't matter, right? So you get a little bit of SL on top of that as well.
Yeah, also.
But yeah, I think that would be a good idea, as long as it doesn't promote too much people bringing really low BR vehicles into high BR games.
Yeah, I think it should,
because that's really annoying a lot of the time, unfortunately.
I think it should be capped to a 1.0 difference.
Yes.
Like either you're 1.0 above and you get a lot less, either you're 1.0 under and you get a lot more. But if you bring something that's like, for example, if you bring a Stuka, you're not gonna. If you bring a Stuka like 7/7, you're not gonna get 100,000 because you're in a 1.3 and you killed a 7/7 tank.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be broken.
No, I definitely think people should get rewarded more for the actions they do in the game. And if you are able to technically do something you're not supposed to do, or it's harder to do, you should get rewarded more for it. So hopefully they do that at some point.
One of the other things on a completely different subject, I thought was where you get those two things at the end of the battle pass to exchange your tanks on the market.
Yes.
What I was thinking was that Gaijin could also have a list of past event vehicle, and it would be like in 3 tiers, where tier 1 you could exchange them for the first exchange ticket. Tier 2 it could be used with second one, and tier 3 you'd have to use the both of them at the same time. So for example, France has a Fokker Wolf.
Yeah.
There's also the 155, and or just like the BR, because I see the BR, and if someone starts playing there, they won't even see it in their tech tree. They won't even know it's there. And so maybe for the Fokker Wolf, if you get the second one, you can exchange it for it, or if you get 2 of them, you can get the artillery tank.
The Lorraine 155, I think.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, I really like that idea. I think that's really awesome, actually.
And they could also, but even for tradable vehicles, because there's the surbc is like $300 or surblindé. And I'm not sure they are making a lot of money on it, because I checked it another year later, and it was still the exact same price. So I don't think it changed. So I don't think they made any money on selling it, because no one buys it.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think I prefer what you're saying compared to what they did before, where they added the M60 into loot boxes, basically, into the update boxes. I would prefer a more direct way in being able to do that.
And this way you can also get people to rebuy the battle pass, so it's not really something that they get for free either.
Yes.
And if there's something they don't want to reintroduce, they still have the choice to not put it in the list. So I think, that's something that would give them a lot of control to do what they want, and give players that weren't there a long time ago the chance to get stuff that they couldn't get otherwise.
Yeah.
And even if it doesn't work for stuff that you can get on the gaijin market, at least stuff that is hidden, unless it's one of those tanks that they decide was finally not really inside there, historically accurate, like the Panther 2 or stuff like that. It wouldn't be a big deal if I can get it. Oh, talking of historical accuracy, do you know the Leclerc T40? The one with the IFV Leclerc?
Yes.
Do you think it satisfies Gaijin standard? Because the hull has been adopted, the turret has been adopted. They both have been produced and have shown to work pretty well.
Yeah.
And there were plans to put it together. So do you think it's something that could be in the game?
I think so. You're basically the Leclerc with the 140mm, right?
No, not the one with the 40mm telescopic.
Oh, right, yeah. Well, when we compare it to the vehicles they've added, yeah, I don't see why not. It's the fact is, if all the parts work, it just hasn't been put together. We have vehicles which are in a much worse state than that, right? In the game, I think a vehicle like that would be added if they believe it needs to be, in a way, It fills a gap. It would be definitely interesting to see.
And it could also go down in BR because the Leclerc has such bad armor. Like, the turret is nice, but as soon as you look just under the turret, there's like this upper front plate that is made out of papier-mâché.
Yeah.
Where every tank in the game can shoot through it. And
I always just shoot the breach on the Leclerc because it's so big.
Yeah, because the breach is also so big. The breach is huge. Under the breach, you have the upper front plate, which is penned by everything. But then you get that middle part of the front plate, which is surprisingly thick. And then under that, you get 50mm of armor and nothing else. It's really a tank where you've got the cheeks that are armored, and then you get the middle, and there's nothing else that is armored. I don't know if it's because I haven't spaded it yet, but I've got a struggle in my Leclerc. I saw everything around it got better rounds and upgrade for the armor and stuff like that, or got down. And the only thing that happened to the Leclerc in the meantime is it lost its CITV.
Yeah.
And it went from 10.7 to 11.0. So I don't know if the S1 is still an 11.0 tank.
For me, the thing that makes the Leclerc special is the reload and the round. The reload is so nice on that thing. It feels so good.
I really like the reload. The round, I can't it's 3. Well, how good is the round compared to the Japanese?
The JM33.
Yeah.
I think it's better than it.
Modification.
I'd have to look.
Yeah, it's a lot better on angles. I mean, on angles, it's better. But if you compare it to the
the 2A6 or the stuff like that, 3BM60, yeah.
3BM60 is a better round than it.
Yeah.
And well, at least you get a little bit more mobility in the Leclerc, but it's not that fast compared to a Leopard. And the Leopard has better turret armor also, and better breach armor. So I don't think it's up with the other MBTs. Like maybe the one that was in the data mine with the depleted uranium armor package, and you could also get they could also add the one with also this armor package, but also the RPG cage.
Yeah.
The RPG cage is one of the most broken thing in this game. It stopped some 3BM22. Just the thing like stopped 3BM22. So maybe if the AMX10, what's it, Sepcat, that also gets hit, maybe you could stop Dark too. France has a lot of AMX10 they could add, because like we have the one we have in game, but then they modified it for the Gulf War. Then by the time they were doing peacekeeping in Yugoslavia, it was even more upgraded with even some APS. And then between like 2005 or like starting at 2005, they have the RCR, which has an even improved APS, and the MX30B2 firing control system, and also armor all around. And then you get the even better version where it has even more side armor, and then you can edge the rocket launcher cage on it.
Yeah.
It really gets like we just have one, we could have so much more of them. I don't know how much work it is for them to like modify a vehicle versus making a new one. Because if they wanted, they could put the AMX32, but with the 105mm. Like I think the 120 we have in game, they just made one of them, and most of them were like with the 105. And in game, it was just be like swapping out the barrel, which I don't think it would be a lot of development time or resources, because the everything else of the tank stays the same.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be a lot less than building a whole new thing. So it's definitely something that still has to be modeled and everything. Like especially like the internals probably change a bit, but I don't think it'd be too bad.
I mean, the X-ray would change, but it would be probably. I mean, most of it would be the same, and the internals aren't really like that much detailed.
Yeah.
It's just what you see with the X-ray. Oh, I also wanted to talk about event vehicles and what is a good one and a bad one.
And like general criteria or specific ones?
Well, I was just thinking about the last one we got. For example, France got the 37 plane.
Yeah, the P-39.
And so, I like it, but the problem is, it's at 37. And at 37 you already get the F6F, which is an amazing plane. And in if you're gonna bring it in ground, it's even better. But the thing is, instead of so I have no problem with copy pastes, but instead we could have got a Spitfire at a higher BR. And the thing is, France has like 2 fighters are 4-3, and then they get nothing until 6-0. So at 4-7, 5-0, 5-3, and 5-7, you have nothing. And like if they added a Spitfire in that range, it would have been amazing, because you get something for ground realistic.
Yeah.
Because also your last SPA is 4.7, and it's not amazing at killing planes. Like 40mm is good like against ground pounders, but if there's like something like a P47 or like something fast but with bombs, you're not gonna hit it with your MX13.
No. That is very true.
And so yeah, I think when they add event vehicles or battle pass, what was it? Yeah, it was a battle pass vehicle. I think they should try to focus on stuff that fills gaps, if possible, or for any vehicle in that matter. Like important for event vehicle. Like if we get like for a summer or something or winter event, like if it's the first vehicle doesn't fill any gap, but is quirky, it's like it's not a problem. But maybe for battle pass they should try to make it fill gaps. Because if you add a plane at the same BR that one of the best plane is already, well, it's nice for those who have nothing.
Yeah.
But for those who already have something, it's kind of a missed occasion.
Yeah, I agree with you, but the only counterpoint to it is one that you actually brought up before, which is what if a person misses that event?
Yeah.
And then they're kind of stuck with that BR gap, unless you implement the thing you were talking about, with the battle pass stuff.
Yeah. And there's also the thing that if I can't play the 155 Lorraine, like I can never play it. But if you can't get the French Spitfire that fills the gap, you can still go to play it in Britain.
That is true, yeah.
It's not really a big deal.
Yeah.
Like you could also add stuff like the Spanish AMX-30s, where it's they have a better engine and stuff like that, but it's really like it's pretty much still an AMX-30, and so at an event, if you get the one with ERA and all, it could be a good event vehicle for those who want to get like top tier stuff to grind France. And I think they should they could do a lot more of but on the other hand, like wouldn't want to like stop events from having like new and exciting things. There's also the prototype IMX-13 Hot, which is like the one we have, but instead of 6, it's 8 hot missiles. That one would be kind of spammy. I was also disappointed when they got the commander vision and stuff. And so I went quickly to the MX-13 Hot to see if the optic on top was usable now.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's still just something that's here. But at least you can still fire over hills and stuff. And I think that's why it's still at this BR. Because you can get some indirect fire. While the other ATGM launcher that launched straight can't do it.
Did you see the leaks that were around like a month ago or so, like on the CDK?
Well, the one where there was like the new Leclerc, the 105.
Yeah, the one thing in that like whole list that I'm looking forward to the most is the ELC. The ELC bit, the one with the 90. That to me just looks really, really fun.
It looks really fun. It doesn't even have full turret rotation because it's so small. I don't know. What is the armor? Does it even stop 50 cals?
It's designed to stop low caliber munitions, but that's it. So no, it's not. It's not very strong.
Because I tried to play the ML90 to get some assists.
Oh yeah.
Because the hit round is it's really not up there.
No.
I shot happens like if you shoot something with the Tiger hull. In the hull, the driver will stop all the shrapnel and you will never damage the gunner. Like it's really not a good round, so I was like, well, I'm gonna get assist with it. But you get 50 killed so hard inside it because because it has basically no armor, like 10 millimeters on every side.
Yeah.
And and so just knowing in which position it is and knowing the event EBR is gonna be at the same BR, I was scared. But the BR is this one is a lot lighter, the one from the event. It's like 2 tons lighter. So it should be able to kind of move around. And it's gonna get a better physical protection. So yeah, I hope the new one is gonna be better.
Oh, I'm sure it'll be a lot of fun, and France has a ton of really, really fun scout tanks in general.
I mean,
so adding to them should be nice.
Yeah, they have like an IML with a 20 millimeter and a 60 millimeter mortar that can fire darts. Like that one could be a lot of fun. They also have all the Sage and even more AMX 10s. And they could even add the Vextra, and then there's the VCE. They have so much cool stuff. And yeah, it feels once again like Gaijin doesn't want to add the nice stuff, because like really it's gonna be a 90s vehicle, and then we get the Mars instead of the Vextra. It was
yeah,
like it was almost getting out of the war to not give France anything stabilized. Because the Vextra got the 25 millimeter turret, just like Bradley. Then it got the 105 TML. Then it got the 105 TML, but with full stabilization. And so at least one of them is stabilized.
Yeah.
And it's like really, so we're gonna give you this thing, but not the stabilized one, because yeah, even the Mars 105, it depends on, like, it's really Gaijin choosing, is it stabilized or is it not stabilized, because it's the optic stabilization, and like sometimes it's stabilized for France and sometimes it's not stabilized.
Yeah.
Because right now France has like 8.3, and then there's no ground BR, so it's like 8.3, and then you can get your 11.0 lineup, and there's nothing in between. Like the MX32 and the MX40 are, well, the MX40 it's a pain because it's been added for like years, and you still get the end of tech tree research costs. And so playing it without laser rangefinder.
Thank you for the subscription, Purple
and
Phoenix.
without thermals,
Thank you for continuing to
it's,
support the channel.
It's a lot of
It's
work.
very much appreciated.
But I think that if they, I don't know, because they have the same fire control as the Branius and the B2, maybe they should lose their stabilization and go down. And I think they'd be more fun at lower BRs. And this way France could start maybe getting stuff to fill the gap between 8.3 and 11.0.
Yeah, I agree. I'd like to see more machines. I do really enjoy the MX-30s though, and the other thing is the what is it? The 9.3 tank, the MX-32, I think.
Yeah.
That one to me is kind of sad because it's okay, but it doesn't have a lineup, so it's really rough to play.
Like if the Vextra was added, it could I find it okay. I'm not sure if it's like a 9.3 tank. But if they added like the Vextra with the stabilized turret, and if they decided that the MX-10 RCR was worth being stabilized, like you could have a lineup that is like something like the Centauro, or something that's like the Centauro but a little bit slower, but with APS.
Yeah.
And then you could get like the MX-32. You could even add the MX-32 with the 105, which could be pretty much the same thing. Then you could add the MX-30 with the C2, which is a fully stabilized MX-30. But like everything that came out in the 90s, it was like, well, Cold War is finished, we don't have money for this. And also back in the 90s, it was still the time where, like, if you develop the something in the 90s in France, it's really fucked, because everyone thinks the Leclerc is gonna be like 4 times cheaper than what it's actually gonna be costing.
Yeah.
And then the Cold War ends, so you're really like facing stuff that people think is gonna be cheap but isn't, and then there's not really money to go around anyways. But they could really do like something nice at around 9.0.
Yeah.
And yeah, and I like that. Because I'm not really a big fan of top tier, because you have the heat grind for me is really hard.
Yeah,
Like,
it's not too fun.
You just shoot someone in the bridge and then you hope you have a teammate somewhere that's gonna finish them.
Yeah, pretty much.
And you do it again and again, and it's really not fun. And then you have the end of tech tree research costs. And for me, like, maybe you can keep them like for the first year, but if there's a tank that has been there for like 2 years and nothing was added after it, like, just drop it. Like, I don't think they, like, maybe it's also, it can also work for like new mechanics. Like, if something is end of tech tree, gets the new mechanic, like, maybe you don't want everyone to have it, and by making hard, I understand. But once it's been in the game for a long time, I think it should be in the, well, everyone can have access to it, and we shouldn't put like 2 or 3 times more research costs in it. Because I think the people who are gonna G end of tech tree are gonna G it once it comes out. I don't think they're gonna G it once it's been out for like 2 years.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, the vehicle that's kind of like what you're describing for me now is I've been playing the SK105 in the French tech tree, and I've really enjoyed it.
Yeah,
but its
same.
RP costs are so high.
The
Like,
RP
it's
costs are
insane.
so high, but for me it wasn't a problem because I went parts FP. After FP, I went. Wait, what did they do? Because I only got 2 tier 2s, so you only need 2 tier 2s. Because I think they changed something. Yeah. I only have 2 tier 3 modification, but I started unlocking everything at tier 4, and now on the side of my research I have you need one more. Wait, you need one more modification in previous tier to gain access to tier 3.
Oh.
So I just got 2 tier 2 and went to tier 3 with the dart. Did they move the dart around?
Yeah, they might have done. I'm not sure.
I think it was a tier 2 modification when I got it.
Yeah, I think mine was too.
But now it's
I
tier
only
3.
did it recently.
But yeah, for me it's not. It was really easy because the rangefinder is really low.
Yeah.
And the dart is really nice. But I think the hit is good enough, especially with a 4-second autoloader. So I really had. I only lack like stuff like filter, suspension, crew. The one for me which is harder is the Mars 15. Because the dart was pretty high, but the tank is so inaccurate. I don't know if you played it.
Yeah, I've been playing it, and my experiences have been a lot worse in it compared to the SK105.
Yeah, it's really not in the same ballpark.
Yeah.
The main thing is past 1 kilometer or past 800 meter, you don't choose where you hit a tank. Like you hit the tank and that's it. You don't really. It really reminded me of the like tier 1 tanks with their 47mm in front,
Yeah.
where there's an incredible amount of spread. The Mars 15, you get a lot of spread. That's the only tank I think that fears the T10 chassis, because you cannot penetrate a T10 from the front. And I think that's the only tank where the T10A is something that is scary, because most of the tank at the tier of the T10A, you just look at it, you shoot it, and you kill it, because it's so cramped and everything.
Yeah.
But because the dart is only just a 90mm dart, you're gonna bounce on the upper plate, on the lower plate. The turret, you can't even throw the front from the front. And so you have the driver's board you can shoot, but because the gun is really inaccurate, you're not gonna hit where you aim at. So it's really nice because it's low profile and people don't see it. And I think it's stable. Like, it's not stabilized, but I can move around in it and be pretty stable, and so I'm happy enough in it.
Yeah.
But it's really one of those tanks where you can't just take it and play it like any other thing. Yeah. Also, I saw like a lot of tanks are moving down from 8.3 to 8.0, and I was kind of hoping that some of my French 8.3 would drop down also, but no. Like, I talked to you in chat, and you seem to also put a lot of value on thermal vision.
Yeah, but that's mainly because I'm blind. So like that's the thing. Like,
Because
my eyes are just awful. So
like I used to like before tanks stayed on the screen after they kill. I mean, once upon a time, only a live tank were showing on your thermals because they were the only tanks that were on the map.
yeah.
So back then, thermal was great, but now thermal, like generation 1 thermals, for me is more often than not a hindrance, because I don't know if it's alive or dead, and so there's like only some. I forgot the name of it. The long range desert map.
Sinai?
Yeah. Like, this map is like, sometimes you play there's one map that is like on the top of the map, and there's the other map that's downstairs of this map.
Yeah. I think
And
it's Sinai and Sons of Sinai.
yeah, and like the one that is more long range, like on this one, I like the thermal vision. It can be because it helps you to see through the sandstorm and the sand. But
Yeah.
even on the map like Maginot, I prefer not using thermals, because thermals, like, especially if they're Gen 1, they make everything blurry. And so, yeah, for me, it's not anymore a bonus, it's just something you get. And
Hey, Yuri.
yeah, I don't look at it anymore.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
And so I see like stuff like the MX30B2 and one of the other tank that got lowered, and like the only difference was that the MX-B2 had thermals, but I'm at this point like I don't use thermals. And also French tanks like to have stuff that add to each other. Like, you have thermals, but you have a fixed sight of times 7 zoom.
Yeah.
And you have no stabilization, so you can't really scan with it. But at least what you can do is you can use the commander machine gun that I bound to the button 9 on my or numpad 9, and so I get a CITV by using my machine gun.
I'm still amazed they haven't fixed that, by the way. Because that's been in the game for a very long time.
Yeah, but at least I'm happy. But yeah, and I look at this thing and it was like, which one was it? I think it was like an unstabilized M60. But at least the unstabilized M60 doesn't get killed from the front by, I think the Bradley, but with just the AP. Just the, not the, like the 8.0 Bradley, I think, can kill B2 from the front because the turret is so weak.
Yeah.
And like, it's really like, the armor is, the armor on the B2 or the MX-30, when I was playing Russia and I didn't have the darts yet, and I was still with the 100mm APHE, for me it was this tank was the scariest one because no matter what I did, like it always bounced. But sometimes when I'm playing the MX-30, and I face a Russian tank, he always like one-shots me. So maybe I'm a bad player. That's what I end up thinking. What? Oh yeah, I also had like a horrible matchup, which was the T44 with the 85mm, and I ended up facing a Leopard one.
Yeah.
And so he saw me, he did a drift to face me, and I was like, if he faces me, like I'm dead because I can't pen him from the front. So I tried to shoot the side, but it bounced off, and so he just like shot me. What do you think about like those early MBTs almost all going down to like 7-3?
Well, they're going to 8-0, right? Like the.
No, I was more talking about like the Leopard one. Like, isn't
well, yeah. I mean, they put down the Leopard one because of the M48 bit sucking, right? It's basically why they did it. But now that the mod is in game, I think I would personally put it back up. I don't think it's a 7-3 vehicle. I never have. But I can understand why they did it. But now that the mod is there for support, I think they could easily put it back up.
Because for me, it's like when I look at it, it's like an AMX-30, but instead of a 20mm, you get more speed.
Yeah.
And you also get the M13, and for the MX, for the 7 one, like just having heat is really bothersome.
Yeah.
Because like there's a lot of times where like there's what's it? Is it Poland where there's a lake in the middle?
Yes.
Yeah, that map. If you're in the MX-30, like you can't go inside the city because there's like a ton of barriers, walls, and stuff like that. I like the modification they did when they made it so fuse sensitivity for heat and stuff went from 1 to 5mm. Because now you can shoot through bushes most of the time.
Yeah, that's true. It makes it a little bit easier. Now, we have been going for a decent amount of time.
Oh yeah, maybe someone wants to spot him.
But I tell you what, it has been lovely talking to you, Vario. And
very
as always, you know, you're welcome back on when we do this next, which will be in a few weeks. So thank you for coming on, man. Like,
thank you very much.
It's really nice. All right. So that was Vario. And now I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break because I need to piss. So I will be back in 5 minutes, and then we will get our next caller on, which should be Einar. So I will see you in 5, and we will continue this. It's been wonderful so far, and I'm looking forward to the next set. So see you guys in a sec. All right. Okay, I'm back. Let's get the next person on, who'll be Einar. Says the invite. Let's see if they join. Hopefully it'll be all good. Einar, are you there? Yeah, I've been really enjoying doing this actually. Like it should be really fun to do like every fortnight or so. Especially with we're thinking about doing it every week, but the thing is, like, even though a lot of stuff changes in War Thunder a lot, like it's I feel like every 2 weeks makes more sense.
There we go.
Hey Aina, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Good stuff. So what's the stuff you want to chat about today?
Well, there's a bunch of stuff, but maps.
Oh, okay.
In War Thunder,
Yes.
you have some decent maps, but there's some things that annoy me. For example, destructible buildings. Some you can, some wooden houses you can destroy.
Hey Kenny, nice to see
Some
you.
you can't. Like on
Yeah.
on the map, on the Finnish map, by the river, those houses, like they'll stop APFSDS even though they're made out of logs. But at the same time, on the same map, there are some different houses that you can shoot through, which is infuriating.
So you'd want more consistency, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
okay. I would want like all buildings, not all buildings, but all the ones that you would realistically expect to be able to shoot through, that you should be able to. And it's not fun when when there's. And when another things on maps is the damage models. The like the when you shoot at it on the Italy map, what are they called it now? Not Carpathians, whatever.
Campania.
Campania.
Yeah.
On the fountain, right there, there's those little things that bulge out all of it, with this little gap in the middle. You can't shoot through there. You think you would be able to, but you can't because they didn't. It's just a flat model where the tank shells impact, but they just made it flat there instead of you being able to shoot through it. It's very annoying.
I agree with you. There's a lot of weird things about maps in War Thunder where they're, as I said, like inconsistent, and where sometimes you can do something and then you try it on the next map or even on the same map and then it doesn't work. And yeah, it's one of those things where you have to dedicate a lot of knowledge to like understanding these things, where it should be a lot more standard.
Yeah, it would just be a lot easier for newer players.
Yeah.
Help them mostly, and doesn't matter for everyone that knows the like where you can shoot and where you can. But for new players, it's really not very good.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Then there's other things like whatever snow. Yeah, snow and sand. You can shoot through it. You can always shoot through it. You can see through it, but you can shoot through it, and that's annoying.
Do you want to know a little trick to work out if you can shoot through it or not?
Yeah, sure, why not?
So if you line up your binoculars with it, and then if you line it up with the tank, right, that's you're trying to shoot at. If the like smaller reticle comes in, and the smaller reticle can be seen inside the bigger one, therefore you have line of sight, basically.
Yeah. But I just
that's
think
the only real way for me to tell, unfortunately.
Yeah, I just think that they should either make so you can't shoot through it, basically. Well, unless you're basically using a dart, but with like a heat round, unless it's like a meter of powder snow.
Yeah.
And then I guess it's fine, but not when you're like on the Finland map again, when you're cresting a hill, and that I think in those situations you should not be able to shoot through.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
What else? Balance, yes. Gaijin.
It's a pretty
have-
big topic. Let's see.
Yeah. Balance.
Yeah.
What like there's so much. Like it
There's
just feels when they balance things,
Mm.
sometimes they get it really right, but sometimes they get it really wrong.
Right.
I think it's really because like when they start balance things solely off the player stats, they really have to make sure that they are really getting like the average player of Warcraft, not just like it's not just the best, because especially on the smaller trees, it's more a big usually they're not on the major tree because you have a wide array of players to show the average.
Yeah.
But on a small tree like Sweden, France, Italy, Japan, China, you don't have a lot of players to like just show the average. So you basically get the good players get and good. Most players start on Germany, USA, major trees, which is also skews the stats. And you basically have on the minor trees, you have the more experienced players, really just skews the stats even more, which just means, minor trees they have a lot worse balance, really.
That's fair. I understand the point, but the question I always have when I think about it is, what do we do to solve that?
Yeah, that's really the crux of the issue, I
Because
guess.
whenever I've looked at like literature or like dev thoughts on things, like there's three basic ways you can do it. Like you've got gut feeling, which is like, oh god, then you've got the player stats one, which pretty much everyone goes for, or you do sample sets. So you do like, you pick like 10% of the players and you ask them like what to do. And the gut feeling one, obviously, unless you're a brainiac, you're gonna have issues. The sample one, what they found was when trying to balance it around especially really good players, what the good players would do is they would forget to mention things, or they would outright lie to try and get a competitive advantage over the people we're playing with. And then obviously the other one is player stats, which has its issues as well. So how do you think you fix a problem like that?
I think you would have to like combine them all, kind of. Really, you would have go somewhat of player stats, but then you would ask, content creators and the community at large, like, would you say these changes are good that we're proposing? Well, they kind of do that now, but to a more extent, I would say.
Yeah.
Like, for example, the recent changes with the SU7B is 9.0.
Yeah.
Like, and then they also sometimes they balance things compared not to the other vehicles in like other trees, but of the previous vehicle instead of balancing it towards other vehicles.
Right.
Which is, I think, the reason like vehicles like SU7B and BKL are 9.7, 9.0. But then you compare it to like the A32A or, what is there? G91s, all that, they're 8.7, they're 0.3 higher or same VR, even though they're a lot worse, subsonic versus supersonic.
Yeah.
I think they really just need to like standardize things more a bit when it comes to how they balance things compared to like between trees and between vehicles.
Yeah, I think they I think they've made huge steps towards that stuff. Like how they now they do the Plan BR stuff, right, and then everyone can comment, and especially this time, like they put in a ton of work like explaining what they were doing, and also they did revert some changes after like community feedback, so that was pretty good. Like it was nice to see that.
Yeah, it's really good. They're at least working in the right directions, which is good. Though there's sometimes taking a step in the wrong direction, but most time they're moving in the right directions. And yeah, I think that's about it almost. But yeah, historical accuracies, that's another thing. There's a
Do
lot
you
of
mean
them.
like, is it good? Is it bad? Or what?
It's really it's sometimes it's good because the M1A2 having MA29 A3 wouldn't be that fun. Or yeah, just it's can be really good, but most of the time it's not. Like a lot of, but the thing is, it's also generally on the newer trees. It's also a much bigger issue. Like, and also on the smaller tree because you have less player base to report them. But it also feels like they give different, like when you report something, I reported multiple things. When you report something, if you do it for a minor tree, it's gonna take them a lot longer time to implement the change. Like a guy on the server, on the TEC server, he reported something like 3 weeks ago, and it got implemented like this month. And yet other people have put things in like years ago, like 1-2 years ago, and it never has gotten implemented.
Right. Yeah, I see what you mean.
So I think.
So their priorities, you feel, might be off.
Yeah, I think what they should do is take like one major update cycle and take it for just hammering out the bugs and
like
the
Operation Health, right?
Yeah,
Rainbow Six,
pretty much. But they shouldn't make it worse like Operation Health did, pretty much.
Yeah.
But just focusing on getting like fixing the small, easy to fix issues, and then hopefully at the end making sure that those small fixes don't cause any bigger issues.
Right.
Which is
they could do that. Maybe they could hire a few more people to just tackle bug fixes, and that would be it.
Well, yeah, I guess it's Gaijin. They're not going to spend any money trying to fix the game. if it's not making them any more money, that is. Which, yeah.
I mean, they do bug fixes pretty much every few days nowadays, right? Like have you seen what do you think about the It's Fixed series thing? Do you think it's a positive they've done it, or?
Yeah, it's good for most people because normally most people don't go read the change logs or the data mines from Zabi.
Yeah.
But like I think they should more ramp up the amount of bug fixes they do, or like historical fixes, because those are, I think, there are a lot more of them, and they are also a lot easier to fix because usually they're just a number that's wrong, and not big system that they have to fix.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, they could definitely maybe prioritize it more. The way that I understand it, when it comes to the way that their bug fixes go and like their vehicle addition and all of that, so it's like separate people who do separate things. So the people who are doing bug fixing are not the same people who are implementing vehicles, right?
Yeah.
Or the general bug fixing, let's say.
Yeah.
So you have like different teams doing different things. So the only issue I feel would be if you do an update like that, then what are all those other people gonna do? They're just gonna sit around and twiddle their thumbs,
Yeah, I guess you could just have them like still make the vehicles, but then have like a massive update after it. You could do kind of.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, that could do
like, or because I think most of them, like you could. I don't know how many they have. Like a couple guys. Well, I think it was like 2 or 3, whatever. Like you take one of those guys off to go do the easy fixes for like a month or whatever, and then he goes back when he's done with that. Basically, for the cycle, major update cycle, because they're not hard fixes usually. Like, oh, this shell should have more explosives or less, or a different type, and it's just one letter or yeah, and
You
I'm
know
good.
how Oxy does those like kind of Q&A things on Mondays? Have you seen any of them?
Yeah.
It
Well,
might be it might be worth like asking him if that would be possible. So,
yeah.
like, 'cause it would be interesting to see his take on it.
Yeah. Should do that.
Is there anything else you want to chat about?
Well, yeah, there's some vehicles I would like to see that would be relatively easy to add. Like that's the other thing. It just feels weird sometimes. Sometimes instead of adding easy to add vehicles, let's say like a Swedish Hunter or Mosquito or Venom, which
Yeah.
are basically in the game already, they would just have to maybe, add some armaments or remove some armaments. But
Yeah.
instead they add vehicles that really aren't necessary. That, yeah. So like all they would have to do is add a camouflage and you're done. But instead they add a rank 2 battle box instead of a a more useful jet or yeah. And
do the Swedish hunters have missiles?
yeah, they got
they do.
mainline.
Okay. Right.
And then yeah. Although there's another thing about the Swedish hunters, they actually had a version with an afterburner. Or like they built an afterburner for it, they mounted it on one, and they tested it, but they didn't give enough performance. So what they did, they didn't even take it off, they just kept it in service, but didn't use the afterburner. Because it apparently ate the fuel and it didn't give the performance boost compared to when they did the J29. Because when they did it on the J29, they got a lot bigger performance boost. But I think that one good thing you could do for the Swedish Hunters, you could add both, like one version with the afterburner, one without. You could probably do like the afterburner one at like 9.7 or something like that as a tech tree, and then the non one, because it's worse. Of course, the better one should be in the tech tree. Could be a premium.
Yeah.
For example. And then there's Mosquito, Street Mosquito. More mosquitoes is always better.
Oh, I agree. Yeah.
And the Venom. It's it's always good to have more relatively unique vehicles. It's all good, and more Centurion.
Yeah.
Oh, one thing I want the M60 with the AVRE gun.
Oh yeah.
That would be.
That one looks fun.
Yeah, that would be so much fun. Because more dirt is also nice.
Yeah, that's why I want stuff like the Churchill Avery.
Oh yeah, that would be.
I think that would be fun.
Would be pretty cool. And what else is there? Like derps. Like the Beacon one, the Bandkanon one. That would be.
Oh, the artillery piece.
Yes, with the.
That thing would be kind of nutty.
Yeah, it would be like 7.0 or something, because 3.6 second reload on a 155. Ooh. Although it's about as fast as a mouse, but with the same armor as like a M56 almost.
Yeah,
it would be ridiculous fun. Imagine having three. I said, one good thing is on RD. What'd be cool is if they added azimuth and like range indicators, so you could do indirect fire. That would be pretty cool. Like not like in World of Tanks where you have a map where you put the range in, but where you have a top-down view, but where you have like when you go in the site, what you can do is you have like a bearing indicator, so you can like slew, and then the range, which is like you have a little scale on the left where it says whatever number means that range.
Yeah.
So you could just aim up. It tells you the little number for that range, and then you can just fire it indirect, which would be pretty cool.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see.
And it would be a little bit of skill anyways. And it's not like that would be like a balanced way, I think, to have like player control already. Not, top-down view, fucking shooting at whatever. Yeah, that would be fun. What else? Oh yes, the Super Mystery B4.
That would be nice to see.
Yeah, because France needs something that's supersonic that isn't a Mirage or
True.
copy paste or a Jaeger. I guess the Jaeger is French, but the B4 would be fun. Ah, there's so much that I want to add.
I'm sure they'll get around to it.
Yeah.
It's not like War Thunder's going to go anywhere, right? So
No, and they're not gonna run out of any vehicles to add in a
no.
long time. Yeah, it's just yeah.
As long as they keep up with the bug fixes, it should be a pretty bright future.
Yeah, and balance. Maybe increase the rewards a little bit, like all rewards increase them by 10%, maybe.
Yeah.
Like especially like RP, and tone down the repair cost a little bit, at least the higher end of it. Like you don't even like the lower repair cost. You don't need to like lower the minimum repair costs, like the lowest ones. But you shouldn't have a plane with a 30k repair cost.
Yeah.
Especially when that plane isn't that good. B29. Yeah, that's they should find another way to balance things.
Yeah, I mean, they could definitely try something, but it seems like the other way to do it is to slash its rewards, and
which is also
it's
not
a bit
good.
rough. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess maybe for bombers they could do it so that they have instead of spawning above the airfield at high altitude, they spawn far behind the airfield, but at high altitude. But then again, a lot of bombers just get intercepted even when with the forward spawn. So it's kind of mixed. I don't know. Would it make it better? Would it make it worse? Kind of hard to tell. Yeah. Like bombers, I think bombers are probably one of the most hard things to balance. You're either amazing in them,
Certain
or
bombers, definitely.
Yeah,
I think most
you
of them are okay.
Because you either die immediately to a interceptor or a missile or whatever, or rock. Either that, or you play the whole game, get a gazillion SL and RP.
Yeah.
Or you just die immediately, which is hard to balance when you really think about it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Like it's over the years, there's been very specific vehicles that have gone up and down all over the place. Them trying to balance them. I mean, we even had one removed, right? Like the mouse, where it was just like, nah, we can't do this.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, the mouse, I think it was fine where it was. 7.7 was fine for it. Like, I guess it was kind of underpowered, but it's like you can't put it down. So just keep it where it is. Like it was still decent. 7. It's kind of fine. I would say it's fine. They should just be added, in my opinion. At 7.7. Like, who cares if it's kind of a meme vehicle? Or that's why it's kind of a meme vehicle. So that's why they could add it back. It doesn't have to be super competitive. It's.
I would rather it be in the game and useless than be out of the game.
Yeah.
And, meta or whatever it is right now.
Well, yeah, it's better for it to be in the game and not break it. For it to not be in the game, or 7.0 kill everything.
Yeah, like if it can't be balanced, or it's either doing too well at when it gets into 6770, or too badly if it gets into 87, then I would rather they just bump it up and make it so it's bad, so then more people can enjoy the vehicle.
It's better for one vehicle to suffer than a whole BR to suffer.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because it's. And then there are things where you have pretty much the same vehicles in a different tree that is a lower BR, German M48.
Yeah.
Which is really weird how they sometimes do that, but sometimes they don't. It's really weird. I think basically if you have effectively the same formats, it should probably be the same BR. Even if it Well, I
even
guess
if
there's
they
an extra.
have different lineups and different enemies.
Yeah, because the German KV1, it's the same as the Russian one, but it doesn't face any German guns, so it's kind of okay, but
Hmm.
them 4882C should just go 7.3 again. It's just better than the American one. It just is.
Yeah.
Because, well, yeah. Smoke launchers and a better reverse gear, that straight upgrade. And at a lower BR, that is.
Yeah, I definitely think that's a really good example of how even though vehicles can be exactly the same or very, very similar, the effect that the lineup has around them and the people that they actually face is huge.
Yeah.
And obviously it's shown in the statistics of that vehicle.
Yeah. Although it's kind of weird. Sometimes it feels like they don't follow statistics anyway. Like, when they lowered the BMP2M from like 9.0 to 8.7, they had better stats than all of the CV90s, except the 120 and 105, the 40mm ones. They had better stats then, but the CV90s didn't get lowered. But
have better stats? What do you mean?
Yeah, like on Thunder scale.
Oh,
like
okay.
Yeah, overall stats were better, like higher, or was only slightly higher, but even then still higher.
Yeah, Thunder Skill's a bit of a rough one to use, but yeah, I get you.
Yeah, it would be nice if we could get the proper for each vehicle, the proper stats for them.
Oh yeah, I mean it would be great, and I've heard a lot of CCs talk about it, and they'll be willing to sign NDAs and stuff, and all that nonsense. But I wouldn't trust them at all to do it. But it would be nice to see them, but I also understand why they don't, because I know a ton of people who, once they get those, are gonna abuse the living shit out of the game. Like they're just gonna play the meta stuff over and over and over and over again and make everybody's life a living hell.
I mean, I guess you can already do that, to be honest.
Well, at least you have to guess now. When it's more of a definite thing, that
I
becomes
guess
a problem. Like you see in like games like League of Legends, right? Where if a champion has like a 53 to 55% win rate, it's considered either really good or broken, and then everybody flocks to it. And I feel like if that happened in War Thunder, it would be really, it would just be annoying as hell. Like I don't know how else to put it.
I mean, instead here we have everyone flocking to the new main battle tank, and then that's overpowered for a patch. Then it's fine again.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah.
T80 when that was new, 272 when that was new, 285 when that was new.
But then you got the opposite, where you got the ZTZ99, and
and
don't think anybody's going to claim that was ever OP.
No, and no one played it.
Not a ton of people, true.
Oh, it's really weird.
Is there anything else that you want to chat about?
I guess how the SRV-122 doesn't have proper shells.
Have you played the thing?
Oh yeah, I have all of Sweden.
Do you think it needs better shells?
Not really.
Well, there's your answer then. That thing's a monster, man. Like it's crazy, dude.
I should think they should have done, instead of adding the 122A, they should have just given the 121. Like in real life, that they only use the 625 pen shell. Like they should have added that later on,
right?
And just kept the ST121, the Swedish 34, and just given that the proper shell immediately. I think that would have been a lot smarter.
Yeah, could have done that.
And, more historically accurate. And then there's the more I want more leopards, of course, like more Swedish MBT.
Yeah,
like there's a couple of versions that there's things I would like to see. The 121B, which is they upgraded it. It's just upgraded to a 1-to-1. It's not much difference, but it has some slight difference. I guess the thing is, with that, you could add as a premium, because it's they gave it a name.
Pretty much.
So you could technically get it as a premium because it's a named vehicle.
Yeah.
Kind of. Which would be cancer. Imagine a Leopard 2A4 premium. That would be
like the Leopard 2PL. Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
I mean, but a
squadron
premium.
vehicle, but, yeah.
Actually, they could have as a
squadron.
Yeah, that would be a
vehicle,
pretty
yeah.
good. That could be a pretty good squadron vehicle.
Yeah.
Because it's just a normal 1-to-1 2A4. And then there's like the Swedish, more Swedish Centurion. Because basically we are missing a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Like I want 102, which is just a Mark III with a 105, and then I want the 120mm Centurion with a a Rheinmetall 120 in a STVO. Yeah,
that'll be fun.
Yeah, it would be a lot of fun because it's also on the with the the 750 horsepower engine.
Yeah.
So it's the faster Centurion, not the slow old what's it called, like the Mark 10. It's it's based on the S0104, so it has the Shottel Cadet engine basically, or basically it is the Shottel Cadet engine because when we building the S0104, we actually built what the Shottel Cadet like hull
Hannibal.
the base or modification of.
I'm doing good.
So that's trivia for you.
Yeah. I'm still waiting for the 103B and the 103D.
Oh yeah. There's a bunch of things about the 103. Like for example, they haven't given it the extra performance from the longer gun, which like it's a L62 gun,
right?
Compared to the L50, compared to the L52 of the normal L7 gun. So they haven't given that the proper performance, which is kind of sad. More pen or slightly more pen is good, especially in a vehicle that isn't super competitive.
Yeah.
And there's just like the internal armor. It's only 10 mil, it should be 30 mil. Like it was correct. I think they added it correct at 30 mils, but then they reduced it, which is weird, I think. I guess they just wanted to nerf it because further I can't kill it. And imagine, funny if they added float screens. They would have no. Yes. It's like the DD Sherman.
Yes.
Like you just put up a big canvas screen on the side.
Yeah, they do it on the Sheridan and stuff like that. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Like you can do that on the S3-103 actually.
Oh, that's cool.
So you could actually float along very slowly. It looked ridiculous when you had it up because it's super tall.
Yeah.
And you had to plug the gun, and then you had like a little platform the commander would stand on to see out of the screen. We have serve absolutely no purpose in game, but it would be funny.
I mean, that's fair. There's a lot of stuff in game like that, so why not add more?
Yeah, just like add goofy stuff. Oh, that would be cool. Like DD Shermans for a proper naval, like a naval invasion Normandy, where you actually land on the beaches. That would be pretty cool for like World War mode.
Yeah, I'd agree. That'd be pretty fun.
And then you move inland. That would be pretty damn cool.
Thank you for the subscription, Guns for Buns.
Normal world, you have like the
thank you for continuing to support the channel.
And then you go inland, and instead of like on the normal world mode, where you can just go anywhere almost.
Yeah.
Or you would have just World War mode, but Normandy. That would be thumbs up.
Yeah, that'd be pretty fun.
Oh, they could do so much with World War mode. It has so much potential, World War mode, honestly.
Well, hopefully with this hiatus on it, they're working on some cool stuff.
Yeah, like improving it, I think would be really good.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
Yeah.
Like hopefully we see something, I don't know, January, February. That was the time, last year it came around?
Yeah.
Alright, brother. Well, thanks for coming on. It's always nice to chat. And,
thanks for being here.
We'll see if Sweden gets anything else apart from the little APC.
Yeah, maybe get 9040B from the leak, but whatever.
Oh, true, yeah. Yeah, I forgot about that thing. That'll be pretty fun.
Yeah.
All right, anyway, thank you, brother. And see you next time, or see you whenever.
Yeah. Yeah, see.
All right, there we go. So that's the next individual. Now let's get Labs on, see if Labs is about. I'm sure we'll be probably talking about something to do with South Africa. Let's see. How you doing, Labs? How's life?
Good evening, TEC. How are you?
I'm doing all right, just chilling, getting the challenges done, all that.
That's good. That's good. I'm still enjoying the event, although it's a hard grind.
True.
Yeah,
Definitely got to
you
that
guessed.
stage, right? Like it's now it's the endurance test.
Yeah, it's starting to get a bit tedious. It was fun at first, now it's getting a bit tedious.
Yeah.
But still want that S1, so keeping on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to talk about a few unpopular topics. First
Oh,
off,
hell.
yeah. You know what it's gonna be. Hellies, first off.
Hellies, alright.
Yeah, I would like to see the Royvalk added, or even if it's just the XTM variant, the
Yeah.
first test bed, for like something like a British 9397 alley, to do that in-betweener alley, since the British alley tree is basically non-existent. You get your start rally and then it's the links at 10-0. But that second alley, I don't feel there's really a place for a naval asset alley, because that was the function of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would like to see something like that added, because most of the other countries have alleys to fill that between 9-0 and 10-0 gap.
Yeah.
I think the XDM could be something interesting to see, especially since it used the ZT3 missile that's already in game. So I think it could be easily added. And also, if they decide to add the Ingwe missile, which was a tandem that had a tandem charge, it could be something interesting to do, like the Mach 2 Royvalk at top tier next to the AH1, to have something to defeat T80s, T90s, that kind of stuff as well. And it's not too modern, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Something else that would be unpopular is a South African airline.
I think it would be kind of unpopular, but I think the main reason is unfortunately the lack of originality, right? Like there's the South Africa, like I talked to the guys from the other Discord, and we sat down for I think 2.5 hours recording stuff for the aviation, and I'd say like 80 to 90% of it could have probably just been put in other tech trees, right? Or were like very close to variants that were already in the game. So I can understand you saying the whole like unpopular thing, but I mean more vehicles is always a little bit of fun, right?
Definitely, and I think the variants and changes that we did at later stages to, for instance, stuff like the Mirage, Mirages, yes, and something I would like to see that would be quite different, and the French could have them as well, is the Mirage 3 RZ2 and the RZs, and maybe give it something like a ability of being able to scout ground vehicles.
Yeah, they could do something like that.
Recon. Yeah, that could be interesting. And then lastly, second lastly, Dardos and M3A3s, the top-down missiles. I don't think the game was ready for it in any shape, way, or form.
Right.
I don't have a problem with other IFVs that runs Milans and maybe this normal tows, but the top-down tows, yeah, and they need to add a hull braking mechanic to the lighter vehicles, because right now engines eating APFSDs, it's a joke, and bouncing off of IFVs with APFSD rounds and that kind of stuff, it's just not working or over penetrating them.
Yeah, for me, like it's very obvious that the Dado and the M3A3 are in flux right now, right? Like the fact the M3A3 came into the game at 8.7, I thought was completely ridiculous. And what is it, 9.3 now? So it's not a surprise. And same with the Dado. Like the vehicles are insanely powerful for what they are. But the funny thing was, before them, right, we had top-down missiles. They're on the bill, the SDRF. And my experience using that thing was that the missiles just half the time just felt like they didn't work. But with these TOW2Bs, they seem to be way more powerful. And I can't remember if they changed them at all or like they changed the mechanic or something. But I will agree, right now they are very, very powerful machines that don't really have a weakness, right? Apart from the armor, but you can play around that basically.
Yeah, definitely. And the thing is, the old defense strategy of adding, I wish Gaijin would catch on to that, is when you add a sword, you have the shield as well. And so if the APS system was in at that BR and the vehicles that had them, maybe it wouldn't have felt so bad for the guys when it got implemented, because then it's like, okay, I have a trophy system, for instance, and I have 3 chances to shoot down that incoming missiles, for instance, not to make it to OP, just sitting there and just tanking it. So that's things they need to look at. And I mean, the meme videos and stuff that's coming out from Dado is just, in my opinion, IOV is something that should be hanging back and scouting and hitting targets on the side and not really going and brawling in at down and taking on Leopard 2A4s and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's not the function of IOV, in my opinion.
I understand that.
And then the last thing, I think it could be easy for them to implement as well, is heli EC, but lock rooms for just starter helis.
So like 8.0 to 9.0 and then 9.0 to 11.0, something like that, or
yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I don't think that would be too difficult to make and just lock the room to that specific BR. Because right now the poor guys coming in with starter helis that want to grind the helis is just getting pummeled. It's not even a joke. The guys are just waiting for them because it's easy kills. And I don't how can I put it? It's not bad for them because if a guy sits with his K50, for instance, or his AH1, for instance, or whatever, and he takes out, it's a kill for him. He doesn't care. But just to give the guys that chance, I mean, especially with like British allies right now as well, which only gets 80 GMs, no rockets, and just that 7mm guns. How are you competitive against something that can take you out from 8 kilometers or 5 kilometers out?
Yeah, it is odd to me how like in like any other game mode, basically, apart from kind of tank sim, like tank sim it's there as well, but in any other game mode, if you had like this situation, like people would be decrying it, right? Like if in Aerialistic they just decided, okay, well your 8.0 plane now goes up against a Phantom or a MiG-21 Miss, right?
It's ridiculous.
Like it would be insane, but in heli EC it's kind of weirdly accepted for some reason.
No, definitely. So that was some of the things I wanted to talk about, and just I would like to see something more like the Oliphant Mark 1 B, the Optimum.
Oh, true, yeah.
Something interesting.
That'd be really nice to see.
And thank you for all your support and giving a bit of notice to us South Africans.
Mate, I've got to be honest with you. Like, chatting with the guys behind the project, and pretty much every South African I've ever chatted to has been stupidly nice. Like to the point where I'm worried that you guys are like hiding all the assholes. But yeah, it's it's just one of those like weird things where I've never had a negative experience chatting to any of you, and it's always a pleasure, just like having a chat.
No, thanks a lot, and keeping the content going and everything. It looks good, and we appreciate your time you're putting in.
Oh, it's all good, man. I mean, have a good day, brother. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you. You too.
All right, that was Labs. Always nice to chat to, as I said. Never had a bad time with a South African. So let's get the next one. It's time for Takao, so hopefully we can get them on. We've been going at this for about 3 hours, and to be honest, we're going to keep going. It's kind of as simple as that. So hopefully everything continues smoothly. It's been great so far, and pretty much as simple as that. How you doing, Takao? How's life?
Good, and you?
I'm doing okay. What do you want to chat about today?
Few things, but I want to get probably the easiest one out of the way. Some vehicles I like to see eventually in the game.
Right.
I'd like to see the LAV, the LEV, and the Striker family be added in. We already have the MGS already in the game, which is something I was looking forward to. And when I finally saw it, I'm like, yes, finally, it's in the game. Being a former Battlefield player, I like these vehicles a lot. I like playing in them, so I'm naturally gravitated towards the same vehicles I like to play in other games.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see those, and some of their variants. I know there's an ADATS version of it, and we don't exactly need a Striker version of an ADATS. There's even like an ADS one, it's like an anti-air one. It's like a minigun basically on it.
Yeah.
There's the one with the Wally turret. There's the one with the normal 25 Bushmaster. I'd also like to see the other Ram tank, the one with the 40mm 2-pounder.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. That would be nice to see.
We have the one with the 6-pounder, but we don't have the one with the 2-pounder in it.
Yeah.
And I've heard some people say like, "Oh, the 40mm can pen the side of a Tiger too." I'm like, sure, okay.
So what kind of thing?
So yeah, yeah, I feel like the Strikers and that would be pretty nice to have. I'd also like to see USS Indianapolis be added to Blue Water. I feel like I think it would make a nice premium ship because of its historical significance in carrying parts of the atomic bomb, being sunk, and no one found out for 4 days. So I think that would be pretty interesting to have. Is also being a historically significant ship that got a movie made out of it apparently. I'd also like to see for British I think it's called the Covenanter.
The Covenanter?
Yeah, it's like what was made before the Crusader, and it literally uses the exact same turret of the Crusader.
It's very similar,
yeah. So it's a different hull, same turret. I like to see that. It's obviously one of those vehicles that kind of that gets kind of tossed into the bus. Like, oh, what's this little thing? Like, who cares?
Yeah, the Covenanter is one of those vehicles I really want to see, just because it has, like, kind of like with you with the Indianapolis, the Covenanter has an insane story,
Yeah.
Like the fact they made like thousands of the things and never actually used them in combat. Like it's just so.
Well, it's the same with
ridiculous.
the Ram, right? It's the same with the Ram. They use it to build like over 1,000 of these vehicles and use it for training, and so yeah. I'd also like to see there is a version of the Chieftain with like an early prototype of the Challenger. Of the Challenger turrets. It's called the Chieftain 900.
Yeah.
There was like I think it was an early stage prototype. I think there was maybe one built. I'm not too sure. Kind of like looking through a bunch of sources beforehand. But I think that'd be pretty cool. Along with also like there's also the Jordan version of the Challenger with a Falcon turret.
Oh yeah, the crazy one.
It's basically a Challenger 2 with like I think it looks like the MTTD turret. Yeah. Slightly different, but I think that'd be kind of cool. These would probably be like, like a premium, an event vehicle, that kind of thing, because it's a prototype, right? They're not gonna, M6200 would be pretty interesting. It was supposed to be like an upgrade package for like existing M60 tank owners to upgrade the tank to have like the more firepower, more powerful electronics of the M1. So I think that would be pretty cool. There was one build to be obviously an event, any event vehicle. And then I also really like to see some more of the Japanese heavy cruisers, like the Aoba class, the Miyoko class, and the Takao class.
Yeah.
Because we already have like the Furutaka and the Mogami class, which is like a three class ship difference between the two. So I think those would be pretty nice to have. And I'm a bit more like I tend towards to play the heavy cruisers more often. They seem more fun in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's about it for like the vehicles I kind of like to see. Like obviously none of them are gonna come in the immediate future, but
yeah,
fingers crossed, right?
Yeah, I mean for me, I would love to see out of the list you talked about. The Chieftain 900 would be really cool. Just have a Chieftain with an actual engine in it. That would be really nice, to be honest. So yeah, but there is definitely a lot there, and I'm pretty sure will come eventually. It's just going to be a time thing, right? Like all of them seem pretty standard vehicles.
Mm-hmm. And I kind of like. There was also like a lot of people know. Like I know a few people earlier were talking a lot about naval and like. Especially when the leak of these the big battleships like Tirpitz, Bismarck, that kind of thing, and like a question that kind of came up to me was like okay, so how are they going to balance these vehicles, because currently we're sitting at 6.0. We have some interwar dreadnoughts, some World War I dreadnoughts, whatever. A lot, like especially most of these obviously saw service in World War II. Most of them were upgraded in the same time period as well. But more in the case of like the newer ships, like like Bismarck, Iowa, Yamato, those big name stuff. Those big name ships. How are they going to fare at a BR, presumably like 8.0 range maybe? How are they going to fare when you have things like Sabres and G91s flying overhead of them? Like, like that was the question for me when they adding these more advanced and bigger ships. Like, how are they going to fare against the more modern jet aircraft that they're going to be swarmed by?
Yeah.
So it's just like, how they do it, I'm not really too sure. Like, it's obviously something they would have to implement. Be like, hey guys, have fun, see how it works out before actually like putting it out on like the live server.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be a true test of, well, the balance of the area, if there is any at the moment.
Yeah, it's just like, it's honestly one of those things you have to like wait and see. I know you were mentioning like earlier, like they said like it's like you probably get more experience pushing it onto the live server than doing 100 hours of internal testing, right?
Oh yeah, I mean that was a. I think Oxy was talking about that on one of the things. He'd read like a developer thing that was talking about it. But yeah, it's completely right.
Yeah, it's just like, I think I'm not too like that's pretty much what I really had off the top of my head.
Oh,
something else comes into my mind in like the next 2 seconds. Yeah, I think that's it.
Oh, that's fair enough. I mean, it's always nice to hear suggestions and stuff. Like,
yeah.
And as I said, like at the end of the day, it's probably going to be how many vehicles they had an update? Like 30, 40, something like that. So.
Oh, I do have another thing.
Oh, okay.
The maps. I know this kind of touched on a little earlier. I honestly feel that like some of these maps do have to be looked at again and say, okay, what do people don't like about these maps? Like obviously we don't see Volomantsk that's that big snowy map anymore because people apparently like no, ban it, don't want to see it, never again kind of thing. But like I kind of think of like the developers the developers of American and Euro Truck Sim. They bring in these new technologies as they progress and put up more content.
Right.
But they also want to go back and say, okay, our old content, we need to go back to this old content and bring it up to the standard of the new content. So I feel the same could be applied to the maps in War Thunder, because some of these maps, are not fit for tier 10. Some of these maps are not fit for tier 2.
Yeah.
So
kind of like how they sometimes update like aircraft models and stuff.
Yeah.
They just maybe do something like that.
Yes, I do feel that like a lot of maps, they could be not totally reworked, but like they could be modified so that they're not totally ass.
Yeah.
Some BRs, like you don't want to be in Karelia, sitting across the map on the west side of the map, shooting from cliffside to cliffside in your M1 Leopards. Like that's no fun, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like even like with Karelia specifically, that map should not be like anywhere beyond like 6-0, to be honest.
Yeah, it's my least favorite map personally.
It's a beginner friendly map, but it's a beginner friendly map.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just feel like a lot of maps could be relooked at. What can be done to move the map so it's not terrible, so we don't have people constantly complaining that they're being shot from the other side spawn. I know Berlin's one of them, Mozdok's kind of one of them. Poland, Fields of Poland.
They could maybe do something like some questionnaires to see, least favorite, maps and stuff like that. Maybe try and base some changes off of that. So I feel like last update they did a bunch of changes to Sinai, kind of out of the blue. Yeah, Sands of Sinai, and I don't know. I didn't really see too much of an issue with what was going on, like with the area, but I'm guessing there was. But I never saw anybody chatting about it, so I feel like maybe questionnaires would be a good idea.
I'm personally not a fan of the Sands, like the Sands of Sinai, where we got the big open field to the west.
Yeah.
I don't like. To me, the map feels a bit too big for some of the BRs that I tend to see at. It's like usually around like 5-7. I just personally feel that it's way too open. It's way too big for some of the BRs. I find myself playing it at it. Like, sure, it's probably fine, playing at 7.7 above, where you have more effective guns at longer ranges. You have thermals. You have all the bells and whistles to help you fight through the desert in the snow.
Yeah.
But like when you're at 5.7 in a Sherman, good luck. Like when you're fighting Tiger 2s that can outrange you, like
yeah,
you're scratching your head like, why am I here?
It That's definitely true.
Yeah, I think that's it for the game.
Well, that's
for
fair
me,
enough.
at least.
Well, thank you for coming on, and as I said, like, suggestions are always fun. And tell you what, one of the things that I look forward to the most when it comes to updates is the map changes and stuff like that, and new maps. So hopefully we see some when it comes to the next update.
Yeah, like I said, fingers crossed. That's all I can say.
All right, thank you for coming on, Takao.
No worries.
Wait, just let me kill this dude real quick. All right, there we go. All right, so the next person is Mad McLeod with a wonderful profile picture. So let's see what's going on with good old Mad. Hopefully he's doing all right. How are you, Mad? How are you?
I'm awesome. How are you?
I'm doing okay. What do you want to chat about today? What's going on in your head?
Well, a lot of it's relating to the event. The fact that I'm kind of getting a copy paste for the naval non-premium.
Right. The Broussard, right?
The up and coming updates bringing bigger ships. Especially more battleships.
Right.
More bigger vessels of war primarily will be end up getting the anti-ship missile for it.
Will we get more anti-ship missile stuff? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because the German Albatross has launchers,
right.
but we don't have missiles.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Because there is a ship which has the missiles, the Italian one, but they haven't really spread it out.
Yeah, that one.
Right? Yeah, so
I think the Italian ones are used the same way as ATMs, though.
Yes, basically. Yeah, they work exactly the same.
And I believe the ones that the German ship uses are radar guided. Historically.
Right.
But yeah, with us getting bigger.
Sorry, go ahead.
With us getting bigger ships, we have ships that have the ability to carry anti-ship weapons, and with bigger boats coming, and they'll also get the weapons to counter them.
Yeah, and so basically you're looking at like adding missiles to be a balance factor against the larger battleships, right?
Yeah, because like Red Arrow said earlier, a lot of these dreadnoughts just walk around unscathed.
Yeah. I mean, they could do it. I feel like not many people would use them as that. And the question is, I think at the end of the day, that's going to be where Coastal goes. Like the end BRs of Coastal will be similar to that. But I'm very worried about how, especially like Fire Forget stuff, like how it works in ground, like with certain helicopters, like the Tiger UHT. I would. I'm not sure. I'm too happy with more mechanics like that.
That's understandable.
But
because I remember some people were asking about that. Like, well, it looks like we ever see the missiles used when naval first showed up when we first started hands.
Yeah, that's true. There was a lot of people asking about that.
Yeah. It was kind of like it was the one unanswered question of naval for some time.
Yeah, that's definitely true. But the question is, right? Do you think it would be more fun playing these missile things against the bigger ships, or do you think it would like kind of like how the meta is now, where basically you just fire lumps at each other?
I can see where you're going with this, and it's really mostly, that this is really going to ultimately be decided by the community as a whole, really. In terms of which is preferred, because I can see them adding it, and it being like a hard counter to, or not a hard counter, but giving these smaller ships, at least the ability to like a chunk or two at these bigger ships.
Yeah.
But you also have to take other, aspects into account.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Like I think eventually they'll do it. Unfortunately, the connection's a bit rough. Like it's a little bit up and down, so I'm only hearing partially what you're saying right now.
Overall, I would say, again, these changes are, we don't really have a whole lot of guided, from ground to ground guided munitions. That would work with radar since it's all like hand guided.
Yes.
Or keyboard guided. So ultimately, it is kind of a new system. So ultimately, I could also see them maybe in an upcoming event, maybe test it.
Yeah, I think so.
Probably had a lot of other features.
Yeah, they could add an event to test it. I think that would be a good idea, kind of like they did the PvE stuff.
Yeah. Also, like how the other the UAVs and how it's kind of like almost test bed for temple launch.
Yeah. That's true.
Other than that, one of the other things I hope does get added is, so you know how we have the community tournaments are set up?
Community tournaments, did you say? You're breaking up quite badly.
Yeah, there's... My bad. Yeah, whole community tournament thing. What if we had something similar, but it would allow the community to create larger events?
Oh, right.
Like these,
right. Like custom
like how there was that one event.
Like that.
Yeah, like these big ones, and like the ability, they gave us the ability to do like a player count for these massive fields. An event. It's something you want to see because we've seen a lot of really cool events. Like there was ones that were the British versus the Germans over the Isle.
Yeah.
And other ones, just different places, different themes, and I think that being able to create these large community-driven events would definitely be a new concept, but a very interesting one, because, the community going to interact on that scale would definitely be, I think, good for the community as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, at least from my point of view, like we've run a bunch of community events in the past, and generally they're pretty fun. We get a lot of positive feedback from people being in them and stuff. But from the management point of view, it is a nightmare because technically what ends up happening is, everybody's basically a volunteer who's running the stuff. Like you don't get paid for it or anything like that. And because of this, there's never any true obligations. So what happens is, people don't turn up or, they'll say they do something, then they don't. And all it takes is like one thing to go wrong and it's just a mess. And you have to you basically it's kind of like the whole learning on the job thing. But if you can solve that, like if you can get a core decent amount of people around you, we have the tech hub with some of the mods who run the events. It makes it super easy, and it means that you can get some really nice events off. The issue is planning at the end of the day, and it can take a long time to get something which is 2 hours long, to sort out. But I'd love to see more. I'd love to see some Gaijin run ones. I have no idea what they'd look like, but that'd be cool.
That would definitely be interesting. Maybe someday in the future, they'll be able to make kind of how some games have separate tools and engines in which let you mod them. Something like that allows us to gives us the tools to create these big, massive missions and events, and to help streamline the process would be an interesting addition to the game.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I've seen a lot of people do some crazy stuff with the CDK, create some really cool missions through that and things. And it would be nice if we saw more and more people do that.
True. There's a lot of possibilities with it.
Yeah.
Everything from unique environments, unique craft. Other than that, another thing that I hope does get added sometime in the near future, because I think it's eventually we are going to need it, is new game modes.
What would you like to see? Give me an example of a new game mode you'd like to see.
Well, there was a video about this a while back, not too long ago, maybe a few months. I can't remember if you posted it. It was primarily for naval and air, and it kind of works like the multiplayer island capture mode from the Battle Station specific game.
Yeah.
How different islands have different, ports. It's better airfields to spawn, the respective class of ship or aircraft from that field.
Yeah, it was.
And it's kind of like
Weeby was the YouTuber who made that.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, like a game mode like that would be definitely a very interesting thing, because we haven't seen a lot of games pull a game mode like that in a long time, and I can definitely see War Thunder doing it. It has the potential.
Yeah, I agree. I think that would be really cool. I'd like to see something like that, even if it was just a random event.
True, or like an event, because I think when it comes to events and like little one-off game modes, I think out of all of them, I think the only really good ones when it comes to naval are like the test beds, like the Age of Sail and the submarines. Normally, we just get the EC, and it's just okay. You get a giant map, which is the Isle, and you get to shoot one another.
Yeah,
both fun. So yeah, I do think that when it comes to that, naval could definitely use a new game mode like that. But so could all the other, both ground and air. Because we've been capturing the same points, capturing the same airfields, capturing the same bases, fighting with the same airspace for quite a long time. Maybe it's about time we add something new to the plate.
I could definitely give it a go.
Other than that, I remember hearing a lot of people concerned about, what was it? The worries that new, as they add later game content, that Gaijin won't decompress.
Right.
Because compression is a bigger and bigger problem.
Yeah.
And, when we heard that 11.0 was coming out, we were all like, maybe we'll finally get some decompression, but nothing has really changed.
No, it's
on a large scale.
It's never gonna. Well, I mean, with this update, it changed a lot, but it's never gonna meet people's expectations. So.
Definitely true. I mean, everyone wants different things overall, and some people want slighter changes, while other ones want more major changes. And ultimately, guys can only do so much without affecting one group or the other.
Yeah.
I definitely have one complaint, and as in primarily with helicopters, primarily Russia, because you start with, what is it, the MI4A?
Yes.
And it's the slowest. It's just junk. It's a flying trash can. And you have to work, get the ATGMs, you have to grind that out.
Yeah.
So I can say, because there's someone who's also grinded some of the American helicopters, it's like you grind the Americans and you end up with the Huey. It's a bit of a downgrade in some cases in terms of armament from the Viper. While compared to the Russians, you go from that to the Hind, and immediately it's like it's just a fresh breath. Like, oh, thank God, I'm no longer touching that. But it's just miserable. I've been grinding that thing for a good 2 or 3 weeks straight, and I'm still not done. I'm only like a third of the way.
Yeah, hopefully with the helicopter
painful.
PvE stuff they add, it'll be a little bit easier.
Yeah. I also hope that they'll finally, separate like the tiers for helicopter EC, because it's just black shark, black shark, black shark, black shark. It's like, well, this is unplayable now.
Yeah.
So literally, the only way you can grind it is either A, you go into ground assault, which I mean, it's not the worst idea, but eventually it just gets repetitive. Or if you want to try to be as quick as possible, get some lower tier Russian vehicles like one of the reserves, and just rush out with that, try to get enough points to spawn at Hilo, and then do what you can, and then bail out, and then go again. But no one wants to be that guy at the same time.
Yeah.
I just think that, when you look at how much it costs to research to go from that to the first variant and behind, it's like, compared to, say, the Viper and the first QE, it's like, oh, this is kind of growing.
Yeah, hopefully they do. I mean, with the helicopter mode coming in, like, or at least the PvE, I'm sure they'll have a look at it and see, like, how much people enjoy it or play it or whatever. And then from there, they'll make decisions, right? On what they're going to push forward with more, like what they're going to develop more. But we'll see.
Do you think,
at the end of the day?
Yeah. Do you think we might see more nations end up with naval as we get larger and larger ships, like the French Navy?
Yeah. I think we're going to see more naval trees, but I think the way they're going to do it is it's going to be like, okay, so this update we're introducing blue water France and then coastal China. They're not just going to go whole hog with both things. Like I think they're going to split up like that. But no, there's still a lot of development for naval, right? And there's still a lot of vehicles to add for different nations, so yeah, I'm pretty sure we'll see them. I don't see why we wouldn't, right?
Do you think we might see any other major changes to things like during conflict or other game modes like air and ground and sim as a whole? Do you see any major changes happening to
for EC? No. I think they're gonna keep doing what they're doing with it, where they use it as a testing bed for new ideas, and then just throw random shit in and see what happens. Like that seems to be the what they've been doing with it for a long time, and I don't think that's gonna change. I can't see it changing personally. But no, I don't think there's going to be any dramatic changes to it. It's been the same way for like 5-6 years at this point. So with helicopter, I suppose, and maybe they'll change stuff. I don't know. Like it's hard to tell with that stuff. Very hard. Anyway,
are there any removed vehicles that you'd want to see?
Any removed vehicles I want to see come back?
Yeah, like an event, or as like a collectible.
I don't subscribe to the idea of vanity in the form of having unique vehicles and being like, haha, I have this, you don't. I've never like believed in that idea, so I'd be fine with all of them coming back, to be honest with you. Like I don't really have an issue with any of them coming back. I don't think any of them are crazy broken or anything nowadays. There was a few in the past which were a bit rough, but yeah.
Like the 105 King Tiger.
I mean that was a long time ago. But the most stuff like
the KV-220,
like the KV-220, and then the stuff like when the Macabre was first added, that thing was a bit busty. But yeah, it's well,
that's pretty much everything I had to talk.
Oh, that's fair enough. Well, thank you for coming on, man.
Thank you for having me, man.
Oh, it's any time. Thank you. So that was Mad McLeod, and yes, I saw some of your comments about his internet connection. For me personally, I could still understand what he was saying, so, maybe that was just down to me. Thank you for the subscription, Malak. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much. All right, let's get STN on. See what he or she would like to chat about. There we go. All right,
Hello.
STN, how are you doing today? How's life?
Oh, I woke up, remembered Operation Summer exists, day ruined. How about yourself?
You sound like Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh.
Oh,
I woke
well,
up
that's
again.
not
That
good.
was a mistake. But no, I'm doing okay. Like, got most of the challenges done for today, so I'm feeling pretty good.
Oh yeah, I've just been doing them listening to this.
Oh,
I've got most of the tech star done.
Oh, good. So, what do you want to chat about today? What's on your mind?
I wrote some of them down, but I dropped on the floor. You mentioned in the past you've thought of systems of reintroducing past event vehicles. So how would you go about that?
Well, the pretty simple concept is you either bring them back as like stuff like squadron vehicles. You could add them in as that, since we have that new system now. You could also just bring them back as GE vehicles if they really wanted to, but I'd prefer not that. The main one that I would do is and this is the idea I've had for a long time, is just tradable coupons. So when you get a vehicle from an event, you should be able to, if you don't want that vehicle, you should be able to trade it in for a equal rank vehicle from a previous event. So let's say you have like a rank 3 vehicle that you don't want. You should be able to, grind it in, or, put it in and get yourself an old one, pretty much. And I know a lot of people will be annoyed, well, what about the market price and all this? I honestly could not give a shit. It's not something I care about. I think people trying to make money or trying to flex Gaijin coin is one of the most ridiculous things in the world. So. How about you? Would you want to see them back, or?
I definitely would, but I was thinking, I don't know if you play World of Tanks, but there's a system called campaigns where there's vehicles like permanently up for grabs, but behind a grind, like a sort of event, but permanent. So whenever you want it, you can go in and grind out those challenges and get the vehicle. So I thought it could be something like that, where they'd always be there. There wouldn't be a time limit. So it wouldn't, increase a sense of urgency. And you grind it out, and there'd be 3 different difficulties for different levels of tiers. So like the higher tier the vehicle, you'd have to do a higher difficulty challenge.
Yeah.
And then once you do it, you get a coupon for any vehicle of your choice in that category. And then you could get that vehicle as a coupon, and you could either put it on the market, or you could exchange it and keep the vehicle.
Yeah, I'd be down with that. That sounds cool.
I think the particular emphasis on that is no time limit. So it's always going to be there. So it's always going to be a piece of content that someone can go in and get if they want.
There was something that Gaijin were going to do, but they never followed through on it. Like, they did a bunch of news posts, and this was like 5 years ago at this point. I bring it up every so often because it's a really cool idea that just never happened, and it annoys me. It's very similar to that, apart from it's kind of set up like, the challenges we have now, where you would have like, let's say you'd have like 10 steps. And then each challenge was like, I don't know, kill 50 people with a specific vehicle. And as you played through that vehicle, it was called like, I'd have to find it. But the idea was, if you get to the end of it, you get a bunch of RP, you get a bunch of SL, you get a bunch of interesting stuff, and you get like a unique camo for the vehicle, right? And it was the idea of attaching history to the vehicle and getting you interested. And they could easily do something like that. And, if they don't want to do skins, they could do vehicles. It's as simple as that. Teach people a little bit about the history, and then also get people to play the game a bit more.
I definitely value the history of a lot of vehicles in War Thunder.
Yeah, so do I, yeah.
I started playing Great Britain just because I liked the doctrine that their World War II tanks were built around, with the infantry and the cruiser tanks.
Yeah.
It is a shame that a lot of really interesting British vehicles are former event vehicles, so you can only get them on the market for stupidly high prices. Like the Grant, I think the Grant probably should have been in the main tree, or at least a premium.
War Diaries, yeah, that's what it was called. War Diaries. That was.
I've only been playing War Thunder since January 1st, 2020, so I have no chance of getting any of those vehicles.
Oh well, the funny thing about that event, it never happened. So like it was just one of those
no worries then.
Yeah, it was it was technical or issues with it being made or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do feel for a lot of people who like you, where obviously I've been playing for a long time. I haven't missed many events, and it isn't. It's not a huge deal for me. But I talk to people constantly who are like, "How the hell do you get this vehicle?" Right? Or where did you get this from and how can I get it? And it absolutely sucks. I have to turn around and be like, sorry, you can't, like it's as simple as that. Like I would love them to bring back pretty much everything. The only one I'm a little bit iffy on is the non-historical vehicles. But everything else I would love to see.
On those historical vehicles, I actually when I first started playing, I played the German tech tree, like probably 90% of players.
Yeah.
And I got burnt out and stopped playing the German tree after I realized I couldn't get the Panther 2, Tiger 105, Mouse, etc. Because I thought those were cool vehicles, even though they're not real or not completely historical. I still thought they were cool vehicles.
Yeah.
And I don't really like how they removed them, because it's not like they're gone. Like, you're still going to see them in battle. Many people have them. It's just the new players aren't going to have them. So those are just tanks missing in their lineups, effectively. At the very least, I'd like to see the historical Panther 2 added, like with the Panther G turret, but with the improved armor and the Tiger 2 tracks.
Yeah, I think that'll be fun.
That'd be cool as a 6'3" vehicle.
Yeah.
The gun might struggle a little bit at 6'3", but it should be fine.
Yeah, I thought that's what they were gonna do when they talked about replacements, but instead it was
they added M48.
And it was like, okay, well, I suppose it's kind of comparable, but not really. Just whatever, just go with it, I suppose.
I don't really get the whole that rage about the M48 being at 7.0, because if you want a lineup, you have to play it at 7.3 anyways. And
yeah, true. Yeah, I think people are looking at it as I said like before, it's just like a straight comparison, right? Like they're just looking at it. It's like when you see those posts on Reddit where it's like, look at these stat cards, they're the same.
Oh yeah,
why are the
BRs stat different? Cards between vehicles that are not even comparable.
Yeah,
saw one between the Lorraine 40T and the STB1. Out of all tanks to compare to the Lorraine, why the STB1? I forgot that vehicle existed.
They are very different. The STB1's super good though. Like that's the thing as well. But the problem is, once again, as you said, the M48 has no lineup at all. So it definitely struggles.
Yeah, I'm really glad that they decided to down tier the Leopard 1 instead of down tier the M48. Like, I'd take that 100 times. Even though I don't think the Leopard 1 is a 7.7 vehicle, but at the same time, it's not going to break the game at 7.3, because when you compare it to all the early MBTs, most of them have a gimmick. Like the AMX30 has the 20mm, the OF40 has the laser rangefinder, STB1 has a stabilizer, etc. The Leopard 1 doesn't really have any of that. It has speed, but most of the other ones also have speed, just in slightly lower quality.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it works at 7.3. Is definitely fine. It's just, there's some 6.3 vehicles that can't pen it frontally. At least the front plate, but they can probably pen the turret cheeks. I think the Martyr 1, that was a good addition. I think I agreed when I think it was you said that where the Leopard 1 can probably go back up to 7.7 now that they had the Martyr.
Yeah, I think so.
It's definitely a really good vehicle, and the fact that you can have it as in the same lineup as the BMP-1, which is another really good IFB. Like that's pretty good.
Did you say you played World of Tanks before?
Yeah, I've played a little bit of it. I don't really play it much. I don't really like it.
I've always been like, the one thing when I find somebody who's played like World of Tanks, I always ask them like, is there anything in the game that you would prefer to see in War Thunder, right? Like, is there anything like you think they do well which War Thunder could do better?
I really like how they have the campaigns just permanent premium vehicles that you can earn. And I mean, if the whole getting past event vehicle thing doesn't kick off, then maybe you could just put premium vehicles in the place of that in the challenges that I talked about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would work well. Also, World of Tanks, I think this is just like an outcome of their design, but there's more commodities to put in the battle pass. Like there's those blueprints which reduce the cost of vehicles and stuff like that. Where they have that in the battle pass, whereas in War Thunder, after I think like level 75, it's just war bonds.
Yeah, true.
And then ooh, you get a loading screen at level 100.
Yeah, it's a little bit boring, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean that's just what comes out as the design. I'm pretty sure when War Thunder was first released, they weren't thinking of a battle pass.
No.
I do wish that the boosters you got from the battle pass didn't have a time limit on it, because what I do is I grind out the battle pass, and then once I get to level 75, I'll buy it, just so there's no pressure. And then I'll get this massive stack of boosters, and I have like 2 days to use them all. Like, really? I got things to do. I can't sit here just go and put in my account on steroids with these SL and RP boosters.
Or maybe like at least increase them a bit, right? Like maybe a week or something.
Oh yeah, a week or something like that.
Yeah, a fortnight or something. Not 2 days.
Yeah, or they could just make it so that you don't have to accept all the rewards, like, because you have to get the rewards, you have to accept the reward before it. So if I get to 75 and buy the battle pass and I want the EBR, I have to accept everything before it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they could do that.
I really thought they were gonna add the you brought it up before. What was that little French tank?
The ELC BIS.
The ELC. I thought they were going to add that. I mean, I just started playing France, so I'm not complaining either way. But I really thought that they were going to add that.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's nice to see it. It'll be interesting if they do any of the other modifications, because they're a little bit more wacky. Like the one with the missiles and the one with the twin.
Oh yeah.
Like I think it's either there's one with the recoilless rifles, because that's normal, and then it's either twin 35s or twin 30s, like something ridiculous. Like that could be a bit nutty.
A lot of people were upset about the EBR being in the battle pass, so that was another EBR that wasn't in the tree.
Yeah.
There is one more modification, as far as I know. I think it's the 1953 or 54 variant that they could add.
Right.
So hopefully they add that in the tree, because I mean the only equivalent in the tree is like the AML 90, but it's not really a direct comparison.
No.
In my opinion.
Yeah, it's nice. I would agree that seeing iconic vehicles should be in at least one version. Should be in the trees.
Yeah, like especially if it was like mass produced or produced in large quantities and was used by the military.
Yeah,
like I get prototypes being event vehicles and all that, but I guess it's not the end of the world, because France does have a really big tier 4 and tier 5 lineups that you can make. Like 7.3 and 7.7 are really strong for France.
Yeah, it's why I really like the French tech tree and ground. It's actually my favorite, because they have just so many different things which are kind of all over the place, like different stuff, and a lot of fun.
I can't wait to get the AMX-30 because that's actually one of my favorite tanks in real life. So I heard it's a pretty good vehicle, so hopefully that stands true.
Yeah, I enjoy it a lot. Like the heat shell can be trolley, but apart from that, it's pretty fun. Like it's not too bad.
What else? Oh, about how I think a couple content creators made videos on this a couple weeks ago, but how there's just so much content being pumped into the game, like with the Battle Pass and then the Operation Summer.
Yeah,
at first, when I watched those videos, I'm like, oh, I don't really understand this. But now that I'm doing both at the same time, I really feel it. I definitely think there should be some sort of hiatus from extra content being added into the game.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about it maybe a month ago before this Battle Pass. Like I said, for me personally, it would be great to have like a 2-week break between Battle Passes. Just so, because I'm now stuck in every day. I'm like doing the same thing, even if I'm doing it with same vehicles. I'm focusing on the same things. I'm focusing on my dailies, my specials, and now the challenges. And because it's becoming a pattern, it's becoming very, very boring. And that's the problem. And there needs to be a break in the pattern. And obviously, you can take it on yourself to break it, right? Which I could do. I could just not play for 2 weeks. Like that's a possible thing. But I would much prefer if it gets to a point where a lot of people start feeling like I do, where there is a bit of a break. And if not, I'll just take a break by myself, Because the Battle Pass stuff, when did it start? November last year, I think? And it hasn't stopped. It's still going.
It's kind of surprising. Like, I didn't expect them to start it like the second the last one ends. Like,
yeah, true. Yeah.
I'd much prefer, maybe 3 Battle Passes a year, and then just you have a collective month of delay between them. Not all at once, but I definitely think that would improve things a bit.
Yeah, I
think
so.
What they could do is, if there's an event, they just pause the Battle Pass.
Yeah,
that would be kind of controversial. I could see, but I think that would be good.
Yeah, maybe they could do
that. For the event, I started because I don't really play air much, but I started doing the air tasks because I thought, why not try to get the Buccaneer? But after trying to do the tank tasks and the air tasks at the same time, and I'm not a good air player by any measure. I'm a really good tank player, but terrible air player. I just decided I'll settle for the Swedish plane, the Mirski or whatever. Because I do collect, when I can, I collect Swedish vehicles because I do find them the most interesting in the game. The way they're designed. Some of them don't translate well into the game just because they're designed for a doctrine that doesn't really fit the meta of War Thunder, but for the most part, they're pretty good. Yeah, like tier 2 for a long time was really over tiered. Like the Stridsvagen M42 EH was 3.0 for a long time, and for me, it was just terrible.
It's a terrible vehicle. Like it's so bad, that one. Like the round does nothing.
I was like searching. I was to the point where I was doing research just to see. Maybe there was a Sabo round that it had that they just missed and didn't add, so hopefully this tank can be useful.
God.
And anyway, you get sucked out. You got sucked into 3-7 all the time, and good luck fighting a KV with this thing.
With the AP, you just get annihilated.
Even with the AP, you penetrate and it gets sucked up by a fuel tank or something.
Yeah, true. But I tell you what, it's been lovely chatting, but at the same time, I need to take a break. So,
all right, that's understandable.
We'll be back in about 2 weeks, and then you can come back on and we can chat a bit more. It would definitely be fun.
Sure.
But thank you, man. It's been a pleasure. So now I'm just going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll get to everybody else. And I'm nearly done with my tasks, which is good, but we still have plenty of the stream left. It's been great so far. I've really enjoyed this, so I'm going to keep doing it. I'll see you guys in a sec. Okay, we're back. Right. Okay, let's get the next individual in, and it's Kenny. Let's see what Kenny's doing today. Hopefully Kenny's about. Naval task grinding is going okay. Hello, Kenny. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, you know what? I'm doing all right today. It's been a good day
Caught
today.
me off guard there. I'm sitting there trying to figure out how to accept, and I'm like, panic. Oh, jeez. So while waiting in line, I actually had this interesting thought that come to mind, and I kind of wanted to pick your nose a little bit about it. To combat, let's say, seal clubbing, so to speak, we would have a select level of which, like, it doesn't limit you from playing lower tiers. You can still play lower tiers, and this might add more queue times. But at a certain level, you can't play with below that level. Like, let's say 75 and up, you're kind of stuck with your group of good players. And below that, you would have to deal with, well, anybody really, except for 75 and above. You'd still have the new players. But as I say this, the other thought comes to mind of making new accounts.
Yeah, there's making new accounts or grinding new tech trees. Like
yeah, but if you have a hard cap on the level of, like, let's say your player level, because you reach a max level of 100, that 75 and above, you're stuck with that specific group type of thing.
If there's enough players to, like, fill out the brackets, then yeah, I'd be fine with it. They do kind of that, but in a very small degree. So new players, like, generally, I think it's level 1 to 10 or something similar to that. They can only really play people who are level 1 to 10, plus, like, AIs and stuff to get them, like, into the game. And if the player base is there to expand that, I'd be fine with it. You know, I don't mind facing people who are either similar level to me or, you know, around. I'm a little bit worried about, like, if, let's say I'm starting something new, I have, like, no crew skills, right? But I'm still coming up against somebody who has, like, aced crew and all of this stuff. Like, they're gonna beat my ass, like, you know, most of the time. But that's still better than what it is now, right?
Yeah, and I could understand that plight and that side of things, but I always find the bit of challenge in starting a new crew and a new tank more fun when you have skilled players to fight against, personally. But maybe that's just me being slightly masochist in that way.
No, I agree. I like facing people who are similar level to you is always going to be much more interesting instead of beating up people, basically. Like, it's I don't find that fun at all, really.
Yeah, because I could jump into a level 5 and lower game and pretty much get a 10 kill game almost guaranteed. So, like, sometimes I do it just because I want to feel better, you know.
Yeah, I've personally never really understood the seal clubbing thing. I mean, I'm guessing if people have, like, a hard day at work or something, and they just want to come home and just smash faces, you know, then maybe they really enjoy that. But I feel like if I wanted to do that, I'd just play, like, PvE shit, you know, and just do it there.
That's fair. But that's kind of the difference in thinking. Most people want to do it because they like the feel of power. What was another thing that I had in mind?
Could you speak up a little bit? It's a little bit
I'm
quiet.
sorry. I'm not too close to my microphone now.
That's all good.
The current state of top tier, because I have American top tier. I quite enjoy American top tier. I find if you play the Abrams tanks like they're meant to be played, fast assault, hit hard, hit fast, go through the enemy lines, they're great.
Yeah.
But at anything with distance, they suck. Like, I don't know, like, because the stats for the top tier tanks are kind of in the air and nobody really knows, or so we think.
Yeah.
Do you think they could balance them a little more to make it more even, so to speak? Like, maybe nerf the Leopard's turret armor just a little bit, or buff certain buffs here and there?
I think they definitely can. I also think they already do it, because obviously, like, the breaches and stuff, like that.
Yeah.
I find it very hard to believe that everybody's breach in the world is as thin as it is in game, because it's like, even if you're shooting at, like, you know, center mass against something, you know, that's the area that you hit. So why would that be the least armored? It seems kind of ridiculous. But yeah, they could definitely play around with armor values. They've done it in the past with a few things. I don't know. I would love to talk to somebody who does that for them and ask them about like how far they go when it comes to like the guesstimation stuff and how much they leave open to, you know, balancing basically when it comes to the vehicles.
That'd be interesting to kind of know, like, not give out any documents or anything, Challenger 2, but like just kind of say we know a rough estimate of how effective the armor is because of some insider or something. Like, keep it as vague as possible.
Yeah.
I see this a lot, and I'm kind of curious on your take on it. I don't know if you've said it before. I've been listening to most of your streams, but every now and again I space out.
Yeah.
The economy state, I personally have no issues with it, even if I have auto repair on, mainly because I buy a year of premium and I play my favorite tanks. I don't care the repair costs. They could be 60,000 at the end of the game and I'd still make money.
Yeah. Yeah.
How do you feel about the economy changes recently?
I mean, generally, I personally haven't seen too much change from when they changed them before to now. Like, I honestly don't really see a difference at all. Maybe I'm making a bit more, lasting longer in battles, but it's not massively noticeable. The last time I really noticed a huge change was when they did the massive changes to naval, like about maybe like 6 months to a bit more nowadays.
Yes, the one game mode I don't play.
Yeah. So, like, I do the same thing as you, right? Like, I buy premium for a year when it's 50% off, and I have not had to worry about SL the whole time I've been playing War Thunder. So I find it very, very hard to understand the issues that people are having. And I'd love to like do some case studies, like basically find people who are struggling and like work out, you know, did they buy premium? Did they buy premium vehicles? You know, how well are they doing in the game? All of these things, just to try and work out what factors lead to people struggling when it comes to War Thunder, because I just haven't. You know, I don't know how else to put it. So.
And for me, in the last 4 years of playing this game, I haven't really either. Like, I've played it since early 2013, back when it was just planes.
Yeah.
And I will admit, when I was a free-to-play player, there was some times where I had troubles, but I would just grind SL for a bit. Like, I personally have never really had any big issues with the economy in this game, because sometimes you just need to get in a mindset of, well, maybe today I'll just play this plane that I already have spaded and just make money for a bit.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much what I do with events, right? Like, I play my comfort lineups and I make SL. Like, I'm up, like, if we take away the price of the two things I unlocked, I'm up about 4 million, 5 million SL on this event. And
I think in the last 10 days I've made 5 myself. Like,
yeah, exactly. So
I've been buying mid to top tier tanks and planes and other things.
Yeah, exactly. So it's
happily.
It's as simple as that for me. Like, that's what I do.
Yeah.
But I'd really want to sit down with somebody probably about 10 people and who do struggle, and just work out what am I doing that they're not doing, or like what is going on, basically.
I could see it being a bit of overzealousness. You're buying every rechargeable module. You're buying every tank you get, because whenever I had a bit of an issue 4+ years ago, it was because I was like, yes, I want this, I want to buy it now, and then I look at my SL and it's 10,000. I'm like, hey.
Yeah. I also think one of the things it might be, because one of the common trends I have seen with it is a lot of the individuals who do struggle with SL seem to play ground or a lot of ground, but they don't play a lot of anything else. Because aviation, it's always been easier in aviation to make SL. And in naval, especially since the changes, they've made it, super easy, right? To make it. So it might be something to do with that. Like, just maybe it's the ground part of the game which has an issue.
Maybe. Some ground vehicles are very expensive. Like when I was grinding through a good chunk of the British tech tree, once I got to 5.0 plus, they got pretty pricey. There was actually a couple of games where I lost SL that threw me for a loop, and I did good. Just because I'm of mindset that I will put every tank I have in that lineup out that I can, and I will do my best to win the game.
Yeah.
So, before I know it, I have 100,000 repair cost, and I'm like, ah!
Yeah, that's true. The only time I ever thought about repair cost was I was playing Italy and I was playing it in ground, and I'd already spaded the G56, and it was when its like repair cost was like what, like it was like 40 or 50k. And I did the classic like to battle thing, and I was like, wait, I'm paying 80,000 right now to like repair 3 vehicles. What's going on here? But yeah, that was that was kind of funny.
Yeah. Oh shoot, I had one more thing in my head I wanted to discuss, but now I've kind of lost it. Thinking noises, I don't know. Shoot. It was there, and now it's gone.
It's all good, don't worry about it.
Yeah, it was something. I was actually kind of curious about it. Oh, that's what it was. The whole how a lot of CCs are pushing for the shoot. The team, I'm gonna call it the team. The group of people that would talk directly to devs or whatever you want to call
the council thing.
the council, the Content Creator Council, the CCC. Not to be confused with the other letter that makes a hard cut sound. But I get what you're saying about it.
Yeah.
And I get what other people are saying about it. But I find what most people don't seem to get about a player council is it's going to be skewed. It's going to be heavily skewed. I don't care how many people you put in that. It's going to be skewed. A
Massively,
player council, it'll work. And some good things would be passed. But there are going to be so many people in there that want to do things that make them feel good, because it's just human nature to be greedy, to feel powerful.
Well,
and a player council giving
we can
them
use
that...
this as a case study, right? So on this Fireside chat today, we've had a bunch of different people on, which has been really cool, and they've all brought different topics on, right? So you've already got a massive amount of topics which each individual is interested in, but maybe not the collective is. Then you have a bunch of different people who are very interested in specific nations. Like we had Canadians earlier, we had French stuff, then we had British stuff as well, Japanese stuff. So then you just have a bunch of different people who all are vying for their own thing and nothing else, right? And that's what we saw with the original War Thunder Player Council. And it's very hard to get people together on these things because, well, if they don't care about it, they don't care about it. Like it's as simple as that. Yeah.
Oh, everybody's going against me. I'm not going to show up no more. Screw those guys, or or I'm just going to be the loudest voice in the room and shout my way to victory because
Pretty much, yeah. Like bias is a real problem, whether people know it or not. So.
Yeah.
And with the CC stuff, it gets even worse because of they're not just biased towards parts of the game; they're also biased towards their content because if they are
I can make money.
What did Koala call it? A career YouTuber, I think. If you're a career YouTuber, then what matters to you is what content you can make and how many views you get, right?
Yeah.
So you're going to be biased towards whatever that can do. So yeah. It's going to be rough, man. Like if that ever comes through, I feel it would be very much pointless.
Nations.
Or counterproductive might actually be a better way of putting it. Yeah,
it would be counterproductive. Nations. I'd love to see more Canadian stuff added.
Oh, true. Yeah.
As a Canadian myself, but shoot. Through the here's an interesting question I kind of want to pose to you. Through the 9 years now it's been, about 9 years of this game's life.
Yeah.
The different changes, things being added, things maybe being taken away. What would you say was the biggest jump or change in the way the game worked in all the updates and all the patches and stuff? Like kind of the general year that everything just kind of went on its head and everybody panicked for about a month.
Well, that's a real interesting question. It would be definitely more of a closer year than, because the early years, a lot of it was just like filling out either ground or aviation. Like obviously
aviation.
Yeah, like I could say like ground, right? Like that was a huge thing when that was added. That was the first huge boost in the player base. But at the same time, there was so many bugs with ground when it was first introduced. Like it was nuts.
This game being a flight game, suddenly there's ground vehicles. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. One of the craziest things was when like you would just have parts of the map where your tank would just fall through the ground. It was as simple as that. And if you ever touched another tank, you either magnetized to it, so you got stuck to it, or you pinged off into another realm.
Oh yeah, that's right. Those early glitches, those were great.
Yeah, like they were very fun.
They still happened for the longest time in the arcade versus bots mode, whatever that mode is. They still happened for the longest time where you could run up at a decent speed, hit one of the bot-controlled tanks, and it just flies. I think it was like 2 years ago or something that they actually got rid of it finally for that one.
Yeah. For me, the two updates, or the Dagor Engine 5, when that came in, because that meant that they could finally start doing supersonic stuff, and they did like new era as well, which was T64A. First time we'd seen like ERA and composite armor and spaced armor and stuff like that. So that to me was the, okay, we're going on to the next stage now. Like that period of time, definitely.
Yeah, that's fair. Dagor Engine 5, that was a while ago.
Yeah.
God, I've been playing this game for too long.
I think maybe 2018, 2019, something like that. Yeah. Maybe even before then. I don't know. I lose track of years.
Yeah. Even though I've been playing this game kind of off and on since 2013, I also played World of Tanks.
Yeah.
Like majority from like 2012 to 2017, 2018. I don't know. I found World of Tanks just fell through for me after a while. Something about the way they were going with it at the time just put me off it entirely. And it's not like I wasn't doing bad in that game either. I want to say I had another question, but I don't think I did.
I mean, that's fair enough. Like, I
could probably think of one in 10 seconds if I try it, but...
But yeah, I think I'll have to have a look. Because it was, I think, New Era and also Supersonics were in the same year.
Supersonics. Jeez.
Okay, let's see. Because that was when Italy was snubbed, which was really funny. Because it was the first update
Italy being
where...
added. Oh, jeez, that was...
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not even that old, and you're making me feel old.
Let's see. So you had... Oh my god, when was it? 2017. So you had New Era in... You had New Era in 2017. And then in 2018 December, you had Supersonic. So 3 years ago, you had the F100 and the MiG-19, I believe. And the update before that, you had the release of Naval. So that year, 2018, was
a big year,
nuts. Yeah, you also had the Abrams, the Challenger, you know, the Leopard 2A4. Yeah, like that was a crazy year. Like
that was a big year.
Oh, helicopters as well, I suppose. They added helicopters.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, just everything
Gaijin
happened
over
in
here just going, more! Like that one scene in Star Wars, more!
Yeah, that was a nuts year. Like that was the first year where they really went ham on like adding stuff to the game. And well they just haven't stopped. Like they just keep going.
They gotta keep that gameplay loop going for all the people that play the game so that they're not bored out of their mind.
Very true, yeah. Yeah, just keep adding more and more.
Oh, I just thought of a good question, actually. Do you think this game would benefit from a refresh? And by this, I mean new engine, physics fully fleshed out, planes are like their own entity, tanks are their own entity, boats are their own entity. They can kind of interchange, you know, like CAS and stuff like that. But new engine, new look, just huge update, like almost completely rebuild the game, but manage to keep everything in it.
Well, I mean, any game would, it would be nice to see that, you know, like, you know.
Best kind of game to put it with would be a Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah, that's true.
Kind of like a rehash, just reimagining of it.
Yeah, like I mean, with Update New Power, they added a ton of really cool stuff, like graphically, and they did change a lot of things. But at the same time, the game still looks pretty much the same, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it would be cool to have like an update where they update some of the really old models in the game, like the good old like the B-17 for me, like that's one which is just disgusting as a vehicle. It looks awful.
B-17, please update.
Yeah, like just things like that would be nice. You know, like I'm sure eventually it'll happen. We'll see. It's kind of like the B-26, right? Like eventually we'll get it. Eventually.
One of these days.
Yeah, one of these days.
Years from now. I'll get my wish.
Oh, that's very true. Well, all right, Kenny. It's been lovely chatting, man. And
yeah, it's been fun picking your brain.
No, it's all good. And it'll be nice to see you on again, brother.
Yeah. I might stop by next time, maybe.
All right, see you later, man.
Take care.
So it was Kenny. Now we have the next individual. Let's see what is going on. Hey, brother, how you doing? Hello, how are you?
I'm just playing World of Tanks right now. I was listening for like an hour, waiting for my turn. So
that's fair. How are you doing?
I'm trying to kill it. Oh, I'm doing all right. Just taking a break from War Thunder. To be honest, I was supposed to be deployed, but the United States is in kind of like a void right now. So
what do I call you? Because I've seen you streaming.
Oh, I'm
before.
Pompous, by the way. It's Pompous.
Yeah, I've seen you streaming before, and I've watched some of your streams, but
I mostly play like only. Yeah, I mostly play tier. I was a War Tank streamer back in the day.
Oh, fair.
But I stopped playing. I started playing War Thunder.
Similar to like is it a Kula or something like that? Or,
yeah. I was on Kula was a coach on my pro league team.
Oh really? So, that's pretty.
Yeah, cool. I was a pro player. And he was a coach on our team, and he was a player as well.
Oh, that's pretty cool. So what? What made you make the transition to War Thunder then?
I played WoT for like 9 years. Boring.
Oh, fair enough.
Just kind of got bored, I still play sometimes, but I don't know.
Not as seriously.
Well, War of Tanks, in my opinion, I think it is a better game because it's much better optimized, and it has a lot more content that's viable and fun.
That's true.
Like I think that War Thunder really oppresses a lot of things, and in War of Tanks, really anything can work in random battles. So
right.
I don't know, but the thing is, in War of Tanks, there's a big difference from War Thunder, just because War of Tanks has like a skill culture where the game revolves around people's stats. Like your stats is basically like your resume. It like speaks for you, right? And your words have more weight depending on how good your stats are, and it shows competence, you know?
Yeah.
And War Thunder, that doesn't exist. You have people that come on not necessarily this thing we're talking about right now, but
just in
they
general,
come on like YouTube, they go on forums, Reddit, and then they just start saying they're massive changes that are going to change the face of the game, and it's completely baseless and founded in just nonsense that they don't really have any grasp or understanding of the game, and then they just want changes to make themselves better. In World of Tanks, there was this thing called the puppy fallacy, which was like they wanted a vehicle that was unpennable and could pen everyone else, and it was kind of just like that. They just want a vehicle that's just overpowered, right? And I think that's something that a lot of people in War Thunder fall in the trap of, where instead of, they think that they're on the side of the righteous justice, but in actuality, they're arguing for stuff that's going to make the game objectively worse. And I think a big parts of that is just like not necessarily the balance, but just the addition of vehicles. People always come on here and will say, oh, I want this, and this. But the thing is that, every single time these vehicles get added, right? You got to grind them. Every single time a new tier 10 comes out, it's 400,000 RP. Every single time, or rank 7 or 8 comes out, that's 400,000 RP. Or even those lower vehicles, the 300,000, 250,000. And the thing is that the more vehicles that get added, the higher gap between the players that have everything and the people that don't becomes. And this game is about lineups. It's not about individual tanks. You have to have a lineup in order to have a chance to win. So the more vehicles they add, the more the gap between the players that have the lineups and the players that don't makes it so that whatever team has the tanks with the lineups more, they win. And it's just that simple.
Yeah,
so
I agree with you.
I think what really needs to happen in this game is they need to kind of put a cap on the amount of vehicles you can bring into a match. So that way that every single nation has the same, or every single lineup could have the same amount of vehicles, so it's more fair for the newer players and more fair for even the players that have a lot of things. And, on top of that, the SP system needs to be reworked as well, for sure. Like the fact that you can spawn an aircraft after capping a point and dying is ridiculous. They need to.
I would agree with you. Like,
well, the problem is you have people that are
ones and stuff.
Yeah, well, it's not necessarily just that. It's just basically any aircraft in general. It's just that like bad player, like stat patterns and like cringe players will just play low tier and spawn RE251, YOLO point, spawn ME262 and shit like that.
Right.
It's terrible. Like it literally ruins the game. Like what really needs to happen is I don't really care about the plain SP cost. I think it's fine. But what needs to happen is that the SP gained from capping points needs to be like reduced or removed entirely. Like it's just I don't know. It's just that would be like the easiest fix for it. And I've seen people saying that they want to increase the SP cost of aircraft. But the problem is if you do that, that basically means that the average bad player is never going to spawn it.
Yeah,
like they're just simply never going to spawn it. Yeah, so you have to be more pragmatic, and I think that's a pretty reasonable change to just rework the method of gaining SP rather than just blanket nerfing the SP of the plane. I think a good example of this was what happened to the Maverick aircraft in War Thunder. I don't know if you know this. I don't know if you play a lot of top tier, but right now the meta in top tier is that no one spawns aircraft because SPA is so broken and easy to play that it's just planes are useless. And even the Maverick aircraft, they cost 900 SP.
Yeah.
And to even do that, I mean, that's like a cap. That's like 2, 3, 4 kills, an assist, or whatever it is. That's a lot of action in the game you have to do. Yeah. And let's say you do all that. You get 950, 925 SP. You spawn the Maverick plane. You get immediately yeeted out of the air by a Flak Rat or a Tunguska, and then now you're out of the game.
Yeah.
So increasing the SP cost of aircraft didn't really help anything. In fact, it actually made the game worse in general because it means that people will be baited into spawning it, and then they'll be out of the game instead of the way it used to be where they just spawn it, they die, they spawn back in a light tank or they spawn back in an AA and they help the team.
Yeah.
But you're not helping the team when you're dead. So I don't know. It's just little things like that. I don't really have a problem with the game balance currently. I think that there's a little small things that they could probably do. You know, I think the state of the game, as from a balance standpoint, is fine. But I think that I don't know if you talked about the post penetration damage and
the fuel tank stuff,
volumetric
basically.
stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the volumetric stuff's a pain. Like the shooting between two plates and it just not doing anything.
Yeah, it's horrible.
The fuel tank stuff is very odd. Like I don't understand how they can't get that right.
What actually happened was, as my friend Knox told me, that they changed the value of the viscosity or the density of fuel in fuel tanks, where it went from like 0.7 something like that to like 0.15. So it just completely eats shrapnel now. Yeah. And they reverted it a little bit, I think. But the thing is that there's still a lot of tanks in the game, especially the top tier ones, that just don't do damage anymore. Especially the 3BM60. I think Akula put out a video on his YouTube channel where he just basically shot a bunch of vehicles with the 3BM60, and it just does nothing. Like, it actually does, like, I think like tier 6s or tier 5s with AP do more damage.
Yeah.
So I don't understand how stuff like that makes it out of testing phase. But
yeah, I agree.
I think that what Gaijin would really benefit from would be to have a test server, kind of like how Watt does, where they actually test the game instead of it just being a hype server for content creators. And they actually have us play on it for like a week or so, and then we find out all the bugs, and then we port them, and then we basically play test it for free. That's how War of Tanks has done it for 8-9 years, and they haven't released anything that's been broken. Like, when I mean broken, I mean like broken as in the game's unplayable because of a bug. They haven't released any bugged content in years because they vet it thoroughly on these test servers. And because they have a super test, they have the common test 1, they have the common test 2, which goes on for like a week. But this game is like they have the common test for a weekend, and it's only the content creators that can use the new content, and nothing gets accomplished. No one gets to test it because no one can get it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I would just like to see something changed about that.
I'm definitely sympathetic to the idea, but also at the same time, they did do a specific dev server testing the overpressure mechanic, and I was actually really looking into how many people were talking about it on the forums, how many CCs actually looked at it, how many people are actually, basically putting out their opinions on it. And on the forums, there was no bug reports, there was no discussions on it, there was absolutely nothing. And at least in the CC areas, there was hardly anything about it either. Maybe if it was
one video or two, but nothing major.
Maybe if it was on for longer, like maybe a week, and people.
That's what I mean. That's what I'm talking about. If it was on for longer and they advertised it,
they could at least try it, right? Player. Like give it a go, right? See what happens.
Sure. And that's just an easy something they could do really easily. That doesn't require them to change anything drastic about the game. I mean, just leave the server up longer, give people access to the new content. I mean, it's not like we're asking them to change the fundamentals of the game or anything.
No.
Anything drastic.
No, it would definitely be worth a try.
But I wanted to ask you
a
question specifically about. I think a huge point of contention for a lot of people in this game is the map design and the maps in general.
Yeah.
Some people have it in their minds that certain sizes of maps matter more for different BRs. I mean, this is, a pretty big fallacy in my opinion. I think the size of the map is irrelevant to what BR you're playing. If the map is good, the map is good for any BR. So, I mean, what do you think would be like a good compromise for the people that like to play small maps or enjoy small maps, which is majority of the player base, and then you have a sizable portion but a smaller portion that enjoy the larger maps? Like, what do you think a compromise would be? Would that be maps specifically that feature both types of gameplay, or just a different style of map entirely?
I think have different styles of map like we basically have, and then what you end up doing is just expanding the map rotation filter, right? So maybe if you find that, you know, 3 likes, 3 dislikes is not enough, or maybe, you know, you want to add a few more bands in, so you could force yourself to play either more smaller things or, you know, more larger maps, then you could try and tailor the experience a little bit more to what you want. I'm a little bit worried with that, expanding it a bit too much, because then you get like a shipyard situation in COD where everybody just plays, shipment I think it's called, where everybody just plays that map because it's the easiest to get like the most XP in it, right?
Right.
People figure that out, and then everyone just plays that map, and then therefore every match is just that map. I agree with you. Distance or size of map is not the issue, unless we're talking about like reserve tier. Reserve tier is slightly different just because of the vehicles. But everywhere else, size of map's not an issue at all. It's actually, I would put it way more on the modifications of a vehicle that you have. Like if I'm playing a large map at top tier, but I only have heat and I don't have a laser rangefinder and I don't have mobility, it is fucking awful. Is basically the way to put it. But
Yeah,
if
pretty
I'm
much.
fully maxed out, then it's normally a pretty good experience. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't say the maps are bad or good based on like size, BR wise, but I would like to see a bigger expansion of the rotation filter, even if it was just like a few more likes and dislikes, so people can tailor their experience a bit better.
So, I guess extending on what you said a little bit, Mortal Tanks is a great example of this because their games are very similar. Mortal Tanks has completely separate maps for reserve tier 1, tier 2 type things. They have completely separate maps specifically for those VRs. I think that War Thunder could do something like that, where they could make like a Berlin Short or like a Cargo Port Mini or something like that, where it's just a very small, very basic, very non-complex map where you can just learn the mechanics of the vehicles and not really worry about all the flanks, all of the different shooting lanes, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, with the map bans, I would like to see more than one ban. There's a lot of maps in this game, and
true, yeah.
The fact that you only get basically one ban is ridiculous. So I think that another ban would be good. But the issue I think that most people would have with the map ban thing is that the majority of the player base bans big maps. They ban things like Fields of Poland. They ban things like Sands of Sinai. They ban things like Red Desert. They ban things. They ban the maps that are open and big because they don't really. The majority of people don't like them. So if you give more people more bans, you're guaranteeing that you're not going to see those maps in rotation for that day. Even if you don't have, for example, Red Desert. Red Desert is a map that's pretty much banned by almost everyone right now. Yeah. I've played with that map unbanned for like weeks, and I've only seen it like a couple times.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming the map is just basically banned by everyone. And if you give more bans, then you're going to see more situations like that where the maps are going to be very. You're going to see Berlin 4 times in a row in a 2-hour session. That is something that's a problem. But the thing is that people play Counter-Strike. And there's only been 7 maps in that competitive rotation pool for 12 years.
Yeah.
And they play the same maps every time. The map doesn't really change that much. And
it changes a bit.
It changes a little bit, but the core gameplay of the map is the same. Yeah. And I don't have a problem playing the same map over and over again if the map is fun to play.
Yeah.
I have no issues with that. My main goal is to enjoy the game. And if I'm playing a map that I don't enjoy, then I'm not going to have fun. But if I'm playing a map that I do enjoy and I play a lot, then that's something that you want to encourage.
Yes.
So I think adding another map ban would definitely help in that respect. And I don't want to go over too much time here, but I want to ask one more question about
just before you do that, just with the what you said with the map ban thing, I do agree with you on that. And also with the other part of it, oh shit, what was I going to say? So yeah, in War Thunder, before the map rotation system, we actually did have what you described, where different BR brackets or different tiers would have different maps. And you still kind of see it, like there's especially in aerialistic, there's some maps that it's pretty much impossible to get at high tiers that you can get at like rank 1 and 2. My perfect solution to, like, well, not perfect, but you know what I mean, would be to add in the ban thing, and then they take the information that they've got over the last few years on what people like to play at different BRs, and then they also make like brackets around that. So they basically take the old system that they had, and with this new information through the rotation filter, they can work out what people like, and then they can rotate a few maps every once in a while to see if people's opinions change, and then there you go. Like, for me, that would work the best.
Yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see that making a big difference in people's enjoyment of the game, because I think it comes down to, you know, like, what are the top 3 things that people want in order to enjoy the game, right? It's basically they want to have a decent time playing whatever vehicle they like to play, right? And the more maps that cater to those vehicles, or the more choice they get into the randomness, they can lower the randomness of the map rotation to get the maps that more suit their vehicles, would definitely help player enjoyment a lot, and I think that would be a good thing.
Yeah.
But back to what I was saying about the question I had for you, was your, I think someone else, I guess it's kind of like an extension on what people were talking about earlier with the IFVs and basically just tanks like that, where people have a huge, I guess not necessarily fear, but they have like a misguided view of them. You talked about how the top-down missiles on the Bradleys and stuff are, maybe a little bit overtuned, or
compared to the build they are,
compared to the, it's just that the mechanic in general. People are asking for more mechanics every patch, and they get more ridiculous. Where does the line end of the core game staying intact compared to just mechanics coming out that completely changed the core gameplay? Like what we saw with the Commander Takeover, and the Commander Takeover definitely did.
Well, what I mean, what do you think about? I think the core of the game is constantly changing. Like
what I'm saying is, what I'm asking is that a bad thing? Do you think that's a bad thing or not?
No, I don't think so. I don't think it keeps it fresh. It keeps it different. It means that if I played War Thunder like a few years ago and I didn't like it, and then I come back to the game, there's all these new features, new mechanics, maybe I get more interested in it, right? And for a person like me, and probably for a person like you, who, we play at a decent amount, having this ever constant changing stuff, even if it's just as simple as like BRs or, bug fixes or mechanics, this is positive, because it means that we can look forward to new things and test them out, even if they're not fully good, or, even if they're not, let's say, fully ready when they're released. Then it's still good for a person like me, because it keeps my interest, in the game. If the mechanics never changed and they were exactly the same for like years, it would get very stale very quickly.
Okay. All right. Well, that's all I had for you. I hope it was a little enlightening, insightful, all that.
Oh, it was lovely.
Thanks for having me on,
man. Like, if you ever want to come on again, you're more than welcome.
All right, no problem.
Thank you, brother. All right, let's see who is next. And we have Panzer Soldat. So let's get him in with this. Let's see what Panzer Soldat would like to talk about today.
Hello, Tech.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
Great to hear. What are you interested in today? What's on your mind?
So, well, to start off, I have a question for you.
Oh dear, that's dangerous.
So, you remember the absolutely riveting gameplay that you had in the Type 75 SPH?
That's one word for it, yeah. I remember that, yeah.
Do you believe that other nations that have specific nations that have unique vehicles, but other nations that have similar vehicles should get those vehicles? An example is
so SPH is right.
No, not specifically the SPH, but the Ush in Sweden.
Right.
In the AMX Even series, there's a similar tank of it. But the problem I'm kind of running into with trying to suggest it is the version that's there is a 4-barrel two on each side of the turret version.
Right.
But there is a version that's technically only a wireframe schematic that gives it a double barrel, only 2 barrels on each side of the turret, five chamber per barrel autoloader, 3 to 4 seconds per shot.
Jesus.
It's like that. I would love to see it in the game because the MX Even 30 series is like it's a culmination of people saying it's kind of a answer to the people saying the Falcon shouldn't get APDS because it's an SPAA.
Yeah.
If it needs APDS, it should be a light tank. A way to show them how that would be could be adding the MX Even 30, which has already been suggested, which basically has the same guns as similar guns to the Sagittario 2 and the Falcon, which basically all kind of share the same gun.
Right.
So showing them a light tank with those similar guns could show them like, even if it had a light tank role, it might perform similarly in terms of killing tanks.
I mean, for me in general, I'm completely fine. If we're comparing the Type 75 to the SPH, to the OOSH, right? So we're looking at more like unique experiences in different trees, right? I thought you were gonna go down like the howitzer road.
I am.
Oh, you are? Okay. So as long as they stay direct fire and don't do the whole like top-down thing, which I'm very worried about, just as a mechanic, because I feel like there's no real counterplay to it, because you don't know it's coming or not. I would be fine with it. I'm not going to enjoy playing them. It's not going to be very fun. But at the same time, like for me, there are people who want to see them. So why not? Like if it makes them happy and if they're enjoying, playing it, then great. Why not? Let's go for it. As I've said many times on the stream, I think anybody who has an opinion on the vehicles should first spade the Type 75 SPH, and then maybe their opinion may be slightly different.
In my defense, I started with Japan, which was probably one of the worst ideas I've ever chosen. But that was when Japan was new.
Yeah.
I'm at 4.7 and I haven't moved for like 4 years. But I'm at like 7.7. I'm at 7. Well, I got 7.7 from one of the battle passes.
Yeah.
I bought the 120 and the IS6, which is honestly, I feel like the 120, the T10A and the IS6 should switch BRs. Because honestly, the IS6 I feel is better. It's like vertical stabilizer. It's nice, but with the heavy that has like no gun depression, it just doesn't really help you that much unless you're on perfectly flat ground.
Right.
But the higher velocity of the IS6's gun, like you technically don't really have that much armor on any of them because of the BR you're at.
Yeah.
But against conventional rounds that are full caliber, I have bounced a lot more rounds in my IS6 than my Optic 120. Not Optic 120. T10A.
Yeah.
But that aside, do I have the SPG for you? It is called the AMX GCT 155 SPG. It's also known as the AMX 30 AUF1.
Yeah, I know about that thing. It'd be a little bit crazy.
I want it specifically because for a specific round that it can carry. Imagine a 155mm gun as big as a shit barn, but probably having more than, from what I have, because I have a tank book that I'm reading this off of.
Yeah.
I see like more than 30 rounds in just half of its turret bustle. It gets an autoloader, and it gets access to rocket-assisted projectile, which is with an effective range of 23,000 meters. So imagine a howitzer that can shoot perfectly straight across the map, but once the shot is fired, it stays on that specific course.
Yeah.
Which would be a completely new to the game, except for Milan's toes. Like it's a rocket, but there's no other rocket that once you shoot it on its course, it is uncontrollable.
There's one which it's not a rocket, but the Accra.
Oh
the
yeah,
Accra has the It has
I'm
like
about-
a
I'm
rocket
about to get
propelled
that.
HE. That one's interesting. So yeah,
That's
I mean
another-
they could add something like that.
Like a lot of the stuff I'm proposing are filling gaps, new experiences that either most tech trees don't have, or I want to give to more tech trees,
Right.
or a tank, or a suggestion to split up not adding new tech trees, but splitting up something that has multiple different versions to different tech trees to fill things that were lost, such as the 30 DCA going to 8.3. Now we have a huge gap between the 13 DCA 40 and the DCA that can never be filled. So, like at 8.7, if you literally don't have any type of radar SPAA and you're versus Germany, you're kind of screwed.
Yes.
If one person brings out a G91R4 and you don't have no planes that can catch up to it or anything that can deal with it, he can fit. I've been in matches where G91R4 spawned 5 minutes into the game. He ferried probably about 12 to 15 rockets.
Yeah.
Only killed eight people, but he devastated our team. Like everybody who got killed by a rocket left right after that because there was no point in finishing the game because none of us were able to kill anybody or get to a cap point to be able to get something to counter him. Because the number one problem about that match was they had Germany, they had China, and they had Great Britain. So we had almost no chance in terms of SPAA roll to counter it.
Yeah.
So to fill the gap in other tech trees without adding another tech tree, I am proposing the Piranha 6x6 APC. You probably heard of this one.
Oh, the Piranha? Yeah, I know about the Piranha.
With its many versions, like it has a 25 millimeter Olicron cannon. That's basically like if you took the Class 3P, gave it the turret of a Martyr, and basically just that was it.
Yeah.
It's like it won't be much, but it's something. Another three versions are. There's one that has a 25 millimeter Gal 12 with 4 stingers. It doesn't say on my book that if it has radar or not, but I would say that if it's possible, add these into tech trees that don't have like a 7.7 or 7.3 and omit the radar so they could stay at that BR. Like, because I honestly love giving tanks everything they could possibly have, and then let the players figure out how they want to work with it.
Yeah.
But in some cases, it would be better to omit something like there's one. It's the Moag Piranha. It's has the Italian OTO Malara Quad 25 millimeter AA system. So it's Class 3P with a Saddam turret, kind of basically. Well, actually,
that's cool.
That looks exactly. It looks like it has a similar radar to the with the PGZ-09, where it has the flat and then the top one. Like, I'd love to see that. Britain 7.7 take off the possible radar it'll have with it. Just like, and it could fill the place where the Falcon had. Don't give it APDS because honestly, for most AAs that have APDS, it's kind of a shit show. Because like you can use APDS, but you lose AA capability, or they're like I think the DCA and the Falcon, you get your APDS belt, which has your AA capability inside of it, but when in doing one task, you lose the other task. Effective with other tasks, which is why I kind of didn't like the Falcon going up, because like I did calculations, like you get 5 extra rounds, which are split up into what, 4 round bursts of APDS, 2 AP, and an HE. I think you get 5 extra APDS rounds compared to anything else. But usually the only thing that are penning are the APDS rounds and not any of the AP. The AP has like, what, 65? So like you have a chance, but... So that's... Well, I have it's really short because I'm actually zooming through it. But my next one is a mashup of the LN's 90 and the Warrior. What that was? That's the called the Fox Light Armored Carrier.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was like
that one's a weird one.
Like that's the ferret turret. One of the ferret turrets. It's like
good old.
Like I'm looking at my book, it's like 4 different turrets. Most of them HGMs, but I'd like to see, because it has the same gun as the Warrior, just doesn't have the missile, the Milan missile. And I'd love to see it, like 6-7, just to sort of ease the jump of going into a 30 mil, because like my first game in the Warrior, no less, I got shit on. I thought I could do stuff and I could not do stuff, and to ease that jump into it, kind of like maybe you folder it with what's it, the FB432, which is kind of like a longer, it's an APC that can have a similar turret. Kind of put those both in a folder, put it like 6-7 in the Warrior line. You don't have to research it if you don't want to. Like have it a separate little node. So if you want to, you can just go straight up the HGM line and go straight to the Warrior. If not,
I would personally prefer to see the Scorpions over something like that. I think those would be pretty fun to see.
And so my last thing we're going to talk about, well, I've already posed to you in a previous stream, but I'd like to hear more people talk about it. It's just like, you read it, but I'd like to see more people hear it, just from my perspective. So, the AMX 50 Cerbasi, one of the greatest heavies. I love it to death. But it's like a 19-shot. I'm calling it a bushel autoloader because everything's from the autoloader straight into the breach. No intermittent whatever. I would like to see for specifically things that have drums, like the Lorraine 40Ts and stuff that specifically load from drums for the reloading crew skill to shorten the time to load into the drum, because I think it's like a base 10 seconds no matter what, even though like loading 120 into a breach is probably not going to be the same as loading a 90 into a drum. But I'd like to see it go down, but I don't want to see it go down to the levels of regular tanks. Like I'd like to see a 10-second maybe go to an 8-second when you have it fully up, because I don't want to see a Cerbasi shooting 6 seconds, but he can wait 7 seconds and he gets a new shell into this thing, so he still has a full auto. I don't want to see like the auto reloading stuff of the of World of Tanks, even though that's kind of what it already is. But you actually have to wait because you can't shoot and reload into your drum or barrel. But that's
and also I want easy for them to sort that out as well, right? Like
exactly, it's like it's something that's literally coding setting how much it'll affect with each tick. That's the only thing is like, what if you do one full tick and there's like 5 ticks and that only gets you like 0.8 seconds?
Yeah.
That's not really going to help you unless you have like, you save up your crew points and get like half of it, and you get 1.5 seconds, which would be pretty major in terms of reloading into your drum or autoloader.
Yeah.
And I want this. I specifically say I want it for drum or bushel autoloaders, specifically because at top tier, if they implemented the same thing with stuff that already has 4-second reloads, I think is the max. I don't want to see, like, the closest I've gotten to top tier is, I think it's going to be just change the 10.3 the Stormer HBM. I've been researching like the entire, from 8.0 up, I've been only using 7.3, 7.7, and 8.0. And it's honestly, it's pretty fun when I don't have to use new tanks. Yeah. And I have all the premiums and charons, so it's like I have nothing to really worry about in terms of SL or RP.
Yeah.
But I would hate to see, like, M1 Abrams, let's just say ready rack of 5, shoots, can wait 1 extra second, and it's like he never lost a shell. I want to feel like if you use your full reload, I want it to be like you are losing shells.
Yes.
Instead of, oh, I can wait an extra second, and then it's like I never shot my first shell, which would be a scary thought. Like Abrams unload a completely full Abrams, you add 1 second to every time it shoots, and it can just unload, and it'd practically be an autoloader, even though it has manual loading. So that's about it. Other than that, it's like, adding on to what other people said. So the map bans. Oh boy, the map bans. So to preface this, I will say yesterday I wanted to play my 7-7 lineup for Russia. The first map I got onto, Sands of Sinai. I'm like, oh, that's fun. With my lineup being IS-6, Object 120, LA-11, T-10A, KB-122, ITP, and an SU-100Y.
Yeah.
I was like, I got my Object 120. I spawned on the southern side. I go up to the hill that you can kind of look at A and B, and you can look at their left spawn, kind of. And WMA from across the map eats a shot, I'm dead. Do I spawn again? No, because I have nothing that has enough muzzle velocity to face anything, because I got a full up to, so I was at 8.7, so I was like, I'm not waiting, like, it's, what, max 2,000 on like what, the IS-6 or something? I'm not, like, I have 15 million, and I just spent like 2 million just getting the 8.3 British lineup.
Yeah.
I can throw money away at this point, but I didn't want to spend an extra 2,000 to spawn another tank, because I knew I would just die not being able to do anything. So for map bans, I feel that instead of one map ban across the entirety, one map ban or one map dislike per nation. So like so Russia, you compare at 7.7, you don't really have that high velocity guns unless you have the tank destroyers. So you might ban Fields of Poland,
right?
Sands of Sinai, stuff with super long ranges where you don't really have lineups to compete with. Let's say Britain, which I could bring my 7.3 lineup, go to that same spot, and start yeeting shells at like 8 seconds a pop across the map, and have no real problems. Like, you kill me, I'll just bring another one that basically has the same capabilities, or I'll bring another one, and I'll bring another one, and so on. So I feel like one map ban per nation should work pretty well, because I don't really have an example that it really would work on. Maybe you have one, but it's like
Couldn't you just change a map ban when you swap nations?
I'm not sure. It's like I've never had to use map bans. If I just get shit on in the match, that's it. I just leave the match and I go I don't feel so good. Let me go play 7-3. Let me go shit on some 6-3.
You can change map bans whenever you want. So like if you are switching like lineups and stuff, like you could do that.
Yeah, but it's a
See
thought.
you later, labs. Oh yeah,
because like things with like lower loss
like
against
presets.
like
T10A.
You
could have like preset bans. Like
you can put map bans on your preset. So like I'm playing 7-3 Britain. I don't like Fields of Poland because IKBs go to C point and they just auto range find me with their whatever fire control system, and they automatically have a beat on me. Well, I have to shoot, see how far it lands, and hopefully get them on the second try.
Yeah.
So that's about it. Unless you want me to just go through my book to see stuff they want to add in. It's like,
no, you gotta save some stuff for next time, brother. Don't blow your load all at once. You gotta be careful.
Yep. Oh, speaking of big guns, there's like 4 different. Wait, what's the 152 millimeter Chinese SPG? Not SPG. Tank destroyer.
I don't know. The ISU 152.
No, the APFSDS one.
The PTZ-89. Is that a 152?
That one. I thought it was a 152. It's a big gun at least. But apparently it has 2 brothers that are both 152s. But I'm not going to really go into them because like they're technically self-propelled guns that could take other rounds that aren't technically meant for them. So it's like it's not like they couldn't be put into the game, but they probably wouldn't because they already have one, and depending on its statistics, it might not even be doing that well. Even though I watched you play it, I'm like, I love the idea of it. I want it so bad because it looks like
it's a fun vehicle. It works really well.
It looks like the Object 268 version 4 from World of Tanks. I'm like, I want it.
Yeah.
But that's all I really have.
That's fair enough, man. Well, it's always nice, it's always nice chatting, and as I said, we're going to be back in a few weeks, so maybe you have some more suggestions.
Yep. Maybe I will. I'll find you more howitzers for you to play with. How about the M109 Paladin? That'll be fun.
Yeah, I'm sure it will be.
But have a good day.
You too, brother. Thanks for coming on. Alright, it was lovely listening to Panzer, and now we have Dr. Henk. So let's see what Dr. Henk would like to chat about. Wonderful name. Hello, Henk. Are you alive? Are you kicking? Are you dead? What's going on? There we go.
Here I am. I found the button.
How are you doing, man? How's life?
Pretty chill. Not bad.
Have you been doing the event, or?
Airside, yeah. I'm just doing some low tier, fooling around.
Oh, that's fair enough. So what did you want to chat about today? What's on your mind?
Well, I was playing Air Sim about 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
Flying the Buccaneer. S2. I was on final on a carrier. And I was thinking to myself, this is way too goddamn difficult. The Buccaneer is already quite a difficult plane to land. Because if you're too slow, it just goes down like a brick. And if you're too fast, it wants to go up.
Yeah.
But what we miss on carriers is the optical landing system. You know, the set of lights that you have that indicates for the pilot if he's high or low. Like additions like that, I would really love to see, because they make some things look really cool and just easier for certain players to, land on carriers or land on airfields, things like that.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, I'd like to see a little bit more illumination in the game in general. Like as somebody who, like my eyes, like when talking about another game like with Enlisted, right? Like in Enlisted, I realized how bad my eyesight was because there's a lot of buildings which are very dark in that game, and I just wouldn't see anybody in them, and I would just get railed down basically. And in War Thunder, more visual cues would be really nice, especially for stuff like landing, just because it would make it a bit easier and also a little bit more realistic too, which would be a little bit of fun. Do you mainly play SM or do you play other game modes?
Play lots of stuff.
Oh, fair enough.
Everything except naval and arcade, pretty much. So.
Oh, fair. Because I haven't played SM in a very long time, and any time I ever read about it, it's just everyone talking about the economy, and I'm more interested in the gameplay. Like what does that feel?
Yeah, like? It's gotten better, ish. I don't know, with the introduction of supersonic jets and things over the years, it's gotten a bit small, and they changed it a little bit back with. Different airfields, different larger maps. But before that, it was hell. Air sim was hell. You had people just runway strafing because it still had the classic AA that still sucks. And just people camping, farming, that sort of shit. It's still going on, but it's become a lot less since back in the day.
Oh, that's good.
I'm willing to say most veteran pilots have probably left since then, which sucks, because the funnest parts of air sim are just the massive dogfights that last for 10-15 minutes, then you finally get shot down or you shoot something down, and no, it doesn't really happen anymore with bomber spam and tail gunners and shit like that.
Yeah, the thing for me when I look at like SM is I see a bunch of like competitors, I suppose, when it comes to simulator, like DCS when they announced like their free to play system that they're doing earlier in the year. I feel like that might have got a few more people more interested in it, to give it a go. The other thing as well is obviously you mentioned the airfield stuff. Have you played other BRs where like SAMs are a thing? Like, do you think they're making a positive difference?
Most of the time, yes, but they don't always work as well. But they definitely changed a lot.
Right.
Luckily.
Because for me, it pretty much means that if I play something like a bomber, I'm actually able to land, which, it's better than going to space. Let's just put it like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's still a lot of work to be done, especially economy-wise, because they did change a couple of things. Because you used to have to start with the lowest tier in your bracket, so you play EC4 and you have to play the lowest tier of that, and then you can work your way up your aircraft pretty much with spawn points. They completely removed that, so it's just you can spawn the highest thing you have, which was a change that went unnoticed from me until today. But yeah. I was gone for 2 weeks and everything's changed. It's weird these days.
It's unfortunate. That's the thing, right? Like we've been. It's like a general theme through this. While I've been doing this, it's like even if you miss a week in War Thunder, you seem to miss so much. Like they're really just pumping everything. Like let's say you took like you said 2 weeks off, so you miss all the BR changes. you miss the start of the event, you miss the start of the battle pass, you miss the devlog today. For the next update, you miss all the economy stuff, and that's just like the major things. That's not even looking at any of the minor stuff. Like
big fixes,
crazy.
Shit like that. Yeah. It's going quick these days. 'Cause I started in 2015. Didn't play that much back then, but
the
last couple of years I played more and more, and I really noticed how far the game has gone in terms of adding things and keeping players up to date and everything. Because it's a bug fix every week, and back in the day it was, I don't know, a bug fix every 2 months or something.
Yeah, major ones, I'd say.
Yeah. It was very different.
Yeah, they've definitely ramped up everything, and it seems to be working for them in most ways. Obviously we can discuss about Sim and its popularity and everything like that, whether it's improved or diminished, but every other part of the game, apart from maybe helicopters, is doing extremely well for them. So
yeah,
they seem to be doing something right.
You're tired, I hear.
Mate, right. I'll let you in something. So I started work yesterday, 3 a.m., and then got home at 9 a.m. Had about an hour to myself, and then I started streaming, and then I streamed for 13 hours until midnight, and then I got 2 hours of sleep, and then I had work again, and now I'm here. So, I'm running off 5 hours in about 2 days right now. But it's how it is,
Yeah.
But I think today has been really, really good. I've actually really enjoyed doing this fireside chat stuff, and
yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, and definitely gonna keep to the schedule now, like doing it every fortnight. So I think even though we did say that ton of stuff happens in a week, not a ton of stuff happens every week, and I feel like it could get very samey very quickly.
Yeah.
So just
especially
a bit of
with dev blogs are coming out now, so that's probably 2 or 3 a week.
That's the thing.
So
Nobody's talked about the PVV at all.
I'm not interested. I don't know what it is. I have never seen the thing before. I don't give a damn.
It's a box with a 20 on it. Wonderful.
Yeah, that's what I saw. That's about as much as I know about it. Yeah. Great.
Oh god. Yeah, I looked at it today and I was like, okay, so Sweden only has like the LVKV and that truck with the 40 on it. So this will be a nice AA, but it's not going to blow anybody away, right? Like it's just an extra little vehicle.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's a good starter dev blog, I suppose, because they normally start off with something pretty small. And then where is it? It's Thursday tomorrow, so we'll get something probably similar tomorrow, and then Friday they'll be like, boom, here you go. Have something to talk about over the weekend.
Yeah, a hype up.
Yeah.
We'll see what comes this time.
Oh, true.
I don't know. I think the last patch was a bit of a meh. I think the F5s are cool, but that's pretty much it.
Do you have any predictions for this patch then? Any thoughts?
All those leaks with I think it was a Leopard 2 prototype.
Oh yeah.
I saw come across. I would love to see that. I love Leopards. It was either the Type 10 or a Type 90 with a different armor package. One of those two.
Yeah, there was a Type 10. Yeah.
Yeah, that thing looks dope. Nowhere close to getting one of those, but it's still definitely a cool thing. And I don't know if they're gonna add that now or this year or next year. Who knows? There's so many things that they come across in fucking magazines and shit. I don't know where they find every damn vehicle they found, because half of the things I've never seen before, and it's just
true.
I think it's cool because I don't know, something that's lurking somewhere in a museum that maybe 25 people a day see gets added to this game and it gets played. So
yeah, exactly. Like Rocker did we did a museum stream the other week, and we went around this what the way he described it, it was just like going to be a normal museum. But this guy, well, it was like a couple, and they had some ridiculous stuff at this museum. Like they had a prototype M113 that was made out of, I think it was like titanium or something. So like one of the really early ones. They had a Bradley, which is nearly impossible to get. And they just had so many different things. And then like after talking to a few people who've actually done, you know, some work with Gaijin, and how much they travel and like go around different museums or go around different archives and, you know, basically find the information. There's a lot of work that goes into that, but also it shows you there's a ton of vehicles that, you know, they can keep just pumping in, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah. Especially in terms of prototypes, they built so many of those.
Oh yeah, ridiculous.
It's such interesting electronics and different technical aspects. They're just so interesting that really nobody knows about because they didn't go into production.
Yeah, exactly. Is there anything else you want to chat about?
I know you want to go to bed, don't you?
Oh no, I just I need to get food. To be honest with you, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, I don't mind. Yeah,
I gotta get some food and then back on the wonderful grind and continue with it.
You're not done yet?
No, not yet. I mean, technically, like, so we generally end this stream around like 7, so I still have like an hour and a half to go. So we should be able to get through everybody, which will be good. But like, because of the way that my eating is now, so I eat at like 10 and then I eat at 5. And if I don't eat at 5, my body just hates me. So right now it's screaming. So
Yeah.
I definitely need to get some food.
Yeah, you go and get some food. I'm gonna go to bed.
Well, thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah, I'll probably speak to you in 2 weeks again because this is
of
fun.
course. Oh yeah, this is great, man. Like I really enjoyed it. All right, thanks for being on.
Yep, later.
See you, brother. All right, so I'm just going to take another quick break. I'm going to get my dinner sorted, and then we will be back with the last few. If anybody joins after this point, then we're going to have to do it next time. But we will get through everybody today. It's as simple as that. Thank you for the subscription, Kenny Must Die. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Right, I'll be back in a sec, guys. See you soon. Alright, I'm back. Got my food, got my stuff. I've just realized I've left the light on, so just give me 2 seconds. There we go. Do. Yep, deep, deep, deep. Do, do. Yep, dap, dap, dee. Alright, okay. Let's get the next person on, Little Mock. Let's see what Little Mock has to say. What's gonna go through. Alright, there we go. Calling Little Mock to the stand. There we go.
Well, hello there.
Oh, you're really quiet. Just give me a sec.
Alrighty.
Alright, there we go. Should be a little bit better now. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing alright. As you know.
Did not expect me to be picked first after your break, to be honest.
Well, I'm just doing it in order, so
Yeah.
as it like goes down the list.
Of course.
What would you like to chat about? What's going on in your head?
Well, not much. I'm new to the community, and this popped up for me to join, so I was like, okay.
Oh, fair enough.
So why I've been listening? I've been playing War Thunder, doing some grind. Played it since it first, well, when it was called World of Plains. Been playing it, but chilling. Getting back into it now.
Could you increase your volume just slightly?
Of course.
So I have you all the way up and it's still a little bit quiet. I'm getting old, so I'm pretty deaf nowadays.
Yeah. How about now? Is that better?
Yes, a little bit. So you've been playing this since basically what, 2012 then? Like
Yes.
Holy. And did you just stick with Plains, or have you like transitioned into playing everything else?
Touched on almost every state as it is, and I enjoy them both. They both have their pros and cons that I can most definitely tell.
Yeah.
Like, I started with the Americans first, and I really do enjoy them. They're my highest PR at the point. And I've just now started working on France now, and I've heard one of the speakers saying something about the AMX series in France.
Yeah.
And I got the premium tank, the AMX 13 on the M24 chassis. It really is that, it's just like the Puma for the Germans. It's really that fast and let's give them a punch almost.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Like I run it with my 3.7 lineup sometimes, and
yeah,
I really enjoy it. I know it doesn't have the stabilizer and all that, but for me, having like the smoke really means that I can play it like differently compared to a lot of stuff.
Yeah, or you can also play as a scout most of them, and then going in. It's been a nice welcome for War Thunder to go back into playing it now. That it's had a lot of nice updates. I like the new hull aiming is very enjoyable. I've touched on it a bit. Really enjoy it.
Yeah, I think I remember when hull aiming was first introduced, because they added the VT12, didn't they? And I remember playing it back then, and my God, that was not great. I think is the way to put it. But it's a lot better now.
It still has some glitches, like if a tank, a flame tank gets close, it's just like it jiggles so darn quick. It's like, what am I looking at here? It's funny. I really do enjoy it. The only real thing I found going back into it has just been like one of the two people said that I get where people that are more high level, so they know where to shoot better. than I do. Like I know where to shoot to, get it done. But like air, I usually sadly do play arcade because like every time I've tried to play realistic in air, they always just manage to one tap me or like just instantly take out my pilot, which is a bit aggravating, but you can't let that stuff get your hopes down and make you quit the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I know a lot of people who played arcade for, similar for you. Like, they played it for many, many years, right? And it gives a completely different feeling to the game. I find it odd when people talk about how you're supposed to like transition through the game modes kind of thing. Like you play like arcade and then you get used to the game and then you move into realistic and then maybe simulator. Like I've never really understood that because they're completely different game modes on how they play.
Yeah, and the physics as well, if you don't mind me talking into it, really does change as well in reality.
Yeah.
I study that type of stuff, so it's real neat that I can experience it in a game that's free to play, which is very exciting to me.
Yeah, that's true. Have you been doing the events then? Like, do you keep up with the events?
Try to. The one event I actually got to catch was the 2042, where they that futuristic stuff and tanks where you invisible camouflage and all that type of stuff. Really, that event I played a little bit, and other events to help me out with battle pass stuff I do try and do here and there, but I don't have as much free time as I like.
Yeah.
So I play when I get the chance, and I join the communities like this as best I can. I really get myself out there.
Yeah, well, that's good. Like, I mean, when I can't remember when we set up this this Discord. I think it was maybe like 2016, 2017, something like that. And yeah, it's definitely a lot different now than it was then.
Oh yeah, it ain't my first time being in this particular community. I left and came back, but yes, it has changed, and it really is happy that after you leave and all this chaos in the world is going on now, you come back and you see that communities are still thriving. I love it. And
yeah, I agree with
you. And so, what about you? What happened else going on with you today? Long?
I mean, I'm just I'm grinding the summer landing event, and trying to get the vehicles done, and these are like the stars for me. So between like star 7 and star 9, which are the hardest to do, I think is the way to put it. Because they're the ones where you're between, you're between awards, and you pass the point where it's like, oh, do I, should I keep going? Should I not? You just go like full throttle into it, and yeah, it's always the hardest part. But once you get past like, what is it, like the 3 or 4 days, basically, then you feel good because you get everything.
Yeah.
And obviously, we're doing a bunch of stuff with the Discord and Twitch and YouTube, and it's just things everywhere right now. Like, there's a little bit of everything going on.
Yeah. I've surprisingly recently asked one of the admins on the thing to try to start streaming on the content creator lobby. And my request got denied, so I'm just being patient, seeing what I can ask again, because I want to start get more in virtual communities like this.
Yeah. I mean, generally the content creation rooms are normally just set up for me, basically, because you know, obviously, you know, I do the content stuff. But I think we could maybe make a maybe make like a separate room if people want to give it a go, you know, like have a bit of fun with it.
Yeah, so I definitely it pops up every time I load up the game. Would you like to start streaming War Thunder?
Yeah.
And I don't really mind. Like, I play the way I like to play. If someone got tips they would like to point out to me that can help me play better, I don't mind that.
Yeah.
Because some stream art is extremely useful for old and new players. It to the old players, the newer ones can put out some features that they might even know about, and the older people can teach the newer players how to play better and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I massively agree. Like one thing that, you know, has been lost, at least for me over time, is a lot of the people I started playing the game with, you know, either don't play anymore or play a lot less. So it's kind of hard to have like the old heads, you know, like trying to help new people. And I feel like a lot of people are reluctant to do that too, because maybe they see it as a time waster or something. I don't think they should. Like I think it's very rewarding, like talking to new people in something and, you know, trying to get them interested, basically.
Yeah. And the big part for me at this point is just to find, well, at the game, there's been a lot of events seeing that add some really somewhat derpy vehicles into it. Like in the Japanese, there was this KI series that had the pontoons on them, the front and the back, and it was ridiculously hard to pin them. Even with a heat round, the pontoon would just eat it all up.
The kachi,
yeah. And I wish they would add that back, because I didn't get the chance to play with it, but I did get to experience it one time because I was watching a content creator, Fly Daily. He's one of the few people I watch that lets me experience more of that I missed. And that one vehicle was very, I'd say, hilarious to watch as he tried to play with his little squad. They went down. I forget what map.
Well, you can get the kachi now if you do the summer landing stuff.
Oh, I can. No, that'd be very nice then. So, right now, I'm just trying my best. I hop from squadron to squadron until I get getting kit, because they don't know how to contact with me, so it's just very hard for me to find a good squadron for me to get in.
I mean, there's some squadrons here. Like you've got 3 tech squadrons, and then there's 2 class squadrons. The class squadrons actually specialize in arcade play in general. So, and also knowing a lot of them, they're very welcoming. If you know, and obviously if they can contact you through Discord, then, you know, it's easy to do.
Oh yeah, Discord automatically hops up when I'm on the computer, so like I'm always on it. Like I have it set up where it tells me if something's updated in this particular group, because this is my only War Thunder group I actually interact with, instead of getting squad ups. To help me get some squad tanks and vehicles that I try to get. Because I don't really. I get that War Thunder does have the option to pay to win, but at the same time, they also give the bonus to really grind, which is very nice for me.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, even though my account's like 6 years old since 2015, like you said, when it first started actually coming up, I've only really had 300 hours on here, which is very low to some. But yeah, if I can actually get in contact with some of these squadron leaders or group people in here, I'll definitely give it more of a try.
I mean, I would, you know, I mean, if you need information on that stuff, where the Tech Hub FAQ room on the Discord, it has all the information for that. And if you are just there to get the squadron vehicles, like at the end of the day, as if you're contributing, activity wise and stuff like that, then doesn't really matter.
Well, it's not. I wouldn't just be using them for the squadron. I also.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Like,
it's a nice addition, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Right now, I'm working to get the American one for the planes, so I can actually start training or getting used to the jet fighting technique in there, because it's really different from regular biplanes and the first stages and stuff. But don't get me wrong, I've seen a lot of very good pilots in Warthrone take out a biplane and still take out some really like BF-109s, BF-110s, and really take them out. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, because is surprising to me, because I would see like in the more higher BR, like you would take a biplane, land it, and wait for a helicopter to get up and just and mow him down.
Yeah.
Like for the Russians, you can use the I-16. So pretty sure that has the 4 main guns for it, and really just mow down almost any helicopter if you get the map right with that. Which sure you really have, and I don't really know about this, if you know if it's right or wrong, but you still get detected by radar if you're in a bike.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Yeah, you do. It's more of like a height thing, basically. If you stay low to the ground, then radar won't really see you. But the higher you go, even biplanes get seen, which sucks for them, I suppose.
Yeah, and That's what I have to talk about. I would definitely say, as I was playing today, the Japanese I tried to work more on. It has been extremely hard. So they have no real explosive ability with their tanks. Because I was sitting a Panzer IV-C, which is the one that has the machine guns.
Yeah.
Not the actual. And I hit the ammo rack twice and got the pure, like, to where it should have been destroyed and hit him being blown up. And he turns around and just shoots my crew, which is very. Is that really? How does that work?
It's a bit annoying, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. And well, I'll go ahead and let you get to the other people. I know I'm just here to enjoy the talk and everything. It was great to talking.
I tell you what, it's been wonderful having you on, and we'll be doing this once again in another few weeks. So if you are interested, make sure to come along. And if you do have any questions about the squadrons and stuff, or anything like that, just let me know. Like I can help you out with that stuff.
I did send you a text about a few hours ago, around 5.
Was it a DM
time.
or?
Yes, it was a
Oh,
DM.
fair,
I did.
Yeah, I haven't. I'm streaming right now, so I unfortunately haven't got around to them yet. But I'll have a look after the stream.
It's fine, no problem. Take your time, man. You have something more important to do. I'm just a regular person trying to enjoy the time.
Fair enough.
Well,
it's been, as I said, it's been wonderful chatting to you. Thank you for coming on.
No problem. I'll be staying on till the end.
Lovely.
You have a good one.
Have a good evening. Right, that was lovely. Absolutely wonderful. So let's get on Hippa Chonklo and see what's going on with Hippa. And let's see what's... Oh, hey up. Hello.
How's it going, gamer?
My god, you are loud. Right. It's going all right. No, don't worry, I'll adjust it. It's better that you're loud than you're quiet. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right, sir. How about you?
I'm doing fine. Like just grinding the event, having a bit of good time, talking about random stuff. It's been pretty good so far. I've enjoyed it.
Nothing about the event is a good time for me. It's just pain and suffering.
What are you trying to grind in it?
I'm trying to grind everything. I was trying to get everything at first. I flaked out on naval because, well, it's naval. I'm not a huge fan of naval. I got the first one done, and then I was like, okay, that's enough for me. I think I'm done. But other than that, just been going for the Buccaneer and what is it, the BBM? I always forget this fucking thing's name. Yeah, I can't remember its name to save my life. I just call it the knockoff BMP.
Yeah, I mean, the only BMD idea I'm really interested in is the Sprut. Do you know what the Sprut is?
I do not.
So the Sprut is a modified BMD chassis. It's a very modern vehicle, early 2000s, I believe. But they've basically attached a BMD chassis to a 125mm gun in a turret. And,
so they were kind of going like similar to something.
They basically took like an MBT gun and stuck it on a BMD. Like that's the idea.
So like they were going for something like a K or a K2 or something like that.
Yeah.
Something similar, like a fast light tank destroyer with a big ass fucking gun to just
pretty much
let people. Yeah, that's definitely interesting, I guess you could say. One thing that I wanted to ask while I was on here, what's your opinion on ground airfield AA? So in terms of going in a ground RB match, say you get in a dogfight with someone and then they pussy out and run back to their airfield and hide behind airfield AA. Do you think it should be in ground or not?
I'm fine with airfield AA being in ground because I feel like if you force somebody back to their airfield, they're already out of the fight, right? So they're not going to be contributing anything to it. And as long as you realize that, you know, then you don't waste your time chasing them, then, you know, it's fine. I will say the helicopter AA is a different story, though.
Absolutely, yeah.
That one is very aggressive. Is probably the way I put it.
Like, I can't tell you how many times I've been in a Saber and I'm fighting some AV8 and I got him in a turn, hit him up with a couple 50s, and then he runs me over his first heli base that's half a kilometer away from the map. And I just get half my plane yellowed in under a second. It's like, well, that's fun.
Yeah.
Or if I'm flying around, then all of a sudden it just starts shooting at me. I'm like, wait, I didn't think I was close to a heli base at all.
It's really weird because the helicopter AA seems to do like tick damage. Like you go like yellow, orange, red.
Yeah. It's like at first it just gives you like a warning, but if you stay in there for more than like 5 seconds, and if you get closer to it, it starts just like ticking. It's like beige, yellow, orange, red, pilot knock. It's like,
yeah, I find that really odd. But yeah, I think helicopter AA is a bit rough. I'm not too bothered about normal AA. I think personally that's fine. How about, so do you have an issue with it personally?
Well, personally, I think I have more of a problem with it, not as in fighters, but as in cast planes. Because they have the potential to land, you know, they have the potential to just immediately bug out, go back to their airfield, get more missiles, then come back and wreak more of havoc for a ground game. And in the time that they've been, you know, replenishing their armament, I might have gotten shot down by a missile AA, or I might have RTB'd as well. And then they can cause more damage to the ground game. I don't really have a problem if a fighter bugs out to the airfield because, you know, they're just fighting planes. They're not really meant to kill tanks, and they're most likely not going to kill tanks, especially if they're just in something like a, you know, like if they're in a BF-109 or, you know, just something like, you know, let's say that it's I know that the P-47 can obviously carry bombs, but let's say it's not carrying bombs and it's just got its guns.
Yeah.
It's just going after fighters, and I don't really have a problem with that. It's more the problem I have when I'm chasing some G91 player or an A4E player or an AV8 player, and they just have more speed than me, so they just run back to their airfield, get more bombs, wait till I die, and then just keep ground striking.
Right. Yeah, I can see that as an issue. I wonder how you play around that. The only way I can think is when they're going back to the airfield, you try and have a positive effect in other areas of the map, but that might not always be possible just because of what's going on the map. So I'm not sure.
I know I probably get regarded as a massive asshole for saying this, but my personal favorite is getting an MiG-19S and then just going Mach 1 over the airfield and strafing them and then making it out alive before your plane gets shot down. Not the nicest thing to do, but I guess it's an option out there for some people.
If it works, it works.
It works.
That's the thing.
What's your opinion on the new French AA? Well, I guess you could say it's kind of an IFE.
Swedish.
Bordering a little. More. Sorry, the Swedish one. I'm stupid. I can't remember it. Kind of like thing. What's your opinion on it?
Well, I did a video on it before, and at least, in my opinion, I don't. I mean, it's not going to shift matters. It's not going to change anything. I think people talking about how this is going to be like a new R3 is I think that's ridiculous. It's too bulky and it's too slow. It'll be a nice vehicle to wander around in, but it won't do anything. When the ZSD was added, the 63, that machine had really good tank killing capabilities because of certain rounds that it had, so it was kind of really, really good. And then they bumped it up in BR, it lost its lineup, and now it's not as good, weirdly enough. I think this thing, the only problem it may have is if they put it in too low, then its autocannon might just rip up a bunch of light tanks, but I'm not worried about it. Yeah,
it might be like a faster firing Panzer IIc DAC.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't think it's going to be that low. So if it comes in at 2.0 or 1.7, it could actually be pretty good. If it comes in any higher than that, then yeah, it's just an AA. Nothing crazy about it.
I had fears about it at first. Then I kind of realized that it's a Swedish tank, so it's probably going to have a weed whacker engine. So it's not going to be. I think if anything, it would be akin to more of a low tier Martyr, not in terms of its performance, not nearly as high as the Martyr's performance, but in relation to its BR, right? Yeah. So it would be the Martyr of its BR,
right?
I guess you could say, because it's got an auto 20, which I'm almost 90% sure they're going to give HVAP rounds to, because what 20 in the game doesn't have fucking HVAPs? And if they didn't give it that, then it would just be useless. So I guess what you're looking at is just about 60 millimeters of pen. So you're looking at pretty much side penning almost every tank, except for the odd occasion that you might get up to like a KV-1. Probably not going to be able to side pen those. Other than that, really just a gun barrel destroyer.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It'll be interesting to see if they give it scouting or not, being an APC and all. Or if they're just gonna, basically just say, "No, this is an AA. You're gonna use it as an AA kind of thing."
I mean, they did that sort of thing with the Flaurak Panzer, right? They gave it scouting, even though it was an SPAA. I wouldn't necessarily say I would agree with it because I don't know. I think that there's a lot of tanks in this game that should get scouting. Things that come to mind would be like the Leopard 2K. It's practically a light tank that sexually identifies as a medium tank. Let's be honest. That thing is so goddamn fast. It's unreal.
True.
So, I'm not sure. I think Gaijin likes to play this little off and on game where they give it to some things and not to others, and it's a little confusing.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it must just be down to their performance and how they're doing in the game.
Yeah. What would you think is a good idea instead of going after stat performance? Gaijin balances via win rate, KD, and other things like that, but oftentimes they're troped by newer players to the game, just for lack of a better term, sucking ass at the game and going negative. And that brings down the overall stats of the vehicle, and therefore that vehicle gets put up in BR, and then higher level players abuse it. What would you say is a better system than that?
Wait, so a vehicle goes up in BR and higher level players abuse it?
Or, my bad, down in BR.
Down in BR, right.
My bad. Sorry.
That's all
It's
good.
been a long day, man. I've had a lot of stuff to do today. I'm not speaking correctly.
Don't worry about it. I think it's one of those things where you're always going to get edge cases where certain vehicles are always going to unfortunately have this happen to them, right? Like the one that springs to mind is the Leopard 2PL, because it is not a 10-3 vehicle and they keep trying to push it down.
Not in the slightest.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, when you look at all of the other vehicles, like, over 1,500 or nearly 2,000 vehicles, if it's only happening in a few edge cases, I don't see it as a huge deal with the game overall. I feel like if something is dropped, like that, then what if these, high echelon crazy players are going to start beating face in it, then it will just go up again. Just like it has done with a few vehicles.
Be endlessly perpetuated in this back and forth, right?
Yeah, but I vehemently disagree with the idea that we should balance the game off the top 1% instead of the 99%. Because that just means that the vast majority of people are not going to be able to use vehicles, or they're just going to have really horrible times using them. I would rather have that little bit of abuse that may be there sometimes, instead of everybody having a very negative experience.
Yeah, I feel like that's how you lose 30 to 40% of your player base in an instant.
I mean, yeah, pretty much, like straight up.
Gonna pull a heroes and generals and drop from how many thousands of players to like a couple hundred on Steam charts now.
Yeah.
Did you ever actually?
Go ahead, sorry.
Did you ever? Yeah, sorry, my bad. Did you ever end up playing Heroes and Generals or trying it?
Yeah, I played it a little bit. The new player experience was absolutely abhorrent. It was terrible.
Yeah,
it was really, really bad.
The first time I was ever introduced to that game, I got in with a stock G91, or not a G91, sorry, a Gewehr G43.
Yeah.
Playing too much War Thunder, and yeah, I got shit on, and the only reason I actually ended up like pushing through in that game was because at the time I prided myself on being this like really good person at FPS games, and I thought I had some sort of shit to prove. So I
toughed out, basically.
Yeah, I toughed out 1,000 hours on that stupid game, and it gets better, but not by much. Let me tell you, that's why I switched over to War Thunder, is because the developers are just so incompetent that I just couldn't play the game anymore. It was getting painful to play.
Have you tried out Enlisted then? Or have you...
I have, actually. I pre-ordered it pretty much the second that it was available to pre-order. I played in that open alpha that you could play in the pre-order, and I very much disliked the game. I wouldn't say that I hated it, but it was not my cup of tea. The problems that I saw specifically, obviously, because it's an alpha, I can excuse certain things like glitchy movement. You ever had it where you get on a ladder and then you go through the floor?
Yeah.
Yeah, certain things like that, just dying to some dumb things. I can excuse those things because it's an alpha.
Yeah.
And now it's in beta, I believe. What I really can't excuse is, well, number one, the biggest problem, in my opinion, is tank spam and plane spam.
I agree with you. Yeah.
People dropping bombs, getting 30, 40 kills in one bomb drop. It's just not fun. Number two, artillery, just shelling your spawn constantly. And number three, people sitting with a sniper rifle from half the map away, also shooting into your spawn. It kind of just turns, I guess it more or less goes to whoever gets map control in the first 5 to 10 minutes of the game. And that's just how it goes.
Yeah, that's fair. I'd agree with that in a decent amount. The main thing for me is the vehicle issues. I think there's quite a lot of vehicle issues in that game, but a lot of the mobility stuff and the movement stuff, especially when it comes to like ladders and things, they've luckily fixed. I would say, like, it's in a much better place.
It's definitely in a better place than it was when it was starting. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say it's fully fixed. It can still use some work, but it's more than certainly better than it was.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I don't think you can do a worse job of trying to fix movement than Rito did when they tried to fix it in HNG. They just sped up the animations by 25% and called it fixed. Literally.
Oh,
that's what
that's
they
great.
did. It felt like you were Moonshoe jumping when you jumped, and they're just like, okay, we'll speed it up by 25%. You happy? And everyone
That
was
is
like,
wonderful.
are you kidding me? We're talking about the company that got a $7 million investment and blew it on beanbag chairs for their office. So
have they made anything else apart from Heroes and Generals?
Nope, that's the reason that they're still running the servers on that game is because if they give up on it, they're going to be homeless. So, yeah, they've made absolutely nothing. That was their first and most likely their last game.
That's so crazy to me.
Is there anything else you'd like to talk about? Because I've talked about all I want to say.
No, not really particularly. You know, it's nice having a chat and stuff, and you know, FPSs and things. The big one, at least right now, that I've seen is Hell Let Loose. Like it seems like a lot of people are getting into that right now.
Yeah, I saw a big spike in its popularity right around 2018, I think it was.
Yeah.
That was when the game was back in alpha or beta, whichever, I can't remember. You saw a lot of YouTubers, you know, the kind of people who will, I guess, take sponsorships for it and actually make the game, you know, they'll play the game with a soul. They won't just play it like they don't care. People like Smitty, Jameski, some other YouTubers like that in the comedy genre. I saw a lot of them playing it, and I guess it looked fun, but it looked... I guess I couldn't really overrule what other people were saying about the game, because a lot of people said that it just wasn't polished enough to play.
Yeah.
And so I kind of stayed away from it, so I don't really have a super strong opinion with it, because I haven't really played it.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I might give it a go with this new, like, big expansion they've added to it.
Yeah. One more thing I do actually want to talk about, though. What do you think is a good... I kind of have, like, no real good ideas for it. What do you think is a great way, or at least an acceptable way to, I guess, punish or kind of remove the incentive to revenge Cass?
I mean, I don't see it as a huge issue, but let's say that I do see it as a huge issue. The only way you could really do it is reduce the amount of RP or SL the individual gets, or give the other person more spawn points if they do die, to get into something else and counter once again, and just create this counter going forward.
Yeah,
it's pretty much
just
the only thing you can do.
Once you start messing with, you know, SL and SP bonuses and RP bonuses for killing another player or getting killed by another player, it really starts to fuck with the inner tunings of the game, and it becomes a lot more of a complicated issue than the original problem was, right?
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
I guess one thing I would love to see, different BRs for cast planes as a return to ground RB and air RB. For example,
true.
Common planes like the A4E and the G91R4s. My personal opinion, they should probably be around 8.3 in air RB, and they should be 9.0 in ground, because they just, let's be honest, at 8.7, it's just dominated by CAS. There is just a CAS plane everywhere you look, you move, you blow up. There's just no challenge to that. But the problem with the A4E is that if it tries to turn an ARB, it literally falls out of the sky because its engine is about as powerful as the fucking Ducks engines. They're like desk fans, right?
Yeah.
And the G91 is just so slow with that BR, it can't catch anything, and it's really just not that insane of a plane. It can definitely still pull its weight, but I wouldn't say that it's, you know, an insane plane, and I don't think it deserves to be at the BR it's at right now in terms of ARB.
Yeah, they could definitely do that. I don't think that would do anything to stop Revenge Cast, though.
No, I wasn't proposing it as a fix to that. I was just bringing it up as a topic.
Yeah, it would be nice to see. It would go a long way to helping naval and ground, just be a little bit more balanced.
Yeah. Is there anything you'd like to see in the upcoming updates in terms of big hot fixes or anything like that?
More volumetric stuff. So actually making it, fully fixing it, would be nice. Because I've heard many times about partial fixes, and I still run into issues with it where my rounds get trapped between layers. It's
Yeah, I
really
had it.
annoying. I like
Just
that, and it's probably something else. I'll have to have a think. Oh, I'd like them to revert the laser rangefinder thing, but I don't think they're going to.
Like, what do you mean by that?
Well, you know how they made it in RB, so they basically gave it the sim treatment, where when you laser rangefind something, it automatically does it.
Oh yeah, it's an auto adjustment.
Yeah, I don't like that because it means that the TTK at high tiers is stupidly low. So
less
you
than
have
2 seconds.
yeah, like you have absolutely no time to react to anything. So yeah, it's it just means that everyone plays way more defensive because you're always gonna get shot, and you can't stop it now because somebody could cock up like a sorting out their rangefinder or whatever, but that's not going to happen anymore because it does it for you. So,
exactly. Yeah. Speaking of volumetric, I had this. I have this fucking running joke. I started uploading a series of videos, and it was a series called Certified Volumetric Classic. And it was just every time some dumb shit would happen to me with volumetric, I just clip it and upload it. I have one where, you know the Stheramil?
Yes.
Yeah, I shot an IS-1 starkly in the side of the Stheramil, and that tiny little 4mm fender on the side of the IS-1 stopped the whole shell. It's like, oh my god! I've shot an XM1 flat in the side with the M23, and it's gotten stuck between two of its side plates and said non-penetration. It's just, I think it definitely affects larger shells more.
Yeah, it does.
With like shot traps, like the shot trap underneath the IS-2's mantlet. Like you can stop, for example, I've seen in protection analysis that it can stop some fucking Sabo rounds like DM13 and stuff like that. It can just completely stop them, which when you think about it makes absolutely no sense. So yeah, that would definitely be something that I'd like to see as well, as just general bug fixes towards volumetric, because that's kind of the one thing that makes me want to break my fucking table when I play this game.
Yeah, I used to run the 6-7 American lineup for events with like the T34 and stuff, but in the winter event earlier in the year, I just had way too many experiences where, well, my round didn't do anything because it got stuck between two plates, and I just got sick of it. So I was like, nah, I'm not doing that anymore. And I hope to return to that lineup because it's actually really fun. But
it really, those low tier battles without stabilizers where skill kind of matters, it's definitely way more enjoyable at those BR points. And my number one played vehicle of all time is coincidentally the Stheramil, but I don't play it very much anymore because ever since the volumetric, kind of the endless times where they said they fixed this and they said they fixed that, it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse with these big shells. And even though on paper I can pen like 250 millimeters, I non-pen the side of a Hellcat because I accidentally aimed at his neck.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's just genuinely unfun to play those vehicles now, and it kind of gravitates players more towards these, I wouldn't exactly call them skill-less vehicles, because they're definitely not skill-less, but more, I guess you could say, numbing vehicles like the R3. They're kind of spray and praise. There's less skill involved. It's not really aiming for weak points. It's shooting someone's gun and then running around to their side and spraying them as many times as humanly possible before you get shot, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, definitely volumetric would be nice. I almost kind of dare to say that it was a little bit better before volumetric was introduced. I would like to see it, kind of reverted, but that's a pretty unpopular opinion.
If they can't get it right in the next 6 months, because You know, I mean, I even think back to pretty much every mechanic that's added. Like radar is probably the biggest one. Like it took them about a year to get radar right, and not what it started off with. So if they're at like a year's point and it's not good or close to being good, or well, I mean it is all right, but it's just the bugs that it has. If that's not fixed and done, then yeah, I'd want them to remove it and upgrade it and get it to a point where it's good before putting it back in.
Yeah, I guess you can kind of compare it to overpressure and hull break. Hull break, they tried forever, they just couldn't get it right. You could sometimes shoot an R3 with a KV2 shell and it would just do nothing. And other times, APFSDS could just scrape your turret or just nick your front plate and do absolutely nothing, and then you just hull break, dead.
Yeah,
that made no sense. But overpressure, I mean, they kind of still haven't gotten overpressure right now. Heat FS, I mean, you look at real life. Heat FS does not overpressure vehicles in real life. It has TNT filler, yes, but it's a directed explosive. It's not a shrapnelized. It's more akin to blasting charges than it is to C4, right? Whereas one shrapnels in all directions, one is a focused beam of highly concentrated energy towards your designated target that you're trying to penetrate. Yeah. And especially in MBTs where you have a little bit higher up machine guns or something like that. I've seen a lot of XM1 players, and dear God bless my soul for saying the dreaded XM1 word. But that and ITPs, Leopard 2Ks, Leopard 2A4s, a lot of those tanks with machine guns on top, you can nick those machine guns with Heat FS and it'll overpressure the whole crew.
Yeah, the one thing for me was the M60. I was playing the Italian one, and I was constantly getting shot by like HE and the Cupola, and it was just killing everybody in it, and it was very frustrating.
Yeah, I can see it with that giant, massive tent you got on the roof, right?
Yeah, exactly. So hopefully they do something about that.
Anyways, I won't waste any more time for the next person in line. I understand you're probably pretty tired and you want to get off soon, so I'll let somebody else go ahead.
That's all good, man. Thanks for coming on.
No problem, man. You have a great day.
You too. All right. Let's get the next individual on, which is Zomwaffle. Let's see what's going on with him and what he's interested in today. How you doing, Zomwaffle? How's life?
Hello?
Hello!
Ah, good. My mic is actually working for once. Not much. Mostly just a few questions for you regarding stuff that you'd like to see in the potential future.
Right.
And some gameplay balancing. First one I really want to go over because it's been a thing that Gaijin has done in the past, removed, then brought back the spawn protection for ground armor. They have removed it several times in the past, and especially nowadays with events, it becomes even more of a blatant problem, especially in top tier on the smaller maps, like, say, shit, I forget the name of it. The one with the giant statue.
Whatever.
No, the A point is a statue and like a courtyard.
Oh, Advance the Rhine.
Yeah.
No.
I was like, I know it's German. Because I was like, it's not Berlin. But yeah, that map especially is notorious for spawn camping, because that spawn has 3 different, viewpoints that you can get spawn sniped from. especially at top tier when you have stuff such as the Leo 2K, XM1s running around. And I would like Gaijin to implement some sort of like spawn protection, be it like anti-tank guns or something that would deter players, but also wouldn't just be, oh, hey, if you go inside this area, you just explode after 20 seconds. Got a little worked up there.
That's all good. I mean, I think the thing they added in where if someone's spotted on the map, you can just leave the game without a crew lock, because the way that I've generally seen it is if I'm at a point where, let's say first spawn, I've spawned in, you know, I'm doing okay, but then I see like one of my flanks just collapsed, right? And I'm like, I'm working out in my head, okay, if I go over there, I might be able to salvage it, but I'm gonna die. And the percentage chance of me actually doing that is very low. So is it better for me to, like, if I do die in the area, you know, even though I've done well, is it better to try and fight the good fight in that area, or is it just best for me to leave? A lot of the time it's, okay, well, I'm just going to leave. And now you don't get crew locked from it. I think it's a decent solution. You know, it seems to fix most of the problems. Like with those small maps, you know, they're absolutely tiny for top tier vehicles, and that doesn't mean they're good or bad. It just means that the getting across them is really, really quick, and getting to positions where you can take care of stuff is really, really fast as well.
Oh yeah.
So
like,
yeah, I don't know how an AT guns or anything like that would.
I mean, it just, you know, any sort of like deterrent to, you know.
Yeah, I mean, they could bring back the, you know, stay in this area for so long and you just explode.
Because no one likes, let's be honest, no one likes getting spawn camped.
No, it's generally not fun. But nowadays, like, you know, if somebody is in that area around me, then I just leave. If the battle's not going my way. The other thing is, though, if they're out of the area, like they're across the map and firing in, which happens on a decent amount, that's a different issue, and that's more
especially
of an issue with map
Fields
design.
of Poland.
Yes. Yeah, Fields of Poland.
Let's just make an entire flat map, basically. Give no sort of cover.
Yeah.
Not even a bush.
This is generally why, at least from my point of view, I like playing the off areas, I suppose. Is, you know, I try and play the non-meta areas because I know my team's going to play like the meta things. And that just means that like if they decide to do something crazy or decide to, you know, push through the places where they normally push through, I can at least put up some resistance. So then maybe my team can push through their area. And I mean that's helped a decent amount.
That's honestly why I prefer more urban maps like Cargo Port and Sweden, because there's a nice mix there of, you know, the long range and the close quarters, but there's also, like, for example, in Cargo Port and Sweden, those spawns are very well protected, in my opinion, compared to some of the older maps. Like, you can't just, like, Cargo Port, yeah, you can get into the spawns pretty easily if you go certain routes, but 9 times out of 10, you're going to run into some light tank or something that's waiting in an ambush spot to pop you.
Yeah, true.
Another thing, another point I wanted to bring up is, do you think that Naval should have some sort of crew replenishment style thing, especially for heavier ships? Because especially like battleships and heavy cruisers, where you are extremely slow, get hit almost immediately out the bat, you tend to lose crew pretty fast. And I've noticed that 9 times out of 10, I don't die to like ammo detonations. I just die from my crew just slowly dying from fires, because that is unfortunately, top tier naval is just, I'm on fire, ship is flooding, what do I do?
I think the two things I'd say about that is there could definitely be some kind of replenishment on capture points, but it would have to give you a negative effect as well. Otherwise, people would just like sit on the cap points and never move. Because they're basically gaining health points technically, right? So I would make it so you'd have to be stationary in order to get stuff back, kind of like you do ammo. And it would be a very slow, like maybe 10 every like 30 seconds. But that, the numbers don't matter. That can be worked out.
Yeah.
Also, the other thing, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was also saying, I feel like in ground RV, certain vehicles should be allowed to have more than one crew member replenished. Like, for example, the VFW. That thing has like a crew of 7, I think it is. Something like that.
Probably.
So, yes, having one loader back is fine and all, but you're just going to lose him immediately. And in certain tanks, that one crew member makes or breaks the tank.
Yeah.
Like, for example, the ship barn. If you lose too many crew members, you're basically useless. Because you're just going to be sitting there playing Reload Simulator.
So do you think it should be based on the starting amount of crew you have, or what should it be based on?
I feel like it should
specific.
I feel like it should be vehicle specific, so like very crew heavy tanks, like say for example the T-28 and the VFW should have maybe 2 or 3 crew members that they can get back, but like say for example the Locust, where in the off chance that you manage to survive getting hit and losing one crew member, which I don't think is even possible in the Locust, you should be able to get that crew member back. Because the whole point of getting the crew member back is to increase your, make you more combat effective. But in certain vehicles, it just feels like you're better off just running out, trying to hit something and then jaying out or getting killed and getting in either a backup or another vehicle.
Yeah.
And sometimes that doesn't, always work out, because, say, for example, you're in your 3rd spawn vehicle and your team's not been doing well. Excuse me. And, you've been shot in the side like 3 different times, and you've got 2 crew members left out of 7.
Yeah.
But you're in a very strategic point where having that crew would really help bring back, the advantage to your team. But it's just a really weird balancing thing, in my opinion.
Right.
Yeah,
I think they could add something like that.
Yeah.
Like maybe at least test it out on a few of the bigger vehicles. I'm just worried about vehicles like the T-35, where they're already insanely survivable. And you're going to add more to it to make it more survivable. The other thing with the Navy thing, though, when it comes to crew, is maybe make crew survivability a little bit less dependent on crew skills, because crew skills have a huge impact on that in game. I really don't think that should be the case.
And especially with how terrible naval RP grind is, like staying in the fight and pumping out as many kills and as many hits as possible is just a necessity at that point.
Yeah.
Like the other day, I was in the Udachi and I was killing cruisers because of the buff to destroyers.
Oh yeah.
I should not have survived. I should not have survived that entire match in a Udachi. Like, I was using the anti-air shells, mind you. And I was winning because, one, they were overpenning, and two, I'm using a high fragmentation shell that's just killing their gunners. I'm just slowly whittling away at their crews. And it's like, I don't feel like that's, fair to the cruiser players, because, they're in these big, beefy bastards that are, and I'm just here in a little fucking rinky-dink event. No, wait. Yeah, no, the event one. Yeah, the Udachi's the event.
Udachi's the event, yeah.
There's been so many fucking Japanese destroyers, it's hard to keep track. That's why I was surprised that this battle pass was an Italian one for once. I was like, an Italian vehicle. Not the battle pass, the summer landing.
Yeah.
I was like, for once it's not a German, Japanese, or Russian destroyer. Because we need more of those. And then the third thing that I wanted to bring up was, especially with now the battle bus, as my friend likes to call it, the little Swedish APC, do you think that this will cause a greater push for more APCs in the game to try and fill gaps in the tech trees? Such as, for example, like BTRs, LAVs, maybe the Humvee. I can see the Humvee coming in as a tow vehicle, kind of right there behind the M113 tow.
Right. Has your friend played any M113 tows?
No, yes,
okay. Not. Well, I'll tell you.
I have played the Italian one, and I don't like it.
Yeah, they're trash. I don't want any more vehicles like that. To be honest with you, I think all of them are pretty horrific. They're just what would you call it? Waste of time to grind, and you're gonna force people to grind them. I don't know what holes in the American tech tree there are, really.
I wasn't specifically saying like the American tech tree.
Well, even for the Soviets, right? Like, what hole are we talking about? Because if
the
it's
Soviets
the AA hole,
have a decent hole from like 4.3 to 7.7.
Yeah,
where
for their AA, right?
Yeah, where like a BTR 82 would really fit. And actually, there is
have on it.
It has an auto 30 mil. I think it has the same one as the BMP2.
Right.
Which, they could easily, and there even is a Cuban BTR that has the twin 23 millimeter on it. I think I still have the picture of it. I can send it to you later. That could easily be put in, because Cuba already has a place in the game as premium vehicles, and the wonderful thing about the BTR is once you put the chassis in, you just change out the gun, and Bob's your uncle. You got 30 new vehicles for a tech tree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like they could do something like the BTR. Yeah, I mean they've done a big push over the last year or two on IFVs. So I feel like it's just like a matter of time, really. The question is if people are actually going to be interested in those things. I mean, I'm going to use them personally because I like having an AA. But
yeah. I mean, I feel like once you start filling the holes, people are going to play them.
Hopefully.
Like, let's look at the R3. That thing, as cancerous as it is, and I should know, I've spaded the dang thing, it fills a hole that needed to be filled. Granted, I don't agree with it being at the BR that it is. I feel like it should be a much higher BR, considering, what type of gun it has. And other vehicles, such as the Flak Panzer IV, which is just a Panzer IV with a 37 millimeter, should be more in that spot because Hungarian forces used them. But I see why they're doing it. It's a hole that needed to be filled. They had the vehicle available, so they just plopped it there for the time being.
Yeah. The problem with this, right? So the BTR is 130mm, and it's also huge, and it doesn't have the best elevation, right?
Yeah.
And then when I look at something like the BTR 152A that already exists, and it's at 3.0 and has 214.5.
That thing actually should have a. There is another version of it that has 4 guns.
Yeah,
that
I know, the
also
quad
should be
mount.
added.
Yeah, but the
I don't
question
understand why that
is,
hasn't been added yet.
like that would make more sense between the 4 and 7.0 gap. But I feel
Yeah.
like stuff like the other machine, it would probably be lower than that. But I don't know. We'll have to see.
I just find it funny that Russia's 7.7 is a better tank destroyer than it is an SPAA because of its god awful turret rotation. It's like, yes, you fight super props, turbo props, and jets. Meanwhile, you can barely turn your gun fast enough to hit them. But if you get up tiered to 8.0, you can pilot snipe a helicopter all the way across the map.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
It's like, you want to kill every armored vehicle at your BR? Yeah. Too bad it's one of the last modifications.
Is there anything else you want to chat about, man?
Yeah. How do you feel about vehicles like ship tenders, which were like maintenance vehicles, being added as, say, like support support vehicles in general, I guess, for
are they player controlled?
I'd say they should either be player controlled or AI controlled. Especially if you wanted to implement stuff like how they wanted to implement PvE missions. You could implement vehicles that wouldn't really fit the general play style into in the base game into the PvE. Like, for example, Hueys that just have minigun door gunners. That would be a perfect thing for a PvE game mode.
Right.
You could have it to where you're either escorting them in, an AH-1G, and, it's your job to escort them to an LZ or something, or you can play as them and, drop troops off it. Stuff that wouldn't fit in the game mode, the base game. So like stuff like maintenance vehicles and all that, but it still gives the players who want to play them the ability to play them.
I think it would be a great thing for. So I highly doubt Gaijin is ever going to do it, right?
Oh yeah, no. Let's be honest.
Yeah, just because it would only affect a very small amount of people, and also at the same time, I feel like once you've played it once, you probably don't want to do it again. I don't think there's too many people like, you know what I want to do when I log in today? I'm going to lay bridges. I don't think they're going to do that every day.
Hey, let's be honest. Right. Some of them maps need bridge layers, especially to stop people from pushing you in off of said bridges that already exist.
But I think ideas like this sound really cool and are a perfect opportunity for community members to come together to build stuff, such as the missions around it, and even the vehicles themselves. Test it out, see who's interested, and then push forward with it.
because like you always see all these big, like for example, there was that community project that was Battle Stations Pacific remade in War Thunder, and it had a lot of the same mechanics from Battle Stations, or it was going to. I haven't kept up with it, but like paradropping and stuff, you know, that was a really critical thing in that game, because you know you drop paratroops on an island or a strategic point, they'd capture it, they'd hold it, you know, and they'd have to be pushed out by other landing forces or just being shelled into oblivion. And it's not like they couldn't do it, because there are the assets for it in the game, but it would require a lot of work. And one more thing before I do leave, because I don't want to take up any more time for the other people who are still here. Cruise missiles. Do you think they have a place in the game, like, at all? Because there are a few vehicles that can mount them, but at the same time, I don't know how they would balance them.
I would probably make it a... You know how in arcade in tanks you get a... like a kill streak?
Yeah.
I'd probably stick it in as one of them.
Okay, because, like, for example, the HE-111, one of the models of it could carry 2 V1s, and the B7, a model of B-17 could also carry the American knockoff JB2s. And the Cold War equivalent would be the Russian Tu-95K, which mounted a cruise missile which looked eerily similar to a MiG-17 parasited to the bottom of it. But
I've always liked the idea of having event vehicles that you can't bring into normal battles, but you can bring into customs and stuff. Like I always thought, like First World War tanks or something. Like you could have an event around the first ever tank battle, and then if you do it, you get the 2 tanks, but you can only take them into custom battles or something.
Yeah,
and I feel like stuff like that.
Renault definitely should be in the game. It saw limited service in the Battle of France.
Oh well, true, but it would also be awful to play.
Yeah, but I mean, let's be honest.
Imagine you
the
are
French
Francois.
tree is awful to play to begin with.
Imagine you are Francois, and your first experience in War Thunder is the Renault, and you are just getting beaten up.
Not much difference than when the Conehead was the fucking
FCM,
starter. Yeah.
Yeah, and I can't remember the other one. Yeah, they weren't very good picks.
No, I still to this day do not understand why they decided those 2 were going to be the ones. One vehicle that I really would like to see for Germany, which I understand why it's not in the game, but at the same time, for historical reasons, I feel like it should be in the game, and that's the Panzer I, because Panzer I was able to fight armored targets using AP belts.
Yeah.
Because it fought the BT-5s in the Spanish Civil War, and they found that if they used the armor-piercing belts on the MGs, they could frontally pin the BT-5. Now, that's not saying much, but, at low tier, nothing really has any armor. So it's like, you can still keep it in the game, it just has to only have the AP belt.
I mean, the M2A2 exists, right? So if we're going to do machine gun tanks, then, there's already one there, so why not? Just make sure it's not the starter vehicle.
Yeah, off to the side, maybe it before the Panzer II. There is a Panzer II at rank 1, right?
Yes. There's a few.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. There's 4. But yeah, because like there even is a version of the Panzer I that had a single 20 mil in the turret.
Yeah.
Centrally mounted. It was the A model, I believe. So it's like, I mean, even putting that one in is still better than just completely ignoring that the tank existed. Like I shouldn't say that. That's very baiting into like, oh, Gaijin doesn't think that the Panzer I existed.
No.
Yeah.
But it makes sense.
But yeah, no.
What you're saying.
Yeah. I don't know. I just like very niche vehicles that I feel like some of the community would get some enjoyment out of, especially content creators that like to make these big community events like the Battle of Britain thing that's going to be going on, or I saw one where someone was talking about once there's more World War I ships in the game, possibly doing the Battle of Jutland, which I don't know how you're going to make that interesting. It's like, yes, slugfest.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, I feel like I've overstayed my time, so I'm going to go ahead and go. It's been an honor talking to you.
That's all good, man. Thanks for coming on.
All right.
See you later, brother. All right. So next, we have Official 007. So let's see what Official 007 likes to chat about. Hopefully it's not M or Q or cars, but who knows? Anything's possible. Let's see. There we go.
Hey, how's it going?
That's not bad. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Just getting over a cold, but how things are.
That sucks. Do you get summer colds, or is it like a flu thing?
No, I think it was just some random flu. That's basically what it was. Nothing like serious though. It was just like, yeah, you don't want to show up, especially down like around this time period right now when if you sneeze, people look like they want to shoot you, kind of thing.
Yeah, that's fair.
But, yeah, that kind of stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's like the first time I've gone to one of your fireside chats, so it's actually pretty neat.
Yeah,
I've been impressed with. I've been impressed though with a lot of the stuff people have talked about. And you get like broad perspectives and all that. It's really nice. You've seen people all the way from the beginning, which I mean, I'm kind of in the beginning of the game. I started in 2013, but it's a lot of that stuff. Hearing those perspectives, and then the people that really are like, I mean, I forget what it was. Vario, I think was what the guy's name, and he was talking really in depth about like the French vehicles and all that. Like I said, it's really neat seeing the in depth stuff.
Vario,
yeah. I mean, it was like really neat to see that, but. Yeah, I mean, I think like this event and all that, I've liked, the ground and the air regards to like those kind of tasks, but I think, I kind of agree with everyone else, the naval stuff is just not on. It just, I don't think it, at least it doesn't work in the respect, like I play naval realistic.
Right.
And that can be like a bulk of the problem. I feel like a lot of it, after watching you, I was watching like through the stream where you were using the bow fighter and you were torpedoing. I'm like, that makes sense right there. Using the torpedoes in arcade, for that task because
with the reloads and everything. Yeah.
Well, yeah, the reloads, yeah, but I mean, with naval realistic, I mean, the event won't count if you hit an AI ship, and there's a lot of AI ships in realistic, and no one's marked with regards to that stuff. And that's the positive and the con. Sure, you can sneak up on people. It's not so obvious. With regards to realistic. So you have that little advantage to sneak up on someone, but same time, you can't really test the water and figure out, are you a actual player and this is going to count?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think the last event, they had a requirement was 3 torpedo kills. And then they upped it to 8 for this one, which I thought was just wild. Being, playing in, obviously naval realistic.
Yeah, I think it might have been around 5 or 6, but they definitely increased it this time. Like it's higher than last time.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I remember the last one. I think was for the Baltimore, wasn't it?
Because it was the winter event, right? Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah.
Because I had pushed for the Baltimore, and I remember that one was like, wow, it was a real pain like going through it to get the Baltimore, but like at the end of it was like, wow, boy, was that worth it. That was a ship that was worth it. And I mean, this one I'm kind of questioning the viability of it. You know, even in the dev blog they kind of talked it down, you know, as like the torpedoes and all that. I mean, to be fair, you know, you only get like 10% of the actual true picture of what the vehicle is capable of from the dev blogs, but in most cases, but like the ship itself and all that, you know, I honestly would just be happy.
Or the Bussard, or both.
The Bussard, I think the Bussard is the one for 10 tasks, is it not? Yeah. So I'm saying I'd be happy with the 5 just for the destroyer. I don't think the 10 for the Bussard is going to happen. And frankly, I have a hard time seeing, you know, the value in frigates when it comes to the way that they have the tree set up now. You know, separating the coastal ships versus the, you know, ocean kind of going ships. It just, I don't know. It feels like it really cut into the value of the coastal vessels by their definition or name. You know.
Yeah, I
like,
think it did.
Most people hunt the big ships. They don't really look at the little ships as being, you know, sure. I mean, there's cool stuff they have. You know, like I would really like to get the was it the Italian one, the Freccia 494? That's the one with the ATG or the anti-ship missiles. I think that's it, right?
Think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think that'd be a neat ship to have.
Sayeta and then the Freccia. I can't remember which is which.
Yeah, I forget as well.
But yeah,
yeah,
I get what you mean.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, having, you know, ships like that, that's a cool, quirky thing, but, you know, at the end of the day, it's what, you know, 4750 kind of thing, you know, in that BR field.
Yeah.
Relative to realistic, of course, you know, I can't say what the arcade battle rating is, but, you know, that whole kind of sense of that ship and all that, you know, is what are you going to gain out of it? And I think as time goes on, if the trees like stay separated as they are, yeah, people are going to really want the coastal vessels for the fact that, you know, there's some advanced frigates modern day if they get to that level, and they're going to really want those things. But right now, you know, there's nothing really in it for everyone. It's very quirky vessels. Everyone wants that big ship right now.
Yeah, the way I see the Bussard, right, is let's say I'm a person who's really interested in playing like ships or something, but I don't want to grind all the way up to the top of like a tree. Then the Bussard's perfect because it's basically the top of the tech tree vehicle.
Oh, that's exactly right.
So, yeah.
You know, I really enjoy that whole situation with the like the Freccia 493 was just the other one. That's the Italian one that doesn't have the ATGM or anti-ship missile. Like that one, I mean, that thing, I mean, back in the day, it really smoked. Right now, with the way they changed the armor, like damage effects and the penetration of the ammunition, it doesn't, you know, clean destroyers up like it used to. Which, I mean, to be fair, I don't think it was fair for it to go around wiping out destroyers in a matter of seconds. You know, it looked ridiculous.
Yeah, it was crazy.
I mean, that ship and probably the Jaguar were probably the most feared like ships because it was so hard to hit them, and then on top of that, they could just kill you so quickly. But yeah, the other thing with the other task and all that, because I liked what they did with the ground forces. They had changed the captures to defending the capture point, which I thought was a perfect way to go forward with it. You know, 10, you know, defensive capture kills. You know, you set on a plane, kill someone. Perfect. You know, that avoids a lot of that whole essence of the, you know, like the R3 spam, which I know a lot of people, you know, have a real bad taste with that stuff, and it's understandable, but it just doesn't work for naval. You know, like I think even Red Arrow said it earlier. You know, he said, you know, it just doesn't work. You know, it's the glass cannon kind of thing. You know, the ships are designed to stay mobile because that's part of their defensive posture, is being able to stay on the move and hard to hit. And you know, a lot of these ships, you know, they can get to the point and they sit there, and that denies their ability to, you know, maneuver their turrets in a way to get into a perfect firing parameter. And, you know, a still ship is an easy, you know, prediction for a torpedo because guess what? You're not changing your path anytime soon.
Yeah.
You know, it's such a wild thing. I think it would have been better if they had left that as just captures instead of this whole, you know, you sit on the point and wait for something to happen to you. Most likely going to be probably bad from my experience so far this event, but.
Yeah, pretty much for me in naval to get the capture kills, I've been going in a destroyer and just sitting on a cap and killing airplanes. So
I mean,
and I'm waiting for them to bomb me, basically.
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly.
I'm stood still. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. That's definitely viable. I mean, I thought about like parking the Baltimore, because that thing when it opens up, it's like half the. I think everyone's graphics cards die when they're shooting. I mean, I remember I actually had a battle a couple days ago where I was sailing the Baltimore, and I had snuck up on the opposite side of the guns of Empressita Maria, but everyone had shot out my main turrets just as I had gotten to that point. So I had nothing else to shoot at them. So I had overrode the AI and switched to the anti-aircraft turrets and just opened up on the ship. And I had like 3 people like yelling in chat, just asking me to stop because their graphics, the FPS literally cut down to half the frames on everyone's graphics cards within that area. It was so bad. I know I was sitting at like 15 FPS, and I have a pretty good graphics card.
I remember back in the day, what you would try and do is you would machine gun people in ground RB to tank their frame rate, so they couldn't shoot you.
Yeah, no,
I don't
that's
know
right.
if people do it anymore, but that was really funny.
Well, I like to typically, like in realistic, I'll MG the barrel, just so because that will kick up like smoke and sparks in front of their sight, and that will usually throw them off unless they're not using the commander thing. The commander, they'll completely bypass that. But
So what would you replace it with, or would you just bring it back to?
I think the captures. I think the capture's the way to go, because I think honestly Enable, and I could see why it's hard to call out for that thing. It makes sense in certain respects why they wanted to do the defensive captures when it came to that big contesting situation in Naval RB or Naval Arcade. I'm assuming they have the same thing there with regards to that huge contesting of that massive point, and you're trying to hold the majority of that point. I can see how that makes sense when you're trying to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But I mean, when it comes to like the other maps, I will see the majority of the battle where one point is being contested, and the other points that are like in the little islands, and all that designed for the small boats, they're not even getting touched because no one's bringing the small ships. And if I would bring a small ship and go cap them, and sure, we'll win the game, but no one's going after those points. So there's no point in me going after them, and I'm not going to be able to defend them because no one wants them. They're going to focus on beating the heck out of each other with guns bigger than I guess most of the light ships weight classes. It's a waste of time, unfortunately. Which I think talking earlier, you said you want to have an event that encourages you to play the game and do certain aspects of the game that within a battle, like obviously like captures and stuff. Or I like the one naval task where you have to be number 1 on the team, which I know that can be a little troublesome. Like in the past, people have team killed people over people being number 1, and I thought that was horrible when they did that back in the day, especially in ground forces.
Yeah.
I'm glad they got rid of that because that was brutal. Because you would have people in your own team killing. I couldn't believe that. Fun. That was so low. But a naval, it can work because obviously it's so hard to team kill. But yeah, no, stuff like that. Like I said, for air and ground though, the event's perfect by all means considered, and I can do the air task completely from the ground, forces, which allows me to knock out 2 birds with 1 stone. So from time perspective, in that respect, that's fine. Like I said, just the naval stuff, it's mostly, it seems like it's engineered for the naval arcade, which sure, I can definitely try and do that stuff. I didn't think about it until like I said, I had seen you streaming it. I was like, oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think maybe putting a multiplier in for the torpedo kills. So maybe it is like 2 or 3 in realistic, but it's still like 8 or 9 in arcade. I think that's probably the way to go.
I would be happy with 4. I'd be happy with just doing 4. For the multiplier being 2.
Yeah.
And realistic, I'd take that. I can average 4 kills. That's no problem. That's a little bit more work than the 3 that's been in the past. And obviously, it's been 5, I think, before or after that, like you said.
Yeah. I think it's slowly been increasing. But
I think 4 is doable. I'd be happy with 4. Just 8. It's so annoying when you do a perfect torpedo run on someone. You set them up long range and you get them, and then you find out you just killed Arnold, and Arnold gives you nothing in regards to the event, and you're already cursing Arnold, because he was there and not an actual player.
Yeah, true.
Stuff like that. It just. But yeah, I mean, and some of the stuff in the event, I don't think is really like worth it. Like I said, I voiced my disinterest in the Bussard. I already have a German. Was it from the Battle Pass? I forget what it was. The German frigate. It's like a clone class, I think, is what it is.
Oh yeah,
or Lubeck, Clone Class Lubeck frigate. Like I have that coupon, and I could activate that. You know, I could be happy with that. And sure, like I said, you could be happy with the Albatross kind of look-alike kind of thing. But it's just that and the was it the Buccaneer, like the BMD? Yeah, I definitely the BMD. But I mean, I already have the Buccaneer S2, and I love the Buccaneer. Yeah. And it's crazy. A lot of people that I play with, they look at me as a fighter guy, but I love doing ground attack or doing those sorties and all that, because it's something that is, I don't know, it's more of a defensive mindset. You have to play to more advantages than the normal assets you're included with your guns and missiles. It's something. I mean, obviously the S2 of the missiles, but I never touched the missiles. But
yeah, neither did I. Yeah,
the like that Buccaneer gameplay, I enjoy that kind of stuff, and I think that'd be really neat to. I mean, yeah, they're adding it, as an event vehicle. I think that's a little bit of a waste of time, but I mean, I enjoy those vehicles still, so I'll take it. But
I think it's going to be 8.7, right? So, like, it'll be 8.7 with some of the with the AGMs. So it might actually be pretty useful in the British ground lineup, which would be nice.
Yeah, that would definitely be a good thing. Definitely with the, I think with the Chieftain, like the Chieftain series, Chieftain Mark V goes to 8.7. So yeah, that would definitely work with that. That'd be really good. Too. My only worry though would be the whole thing. I forget. Does it get an RWR or not?
It should do. Yeah.
Yeah, because if it has an RWR, it should have a chance. Otherwise, I mean, statistically, it's going to run into an AA network at some point with regards to like someone in SPA, and I'd love to take a smack at that. But that bombing computer on it, I love that thing. The fact that you can do pitch bombing is, or toss bombing, I should say. That's such a great thing. I can't wait to see more aircraft get that kind of capability.
Yeah.
I know like the F-28 has that, although the bombing's a little inaccurate with certain bombs, but. Like eventually, when they get into, obviously, I'm not saying they're adding an X patch, but like the Panavia Tornado series, some of those had that ability to pitch the bombs, and I think even Jaguars did, if I'm wrong, but I don't know.
I think they did. I remember somebody talking about it.
Yeah, but I mean, like that kind of ability, as a later vehicle aspect, I'm all about that stuff. But yeah, no, I mean, good plan. I just don't know if it's I'm not going to die for it if I need to get it.
Yeah, is it worth like basically 10 hard days of grind? That's the question.
Yeah, I mean, well, like I said, it's that second thing that happens. It just the air tasks kind of just happen.
Yeah,
like you get them done while you're doing the ground realistic kind of stuff. But I mean, it's not that big a deal in that respect, I guess. It just I would have been nice to see something else on the other end of the rainbow besides another Buccaneer. But yeah, I'm trying to remember what else there was. I know people are talking about the different various like aspects and all that, different things I like to see added and all that. And I don't know if I heard anyone do it. I had to step out for dinner briefly, but I think what would be really neat to see in the game is they start adding like aspects for like the helicopters and like even like UAVs for like ground forces and providing reconnaissance.
And the scouting helicopters, stuff like that.
Yeah, because I mean, half the time when it comes to me like playing, like I have the AH-64D, like I had grinded out that thing, and constantly through the event, I catch myself, peeping up, ready to try and do a kill, on someone or trying to set up a missile, and you'll have a great, view of a target, and you'll have that 16 seconds of when that missile launches from the rail to go for the target, and then halfway through it, you hear the, the scream of the RWR going off, saying that you're about to get turned inside out from a SAM. And you would have made the conclusion like it would have been better just to sit there and say, spot the guy, keep an eye on him, and then I'm gonna get spotted or engaged by a radar. Well, I spotted the guy. I can go defensive and worry about doing something else later on, and get something out of it in that respect. Because the helicopter, like you said, it's the perfect analogy for helicopters. It's a boom or bust situation.
Yeah, pretty much.
You're either getting popped or you're absolutely wrecking the field.
Yeah.
And it's really annoying to me when some people will put up like videos, like they have a really crazy game in the helicopter of some sort. And then people will turn around and say, well, that happens every game. And they don't understand the reality of the situation. Like, no, that doesn't, sometimes you get popped by the first MG that sees you, and the pilot dies and everyone's done, and that's it. And I'm talking about the close and far range stuff, but.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like the individual was talking about before, and I've forgotten his name again, even though, God damn it. But he was talking about Mavericks and how, the introduction of Mavericks, if you just watch like YouTube videos on it, right, you'd think that they were crazy, like they were overpowered and but to be honest with you, I've seen them 3 times, I think, at high tiers. And yeah, the people using them took over the game with them, but that was because our team just didn't, or their team didn't, like, spawn any CAS. Sorry, not CAS, AA.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
So
And
it's a perception thing, unfortunately.
Right, exactly. And no one's going to show you the game where they get smoked, because who's going to want to watch that? It's like, oh wow,
exactly.
10 seconds, guys insta-killed, wow, cool stuff. But that whole like exactly that perception and all that. And I had one match with the A7 where I had, I think, 8 ground kills versus players, and it was like the wildest match ever. Like, players were calling in, where they were marking on the map, where they were requesting bombs or the Mavericks to be dispatched and all that. And it was perfectly calling out the strikes. They spot, I would come and shoot. It was greatest thing ever, and I've never seen a match like it ever again. It was just one and done. But people will go around and say that happens all the time, and it's it's unfortunate. That gets miscued. But yeah, I think going on with the other point, like being UAVs and all that. I think people freak out about the idea of the UAVs, but I mean, I think the assets in the game are here that can allow that to happen. We have gimbals in the game relative to helicopters.
Yeah.
And we do have like ordnance like the Hellfire, which is what was equipped on like Predators. So being an offensive capability in that respect, there's only the debate of, what does come down to like the control of the Predator. Because people are like, oh, it's unmanned, so therefore it's going to pull ridiculous Gs, and that's not the reality at all. You do more than 3 Gs on a Predator, and you'll rip the wings off.
Yeah.
Stuff like that, and it's only moving at like 180 miles an hour. It's nothing, that people can't fathom or engage with. And more often than not, I'd imagine it would get sniped. But I mean, to see the ability to people to spot and all that, or even have that as an asset on orbit, maybe even as like an arcade, kill streak kind of thing. Like someone talked about the cruise missiles being, I think you said, possibility as making them an arcade
kill streak
thing. Yeah, something that you could just do in with one pass or whatever. Fire off 2 Hellfires and that's it. But as an alternate SP probably reward that you could cash in for realistic.
Yeah, I think it would be interesting to see. I'm a little bit. I feel like it would be a bit snowbally. Like that's always the issue with like kill streak stuff in realistic. Like the game mode's already pretty insanely snowbally. So if we had mechanics which reward people for doing better, like, or on top of what we already have, like the balance might just tip one way. But I'd like to see them at least try it.
I think if someone had the SP and then they had gotten something like the Predator, like I said, in that like whole like hypothetical situation. I mean, if they had the sheer amount of SP and they mitigated it on that, that might have been. I'd see that as a waste of SP. Because obviously they'll like double the SP cost on all your aircraft. I think is what happens once you use an aircraft. That way, it kind of forces your hand on not having the ability to use that aircraft again unless you really do well with it, kind of thing.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
I mean, like, I guess in that respect, but I don't think you would gain too much ordnance capacity, and also like I said, there's very little defensive you can do against SAMs, because like I said, it's a 3G load on the aircraft and you're done.
Yeah.
People freak out when you pull more than 9 Gs for 4 seconds and the Crusader and the wings come off. So I can't imagine they would be too fond of that concept either. And I think that even reflects back. I think people have like hyped. I don't know. It's a little bit of a segue, but people have talked about like the MiG-25 and all that, wanting that in the game. And I just don't see how that can be ever convenient in the game. People like the idea that it can go like over 3,000 kilometers an hour because, it's a Mach 3, interceptor.
Yeah.
But, it can only do it for so long. And on top of that, the wing loading was 5 Gs. Like I said, people freak out about the Crusader's wing loading, but they want something that has a 5G wing load, that'll fail like that. I don't know. I feel like you're asking for the wrong thing if you want that kind of stuff. People are thinking like they're getting that F-15, like turn on a dime almost kind of thing. So I don't know. It's one of those things that the community, I guess the community doesn't know what they want kind of thing. Also like the F-14, like I don't think we're ready for the F-14. That would be like the situation that we're having right now where it's America versus America and like era realistic. That would just go off the charts. It would have to be just America versus America. Because no one could physically, the MiG-23 right now, people are hyping that thing up, but it just, it's not on that level. Sure, it's good, I think, in certain respects with like the flight handling, but I've talked to people that like in DCS and they laugh every time they think the MiG-23M is, being talked up because they don't think it's worth that time. Stuff like that.
Yeah, the MiG-25 stuff is always weird to me, but I think it's just people looking at specific statistics and not knowing the other stuff. So, they look at like the missiles and they look at the speed and then they go, oh, this must be amazing. And then, it's kind of like, I remember reading about, I can't remember which version of the MiG-21 it was probably one of the early versions. But basically, if the thing went under a third fuel load, it became really, really hard to control by the pilot because it was so unbalanced. And
because they couldn't get the CG right. Oh, okay.
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah, that sounds like wild. I mean, yeah, like those little inconveniences on the aircraft, catching up to it in the game. And it's a question of how well they model it because obviously they try to aim for that historical aspect, and then they also aim for that gameplay. We'll handhold you. I mean, and it's weird. Like that's the other thing. They talk about like stuff like adding fly-by-wire to the game.
Yeah.
As aircraft, and I think that's like the biggest, funniest thing ever because most of the aircraft in this game, if you're flying it, you probably have the instructor on, and that's fly-by-wire, holding up the plane. I mean, it literally is. Because people, like all proud that they flew a plane back without a tail, or the vertical stabilizer.
Yeah.
And the reality was the computer was sitting there holding your hand, making sure the plane didn't go out of control. I mean, sure, you could definitely do something out of control, but the plane was, rolling that aircraft just a little bit just to save it. It, like as I said, it's the weird thing. Like when people do that, when they talk about the idea of adding that stuff, it's kind of like, well, what's that going to do for the instructor? What's that say about that? Are we going to remove that and make the Erder planes unstable? And then that runs into the whole problem of, well, you're making the game unfriendly to new players because now they're going to run into instability problems and then they get punished for it. Like I could see it in Sim where it would really pop off as a really neat thing because now you don't have to worry about so much balancing your rudder because people that fly Sim will, know that if you pull too hard of a maneuver and you get to the stall speed, then you finally run into that where your wing stalls and you finally flip over and then you have to regain control that whole phase. Maybe fly-by-wire would be good in Sim with that regards to that respect, but like I said, it just people don't know what they want kind of thing. You're going to try and ask for something that you want to satisfy arcade and realistic. I guess the hypothetics for that stuff, and then people come back and realize that it's doing nothing for them because there's already something in the game for it, or like I said, it just didn't add anything to them.
Yeah, that's also why people get paid for these decisions because they're not as simple as just give me that.
Well, I mean, that's the thing is like I'm glad that War Thunder isn't run by Reddit, but sometimes it feels like it's.
It'd definitely be funny for about a week, and then
if they let Reddit, that would be funny.
It would be a great week, but apart from that,
F-14 added, Tiger 1 is at 1.0, everything's fine, just it's that whole like the meme post, with the dog in the burning house, everything's fine, gotta get devs back in the building quick, and that really does, go back, because it's very easy to be negative Nancy's to the people that, dev the game. But, I mean, it is a controlled fire, that they are working with. So
it's a good way of putting it,
yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, no, definitely was good talking to you. I know you want to probably wrap up here soon, and I'll hand off the baton to the next individual. But it was great talking and all that. Like I said, I think it's great hearing all the different people come forward and talk about what they got, for ideas and all that. I mean, like I said, it's just the various ideas. And the sad thing is, a lot of these things end up as forum posts and then they get buried. It's really neat that you do that whole thing where, you you do the like aviation and all that, and ground forces, looking at the various things on the
past
forums.
The developer stuff.
Yeah, past the developers. Yeah, because I know you had looked at one of my things, and I'm like, wow, I didn't think this thing would ever see light. One of those things.
Yeah. I mean, there's my God, the last few months of those things have been a bit rough. I'm not gonna lie. Like there's been a few ideas which have been passed which I am not okay with, but you know how it is. Like you can't agree with everything. Like
That's right. Yeah. I mean, that's why it goes to the forums, so it gets the first barrier of consultation and perspectives.
Yeah, exactly.
And then if it catches enough heat, then finally it can go forward to the kitchen.
Yeah, exactly. Should be fine.
Yeah.
But thank you for coming on, man. And we're going to be doing this every fortnight or so.
Every fortnight, yeah.
And you're always welcome.
Yeah, definitely.
If you want to come on and have a chat about some other stuff.
Yeah, definitely, man. It was definitely appreciate it. It's really cool you do this.
That's all good. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, see you, bud.
Yep.
All right. So the next individual on is Zesty. So let's have a chat with Zesty, see what is going on. And then I think since the last three after Zesty came in after us at the cutoff, what we'll do is we'll bring them in all together, if we can. And then they can all have a little bit of a roundtable discussion. That seems like a good idea. Or Zesty's dead, one of the two. Hopefully Zesty's okay, but we'll find out soon. But yeah, I agree with I agree with 007. I like doing these things because basically means I could just sit here and listen to people's ideas. That's pretty cool. How you doing, Zesty? How's life?
Hello?
Hello.
How's my microphone?
Oh, it's fine.
Okay, good. Because I have this thing where if I'm playing War Thunder at the same time as I'm talking in Discord, it gets all super distorted for some reason.
It's a little bit distorted, but I can tell what you're saying, so don't worry about it.
I can close the game real quick, so.
It's really weird. Do you run off a laptop or like?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably why. Mine used to do that too.
But hopefully I'm legible.
Oh, you are, yeah. We can tell exactly what you're saying. How are you anyway? How are you feeling?
I'm good. I've been better game-wise, but other than that, the event going on is it's hectic right now because I work the rest of this week, and then I'm going up north to the cottage for the rest of next week. So I'm past this point. I'm pretty much going to pay for whatever the rest I want. So
right,
which isn't naval. I've gotten the destroyer. I'm fine. I don't need any more.
Thank you for the subscription, Morty Hog. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't know if Discord's freezing up on me.
No. Don't. I muted myself for a second.
Okay. But I've been listening in kind of off and on because I've had to run out a lot today.
Yeah.
But I heard some people talking about like higher tier naval and all of that stuff. When I play more around the PT boat level in arcade.
Right.
Because the big ships, they really just don't interest me right now. Because of balance issues and whatever.
Yeah.
I'll get there eventually if they smooth some things out with battleships and cruisers and whatnot. But my issue is with some of the PT boat balancing because I mainly have Britain and Russia PT boats, and once you get to that where you start seeing the destroyers, it's like, is this worth it? Because you're putting in like 120,000 RP, 320,000 RP, and you get creamed by reserve boats in like the Frenzy or I don't. It's not a Fletcher. I forget what it is, but the U.S. Reserve Destroyer.
Yeah, basically the Churchills. I can't remember the name.
Yeah, but it's. I don't know how they would fix that because the RP gain in Naval Arcade especially is kind of whack. Because like I'll sink 8 ships, I'll kill 3 planes, and I'll get 1,000 RP before premium kicks in.
Yeah.
So
I
don't know.
The only way they could do it is if they made it so, basically you split the matchmaker, right? Like that's the only really way you could fix that issue.
Yeah, I guess. Or my thing was just because it's 320,000 RP or more for, even though it's technically top of the tree, it's like battle rating 3.7 and it's fighting with those reserve things, maybe reduce the amount of RP it takes to research them. Because they're just not comparable to the stuff they're going to fight.
Yeah.
They fill a very niche role in that Naval Arcade environment. And oftentimes they spawn out in the big fleet spawn. So they're fighting destroyers right off the bat. But I guess...
Yeah, they could do that. But then, in order to compensate, they'd probably have to find the RP in other areas, right?
Yeah,
so
very true.
Maybe they made the destroyers a bit more expensive, and I don't know. Maybe that puts people off them a little bit. Like it's, I don't know. Like it's. I feel like this is
complicated.
Always, yeah, it's
like
always
coming
going to be an issue with Naval.
Coming from, I guess I consider myself a World of Warships refugee.
By the way, have you been keeping up with all the stuff going on?
Oh God, that is that is a whole clusterfuck.
I've had a great laugh just like reading it all. It's been great.
Oh yeah, playing through the descent into hell, I like to call it, where you start off and it's the honeymoon period and it's great and the game's amazing, everyone loves it, and now it's just. You've seen what you used to love and you grew up with just become so poisonous and toxic, and it sucks.
Yeah. I just, from the outside looking in, I'm just sat here with popcorn, because I've never played the game. It's just people have like constantly talked to me about it, and I've watched videos on it and stuff, and I don't know. I find the whole thing hilarious.
Oh yeah, the way Wargaming as a company treats the player base and people who work for them and people who make content about the game is just, I find it appalling. Because back in the day, in War Thunder, they released Sweden or China, and I can't exactly remember if they had any like early access to those trees or if they just released it. And everyone was able to play it at the same time.
Normally, the way that they release full tech trees is they'll do 2 premiums that you have to buy to get access to CBT. But then normally, like everyone else got access like rank 1, and then like rank 2, and then 3, and then so on.
I guess the best way to compare it then would be South Africa. Because when South African tanks got put into the game, you had everyone could play them instantly. Yeah. But if say World of Warships releases, I guess Dutch cruisers is the thing going on right now, you have to pay loot crates in order to actually play them.
Yeah.
Or to skip straight to the higher tier one. And I can't support that. But
yeah, that's fair. Like, it's a bit rough.
I guess moving on from Naval, because I wrote down a few things that I wanted to say, and that Naval was one of them. But I guess another thing would be, I guess the event in general that's going on right now, because with what they're going to do is back to back battle passes.
Yes.
And Operation Summer and Winter and whatever else they decide to throw in.
Yeah.
It's just constant go, 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 and there's no breaks from anything. It's kind of draining.
I agree with you completely.
I feel like with the battle pass especially, because you have to get to level 125. That's it, I think, to get the next one.
Yes.
For completely free.
Yeah.
Which I've gotten all of the battle passes for completely free because of the glory that once was Golden Eagle boosters or Golden Eagle wagers that they have removed.
Been using them? Nice.
Oh yeah, I've been using all of the Golden Eagle wagers that I have left. I think I have 3 left.
Yeah, I still have a few. Well, I have a bunch left because I haven't touched them, but yeah, I love those things.
I ground those things out to get the first 2.
Nice.
I didn't do the 3rd one because I wasn't interested in anything there. But it's just constantly, and the tasks being for tier 3 and up means that a lot of my personal favorite vehicles are tier 2.
Yeah.
And like some of most of the American Shermans, like the 3.7s and the Chaffies, they got moved to rank 2, and I was really sad about that because the Chaffee was an amazing event grinding vehicle, but they moved it to rank 2, so you can't use it to grind events now, except for the Japanese one. But you don't use the Japanese one anyway because it doesn't have a lineup.
Yeah, true.
I mean, you have the Chi-Nu, but that's rank 2. And then what I think the Nato, that's the tractor, but
it's not great.
No, it's not. It's just the problem with extending it down to rank 2 is you get the spam of the usual garbage like the B1 Turs and the 105 Shermans.
Yeah.
Like those things, because it already happens with the KV1Cs. Like people try to go as low and as broken as possible to get the events done quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I've been seeing a lot of 1Bs and 1Es recently, which is always horrible to see. Especially after the volumetric changes, those things are incredibly good right now.
And I guess on the topic of... Yeah, at least the 1C went up.
Yeah.
And I guess on the topic of lowering battle ratings, the Leopard 1 has been at 7.3 for a couple patches, and I still have no idea why.
Well,
because
they brought it down because the M48 was getting shit on. And it was either move down the M48 or move down everything else. And since people had such an awful reaction to moving down the M48, it looks like they decided to go after and drop everything else, right? So
yeah.
I think it should be brought up again, personally.
Yeah, my thing is you either leave it where it is and bring down the similar vehicles like the AMX-30 or the OF-40,
right?
Which are still at 7.7, even though in some aspects they're worse than the Leopard 1. And then you bring the Leopard 1 back to where it was and where it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they could do that. I also think the Marder has given it a pretty decent, pretty decent buff just by existing.
Like the German M48, it's not good stock. Like I'm trying to spade that thing right now, and it's a pain with the APCR. You can't damage anything, and everything just cuts through you because they don't care.
Pretty much, yeah.
Anything with heat or APDS, it just doesn't matter. It's only when you're like down tiered and you're fighting conventional stuff that your armor actually works.
Yeah.
I guess that's another thing that you'd always talk about, like stock versus spaded performance of vehicles.
Yeah.
Like I watch your videos now and then, and
yeah, it's the biggest issue in my opinion of the game.
Stuff like I want to use a perfect example of what I think that is the BMP ones, where at 7.3 stock, the ATGM it doesn't exist. The mouse guided the keyboard controlled ATGM.
Yeah.
It basically, it's really hard to use because I don't know if you can remap the keybinds for the ATGM, but S makes it go up and W makes it go down for me, so it's kind of it's inverted.
Yeah, you can fix that.
But when it's stock, it kind of sucks. But when it's spaded, it's probably the best vehicle of the tier, in my opinion. Like, I use it all the way from 7.3 to 8.3 because I don't like the BMP too much.
Yeah.
Like, the BMP 1 is just better than the BMP 2, in my opinion. Like, that's kind of the thing with ATGM vehicles in general. They either really, really suck or they're really, really good. Like, you have, I spaded the Italian M113 back when the Dardo didn't exist, and so it had end-of-line research costs. That was a pain.
God damn.
Yeah.
You're a stronger person than I am. God damn.
That was a pain.
I did the CM25 and the Chinese toe, and I vowed to never touch a vehicle like that again. They are not good.
I think I played a game with you on stream once when you were doing one of the Swedish boxes.
The PVRBV? Yeah.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, it was not fun.
No, because even if you do like really well for like, I don't know, 5 minutes, then you just get killed by a plane anyway. So like, it's just not a fun time.
Yeah. I'm gonna wrap up what I gonna say because I gotta take my dog outside. But
it's all good.
And then it was just like things like stupid changes that make no sense to me. Like I mainly play Italy. That's the only nation that I have at top tier.
Yeah.
And them changing the Arietis and everything, it didn't make sense to me. Or the Saddam 25, because it's already very, very hard to do well in the Saddam at anything other than like killing low flying planes.
Yeah.
And it has, say, compared to the Gepard, it has like 6 times the repair cost and is for some reason higher in BR without a radar.
Yeah, that one's confusing to me. 'Cause when I played it, I thought it was an okay like tank destroyer, weirdly enough, but it wasn't. I felt so much more comfortable using stuff like the Gepard, the Type 87, and the Marksman.
That's why I just use the R3 until you have the automatic, and I will never touch the Mistral because that thing doesn't exist. Like unless the Mistral goes to 9.7, because I think it would be okay there, because it still doesn't have a radar, and it only has heat seekers, not manual guided.
Yeah.
It's like the go-kart, the Japanese go-kart, the Time 93.
Yeah, that horrific machine.
It's slower and can't scout, but it has guns.
What BR is it right now?
10.0 or 10.3. I can't remember.
Yeah, it's a bit rough for it.
That's why I've been advocating that Italy gets like the Gepard on the OF40 chassis.
Oh yeah, that one's pretty cool.
There's a lot of stuff that the Italian military never used, but was made by Italian companies.
Yeah.
Like the Draco, but that never really existed. It's just an automatic kind of gun system on a Centauro chassis. But I think that was just mock-ups. But yeah, it's I think that's all I really wanted to say.
Oh, that's fair enough. I mean, thanks for coming on. Like, it's always nice having a chat.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you to Zesty. And as we said before, because the 3 came in a bit late, let's add them all together. and go through them all at a... Oh, God. Wait, Hollywood. Goddamn. Invite to speak. There we go. Fixed it. Perfect. I hit the wrong damn button, but it should be good now.
Hello.
Hey, Hollywood. How you doing, man?
What's up, man?
Not too much. Just relaxing. How you doing, Carver?
Good.
How's life? Rocker, I will end you. Stop fucking about, boy. Oh my god. Anyway.
He's gone now, you upset him.
Right. There we go. So, what's on your mind, Hollywood? What's going on, man?
All right. Well, let's preface this by saying I'm a little irritated. All right.
Fair enough.
I'm a little irritated because I go and I'm having to fend for myself tonight, right? Because my wife's like, girls' night, trivia night, yada yada, right? So
Nice.
Here we go. I don't have anything to eat in the house, right?
Oh shit.
I'm not a great cook. Okay.
Right.
I decide that I'm gonna make some waffles.
Toaster?
The
or
only
microwave?
Oh, what? Who microwaves?
I've met some weird people in my time.
Ugh.
I know.
No, toaster, obviously, because I'm not a psychopath. The only syrup that we have is sugar free, and that just ruined it, right?
Oh,
like you can't have, like it's just terrible, just terrible. But there was one thing that I have, I don't know, I guess kind of an idea for, but I don't ever see it really being implemented. It's just something I like to gripe about. There's obviously a very drastic difference between how a vehicle performs spaded versus stock. I mean, you've spoken on that quite a few times.
Yeah.
I think that, I mean, it never happened, but I think a BR slider would be like cool, because like the vehicle that I think that comes to mind is like the M3A3, the new Bradley. Like the thing performs completely differently with thermals and then completely differently with the over-the-top ATGMs. You know what I mean? Like
the TO2Ds.
It's astronomically different, right? And I don't even think that you can compare the stock vehicle to the spaded vehicle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't ever see a BR slider happening, but I mean, I just think it's a cool idea.
Yeah, the way I thought about it back in the past was what you'd have to do is you'd have to force people to research like all rank 1 mods and then all rank 2 mods and all rank 3, and then once you have all the rank 1 mods, then it would raise its BR, and then once you got all rank 2, it would raise its BR again, right? So you would have to take away people picking and choosing which mods that they do next. But that to me would be the only way of actually making it a reality to work that, if they're ever going to do it. Because for me, it is the biggest issue in the game, right? Like it's the one that affects every vehicle, and it's the one that hurts a lot.
Yeah, but then when you look at, I mean, you obviously have the different trees, the firepower, the survivability, and the engine performance, that kind of stuff. I think it would be unfair to research all the tier 1, all the tier 2, and all the tier 3, and your BR go up accordingly. I think if you researched all of the engine stuff, you're obviously faster and more versatile, and you perform better than, you're a completely stock one, So like, I think that each individual one should have their own modifier. Or maybe like you wouldn't even be able to do it with its own modifier, but maybe like, I don't know, some kind of hidden ELO system to where like, hey, I'm competing with another M3A3 that also has TO2Bs but doesn't have thermals. I mean, I think you get pretty divisive in the player base whenever you do that, and I don't know how feasible it is, but I mean, I don't think there's any good way to implement it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, like the idea itself is like sound. It's like coming up with a really good hypothesis, right? But then when you actually start working on the method, you realize like, oh shit, how do we actually do this?
Terrible.
Shit?
What are we doing?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's been for me the largest issue for 7 years now and they haven't really addressed it too much, apart from, I suppose, stock missiles, and stock this, and slightly changing the mechanics around parts and FPU. But yeah, I would love to see a huge rework of it, but every day I get a little bit more pessimistic about it.
Yeah. The other thing, this one's really just more of a gripe, but helicopter IRCM, the IRCM, is just it doesn't work. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, based on what knowledge that I can Google of what IRCM is, and I've got friends that worked like electronic warfare systems on certain military aircraft, and like it just completely it doesn't do what IRCM is supposed to be able to do.
Right.
Like, if you look at a missile, it should explode or just completely divert or just go straight into the ground. You know what I mean? Like, it shouldn't just shake your camera or shake the targeting reticle of whoever's firing it at you. You know what I mean? Like, it's just I don't understand. Like, but I don't also think that I think the way to fix that would be to like have some sort of like power or like a pulse or something, and you only get like, oh, I can use my RCM for 2 pulses, I think that's the only way to fix that.
When did they add in IRCMs? When the T90 was added, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so it'll be last year at some point.
Yeah. Red Skies? No.
No. I might actually ask them about that. Let's see if because it was kind of implemented and then nothing's really changed on it, right? Like, they haven't updated it or anything. So
yeah,
be interesting to see if they're still working on it or if they're just like, nah, it's good. Like, we're fine. Happy with it.
I've got one more quick thing and one more thing that I kind of want to talk about for a sec.
Oh, sure.
The thing that I want to talk about for a sec is the RP requirement to ace crews on vehicles that you pay silver lines to expert.
Right.
There is a substantial difference not only in stock versus spaded vehicles, but there's a huge difference between like level 150 crews versus level 150 crews that are expert or aces. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The perfect example of this is the Abrams. The Abrams 120 millimeter cannon takes like 7.8 seconds or something like that to reload. With a crew that's 100, like a level 150, right? The most of the like Russian T whatever, whoever you want to, whatever number you want to put there, all have the same auto loader, which is like 7.1, 7.2 seconds. If you expert if you ace that crew on the M1A2, it reloads in 6 seconds now, and that's like that can determine a lot in in the face off between the T90 versus the M1A2. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
But whenever you're a free-to-play player and you're literally just trying to have the advantage over your opponent, the amount of RP to take an expert crew to a ace crew for free is in my opinion ridiculous. Like, it's way over the top. You know what I mean? I think it's something like you have to generate like another million RP or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's like the cost of the vehicle, maybe, or something
which is
like that.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, after you spend all of that time researching and then purchasing it for silver lines and then purchasing the expert with silver lines, like and the return on investment's great, right? It's awesome because then you have the advantage over that T90. But a non-premium like player would literally spend hours, hundreds of hours probably doing that. That's just a great.
Maybe the best thing would be for them to standardize it. So maybe like all rank 7 vehicles have a certain amount of RP you need to get. All rank 6s, because I'm pretty sure it's tied to RP, or it's tied to either cost of vehicle or like the research needed for the vehicle.
Yeah.
So they should maybe standardize it across the board so it's a little bit less, to be honest, because some of those I agree they're just insane how high they are.
I personally like the number of like battles. Like, say you went into so many battles, then your crew would automatically be upgraded. You know, like
yeah, it'd have to be battles with a certain amount of activity. Otherwise, people would just like
right.
spawn, die, spawn, die, spawn, die.
Yeah, spawn J out, spawn J out.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But no, we could do something like that.
You just get into like a top tier match, like an 11.0 match, and then everybody just J's out.
I mean, it's nearly happened on night battles. Like there was one match I had where there was a 4-stack and a 3-stack on my team, and then they just all left, like at the start of the battle. So we were 7 players down out of like 12 or whatever, and yeah, that was a pointless match.
Jesus.
Yeah. How about you, Carver? What's going on with you? How are you feeling today?
Feeling not too bad. I think you should send a certain Hollywood some maple syrup and show him how waffle should be had.
Oh God, I love it.
Sugar-free syrup, like goddamn.
That's sort of like caffeine-free coffee. What's the point?
Exactly.
I got, unfortunately for you, 4 points, but 3 of them are really quite quick. They're just why does guide you,
right?
Not answer, like enhancement or requests, and they need a bit of help desk type system. The reason I say that is on the very short one, like on your player card, you've got your 3 tabs for arcade battles, realistic, and the simulator.
Yeah.
Down the bottom, where it's got about your ratings in certain areas, it's got 3 selections. Well, it's got more than 3 selections, actually. Why isn't the bottom bit linked up to the top bit and then, say, have a little icon for tanks, planes, boats? Because,
That's a great point,
main
actually.
section,
I have no idea what that is.
What you're looking at, the bottom bit does it. It always goes back to arcade. But anyway, so that's annoyance number 1.
That's a fair annoyance. I agree with you. I didn't even think of that, but that's something they should definitely improve.
Yeah. Number 2, which I think I've mentioned to you before, about changing the way the BR system works, rather than being a 0.3 steps being like a 0.1 step, which works in with what Hollywood said about the difference between stock and spaded vehicles. As you get certain things that make it kill all, you get +1 added to the BR, which would also help sort out the problem with compressibility and things being, what did you call it? Your BR rank, the meta BRs, I think you said previously.
Meta BRs?
Because I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I found that if I'm doing 4.7 Russia, which is my go-to line for earning silver lions,
yeah,
I'm facing 5 3s and 5 7s all the time. I can't remember the last time I had a 4.7 match.
Yeah.
And so spreading out the BRs a little bit more and maybe making the selection, rather than being, 1 up, 1 down, 0.5 up or whatever else, it might just save that issue where you're going up against things what are you going to do? But yeah.
Yeah, I think it would definitely help. Like, the whole meta BR thing is it's one of those really obvious things that is never discussed, and it annoys me. Like whenever I see like high-end players or like CCs or whatever discuss these things, they never ever talk about it, and it's the main driving force behind, like why you have like really awkward BR matchups, and even if you move those things apart, it's not going to fix it, right? So they've got to find another way, which has to be to do with like the modifications or something like that.
Yeah. What else was there? There was another brain-numbing idea that I had, but of course it's numbed my brain, and so I've forgotten it. I'll have you know I don't suffer brain damage. I enjoy it. Yeah, no, it's gone. It's gone altogether. Although, I must admit, Operation Summer, Summer, I have not found this current one to be too bad at all.
Yeah.
The challenges are not too bad. I mean, I'm actually managing to do plane stuff as well as tank stuff. And I suck in planes. I suck badly. But yeah, just being able to actually win the plane stuff without having to spend actual money is quite good. And as for ships, stuff that.
Have you done many of the events in the past?
Yeah, I've done pretty much all of them. Like I got the Merkava and the Tiger and various other bits and pieces.
Have you done the Build-A-Bear events or whatever? The Operation Shipyard and stuff?
Yeah, I've done a couple of those. I can't remember which one. There's a couple of ships and whatever that I've got in the back there, and I just sort of forget which ones they are. So I don't really use them that much.
Yeah.
The way they changed Coastal and Blue Water Fleet, I mean, what's the point? They both fight against one another. Why not just put them back inside the same tree?
Yeah, basically what they did was they made it so it's a lot cheaper to research destroyers, basically, and cruisers. That seems to be like the main reason they went for this, but they could have done that anyway, like without doing all of this.
Yeah, because I mean the Moskva, which is 4.3, it's 5,900 to research, which is the same price as the little MO4 motor gunboat, pretty much.
Yeah.
At 1.3. So shouldn't that 1.3 gunboat be like, I don't know, 2,000 to research?
Yeah, I think the other reason why you would do this is for future proofing. So let's say you have like a nation which doesn't have a lot of blue water or doesn't have a lot of coastal. Like France doesn't have a lot of coastal. Like they didn't really like the PT boat idea. They had a few prototypes in the 30s, and then they had Victorian era PT boats. Like it's as simple as that, right? So if you're trying to future-proof your system and you were like looking like 2 or 3 years ahead, maybe you'd create this. So then you could be like, hey, here's France blue water, or here's China coastal, right? And do a whole like fanfare around it being a new tree, even though it's technically only half a tree because the rest isn't there.
Yeah, the valid point. I haven't thought of that because the French had some good destroyers.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, the French would have
rough light cruisers. Call them fast light cruisers.
Yeah. Oh, I've been delving deep into like the Italian heavy destroyers or scout cruisers or whatever the hell they want to like label them today. My God, why can they not just pick a name? Like why does everything have like 4 different designations when it comes to Italian ships?
There's also going to be a problem when they start getting bigger, more modern ships. Like you've got HMS Dreadnought, say at BR6. And at that same sort of time era where you got BR6, you're getting into the first sort of jets, I suppose, and the very last of the World War II up to like 1950 type fighters.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, Dreadnought had so many anti-aircraft guns that it could almost shoot down a Zeppelin that was becalmed and ran out of fuel on a good day. You're not going to get ships. I mean, at the current rate, they said, okay, World War I is 6, so World War II will be, say, 7, 7.3, 7.7 or something.
Yeah.
So the Iowas and the Vanguard, King George V type ships, the Alaska battle cruisers, they should be coming in at about 8.7, 9.0. Yeah, good luck taking one of those up against a frigging GR4.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's not going to be very fun. They did say that they're expanding the BR bracket soon, though, so I want to see what that brings along. Like, what vehicles they're going to add to justify going up to, like, 6.3 or whatever.
What in ships you mean? They're going to expand some ships or just expand what ratings are at?
Well, that's the thing, right? Because the last time they did an expansion was when they added, well, battleships. And they said in the BR changes that they were looking at expanding it again. But normally, to me, like when the only time they'll expand it is if they add like the next power level for naval, because naval queue times are so bad, right? At off-peak times. So I feel like it's only really going to happen after next update, and I'm very worried about what they add next update for naval to force that to happen. Because you know, I would like to see, you know, those large battleships around like 7780, but I don't think they end up there. I think they end up at 6770, and we're just gonna have the same scenario again, where it's just bigger stick kills smaller stick.
Yeah, in cruising around in a Alaska class, well, they didn't really call them. They call them what? Large, fast, heavy cruiser rather than battle cruiser, or
yeah.
Driving around in a imitation version of one of those, and knowing that every minute you're sailing along, you just cost the taxpayers $20,000, imaginary. You know, it'd be a great feeling.
That's fun.
You got to look at these things from a gaming fun point of view. I mean, that's why your video about how you still have fun.
Yeah.
It's amazing watching people melt down when they're playing a game. It's a game.
Yeah,
I don't think anybody died when I shot you.
I mean, you don't know.
See, it was advanced to the Rhine. I found a nice little spot. The STA-3, the Japanese medium tank with armor of a light tank and speed of a heavy tank.
Yeah.
I found a good place to hide in that, and I hid in the same spot and actually got 8 people in one game, and I was absolutely stoked because normally I get 1 or 2 kills in that thing before you die.
Yeah.
And the other team were saying, "Why don't you bloody move?" Well, I'm still in the same place. You can come and get me. It's
yeah, you know where I am.
Do you know how much the barrel moves? You know, when you even twitch a little bit and the barrel's all over the place because it's got a great zoom. And they were just absolutely going apeshit over it. It's like, dude, it's a game. You've got a tank with a stabilizer. I've got a tank with, I don't know, sushi rolls for stabilizers.
Yeah, oh my god. The STA-3 I didn't find that bad, but I was scarred by the STA-1 and 2 by how bouncy their guns are. So I think I was used to it by that point.
Yeah, I've just remembered that I had to go back in because, you know me, I'm the got a spaded before I move on type person. And it popped up and I was looking back through the thing and, oh, there's one I haven't done yet. What the... Yeah. That was the point I'd forgotten about. Ideas to pass on to developers. I had an idea a year ago and drew it up and put it on and all the rest of it for people who are anally retentive about spading things and finishing things. And it was basically like the counter on the side of each rank to show you how many you've done. Because Gaijin bring in changes, and some of these changes are quite good, like, you know, smoke launchers for this or scouting for that.
Yeah.
And so a vehicle that you thought you had spaded is no longer spaded. And at the moment, if you've got those vehicles where you've got 2 or 3 on top of one another, it's very hard to tell that they've fallen out of the spaded tree. Whereas if you had a counter, you could see that nice and easily and then hunt for it. You know, how do you try and make those things more visible for people? The ideas of changes.
Yeah, I think that would be good. It could even replace the marker they put for how many vehicles you need to unlock the next rank. Like when you've completed that, it switches over to that one. Because there's a ton of vehicles that I keep forgetting about that I don't have spaded again. Like the P-39s, where they added a bomb to it, and the P-400 as well, and then the mines for the whatever they're called, the PB-4Ys, privateers.
Yeah. The mines work almost as good as the PE-8 bomb.
Oh, the mines are disgusting. Like like the PB4Y now has what? So TNT equivalent, what's that? 1,000. It has 4,000 kilos worth of TNT equivalent. That's just insane.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Right.
That's as much as the big old bomb they put inside the Wellington, the big square drum.
The cookie.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Right here, well, those are the only things I had to say.
Oh, that's fair enough.
We just have to get back to the grind now.
Well, thank you two for coming on. It's been a pleasure. And
not a problem.
We will be back in 2 weeks. So if you have any other thoughts, make sure to well, I suppose bring them on. So thank you guys.
Sweet.
See you guys.
Thanks, man.
All right. We are done for the day. This has been a wonderful addition to everything. I've really enjoyed doing this. We've been going for about 8 hours chatting to people. And as we said before, we're going to do this every 2 weeks. So if you didn't get to chat today and, want to chat later on, this will be here Wednesdays, noon PST, every fortnight, basically. So that is something to have a look at if you're interested in coming along and pushing forward your ideas. We have done the challenges today. We've done our dailies. We've done 2 special tasks. We've chatted about many different things, and we'll continue to do so going forward, as we always do. And I'm glad that you guys have enjoyed this. And let's just send you guys over to somebody else. Don't ever hesitate when it comes to coming on. They're they're very fun, and everybody's incredibly welcoming. And I hope this stream showed you that, because it is really fun to do these things. So as always, I hope you have a wonderful day. I hope you have a wonderful night, and let's keep up the Aussie connection. So you can go and say hello to Futcher. There you go. See you guys later.